Hello and welcome to Jon's Author Diary. I just want to give a brief overview of what I want to do with this podcast. I'm a science fiction and fantasy writer, and I released my first novel in June 2017 called Wizard of the Wasteland. And what I want to do on this podcast is keep a diary of my journey, the ups and downs, the highs, the lows, talk about the things that have inspired me, talk about my writing process, my research, things I'm doing to improve my craft. I want you to get in touch with me and ask me questions for me to answer on the diary, so it's not just about me talking into a black hole. You can email me. It's Jon Cronshaw, author@gmail.com. You'll be able to see all my links in the show notes from my website, from my email, from my Facebook page, Twitter, etc. So follow me on there, and I hope you'll follow me on my author journey. So until next time, cheerio. Hello and welcome to Jon Cronshaw's Author Diary for the week ending October the 8th, 2017. This week's been a bit of a mixed bag for me in terms of writing, mainly because I've got my fingers in a few different projects at the moment. I'm at a point with my third novel, King of the Wasteland, which is the third book in my Wasteland series, where I'm about to send it for a final proofread before it gets released on November 2nd. I finished the first draft to a story for an anthology, which is a bit of a strange one. It's called Perfectly Blue and Perfectly Square, and it's about cats in space. I don't have much information about the anthology yet in terms of its title or anything like that. I'm basically a member of a group on Facebook, and we're a group, I think there's about 13, 14 of us in the group, and we're all authors, and it's a bit of a kind of supportive environment, private Facebook group where we share good news and maybe have a bit of a rant. So we've got together and wrote a bunch of short stories for a anthology. Now, the only guidelines that we've got is that it needs to be a fantasy or science fiction story, and it needs to be set within a binary system. That means a system with 2 stars. So my story is basically about a kind of pleasure cruise, I suppose you call it, bit of a rundown ship travelling through space. These giant blue squares appear and no one's really sure what they are. And a story basically follows the adventures of the cats who run the ship. So it's a bit tongue-in-cheek, it's a bit daft. It's not really something that I've wrote before, but one thing I really like about short stories is it does give you that room to experiment, play around, and just have a bit of fun, especially when, you know, a lot of the stuff that I write in novels is post-apocalyptic and, you know, really kind of dark stuff. I also finished a fantasy story which is set in my Ostrike world, which is the same world as quite a few of my stories in my Her Name Was Red short story collection. And it was basically a way for me to write within the setting and explore a magic system that I've got for the world. So that was called Clockwork Titan, and I've actually sent that off to Beneath Ceaseless Skies magazine, so I'll expect a rejection from that in about 5 to 6 weeks. I'm also taking part in a bit of a collaboration with 2 friends of mine. So next year we're planning on writing what will probably be a trilogy of post-apocalyptic stories, and it's set in the UK in a post-antibiotic era, and we've got the return of the plague. As part of my research for this, I've been listening to the great courses on the Black Death, and my goodness, it sounds horrific. So I think it'll be great for a story where most of the country's wiped out. So that should be fun and exciting. I'm really looking forward to that because I've never actually written with anyone before. And in the past, I've been in bands and I've done art projects with other people, and I've written comedy scripts with other people. And I find the collaborative process can be really rewarding. So I'm hoping that this will be the same. I mean, if it isn't, it's an experiment and it's just, you know, it's trying something new. So I'm really looking forward to that. So I've done a lot of work towards that, and I've written an outline for the first book. I think what we're going to do is have 3 points of view for the story, essentially write them within the confines of the same world, the same setting, but have 3 different linked parallel stories that all kind of come together at the end. Now, I'm not going to say who the authors are yet because I think they write in pen names and it wouldn't be fair for me to say, oh, this person's doing this or whatever. So as soon as I know what pen names the people are using and whether they want to actually have their real names out there, then, you know, I'll report on that. I've actually got some cool things coming up for me. My story, The Speed of Boredom, which is a science fiction story, kind of a very short one, about a man who tries to, I suppose, game his own experience of subjective time. He thinks that if he can make himself as bored as possible, he'll be able to live longer. This story is appearing in an anthology that's coming out on October the 12th. This is called Mad Like Me, and it is to support veterans who have suffered from post-traumatic stress disorder who live in the area of Houston, Texas. So I know originally when the anthology was put together, the idea was this would raise money for a post-traumatic stress disorder charity. Now, because of all the stuff that's happened in Houston, it only seems right that this anthology raises money for those veterans. So I think that's a really good cause. It's a great anthology. There's a lot of good authors in there. Do check that out. On Thursday, I'll be appearing on the Fantasy Fiends podcast, where I'll be talking about the many faces of addiction. Now, anyone who's read my stuff will know that the theme of addiction is something that comes up, and compulsion. Like in my Wizard of the Wasteland, for example, the main character is a reformed drug addict. And a lot of the storyline is about trying to deal with addiction in a way that isn't just black and white. I actually got mixed up because they record at, I think it's 5:30 Pacific time, which basically means it's 1:30 in the morning for me, and I got mixed up and I stayed up last Thursday to do the podcast, waited on Google Hangouts and nothing happened. And so I emailed them, what happened? Yeah, you booked for the 12th. So I ended up being really tired on Friday, and it kind of messed up my sleep patterns over the weekend a little bit. And obviously that's going to come next week, but I do like doing these shows. I enjoy being on podcasts, hence why we're here. So one thing that I do every day is I read a short story, a poem and an essay. Now, I'm visually impaired, so when I say read, that basically means listen to. So I listen to a short story every day. And what I'm going to try and do on this podcast is pick the story that has inspired me the most that week. So I listened to a story, it was actually today, by John Cheever. And it was from the New Yorker magazine in 1962. It appeared on the podcast feed recently, but it was actually recorded in October 2007, a story called Reunion. And I think it's about 1,000 words long. It's really short. You can get through the whole thing in about 10 minutes. And it's so good. It was a fantastic story, really inspiring. It was about a guy who reunited with his father after 3 years. And there's this whole part of the story that's not there. And you're kind of guessing as to why it's not there and what's going on. And it's a real utility of words. So he does a lot, ever such a lot, with so few words. And I love that. I love writing that's really tight, like Ernest Hemingway style, where I will listen to an Ernest Hemingway story and I'll find myself grumbling to myself because I just get envious of how good he is at just conveying so much in so little. And people have said to me, your writing's really sparse and really minimal. And I know that style doesn't always resonate with people, but for me, it's what I love. And this brings me on to another thing that is important. I mean, what I do, I do a lot of research, try to balance non-fiction and fiction with my reading. And I think you are what you consume. I think it goes with food. I think it goes with media. So I've recently re-downloaded the Writing Excuses podcast, which is done by people like Brandon Sanderson, Dan Wells and Mary Robinette Cowell. And I've been listening to it from the first episode. I mean, they're in series 12 now, so they've been going for quite a few years. But I've been going back and listening and just trying to pick up every little bit of advice that I can, trying to improve my writing, trying to improve my craft. I'm still new at this. I mean, I was a journalist in my day job. I used to work at a newspaper. I was working to deadlines. I had to write really quickly. Of course, journalistic style and fiction are very different. And I basically had to relearn how to write in order to start doing this, which is why I'll talk about Wizard of the Wasteland as my first novel. It isn't my first novel. I wrote a full novel that I spent about 2 years on, tinkering with it. I couldn't get it out of my head. It was a mess. I think I was trying to do Game of Thrones in space, and I was a new writer. I haven't got the skills to do that, and I didn't know how to tell a story properly. I didn't know how to write properly, but I learnt so much from the process. I got developmental editing. It's all these things to make it good, but at the end of the day, as I say, you can't polish a turd. 13 point of view characters, it's just, ridiculous. But I learned so much doing that, and it will never see the light of day. So that's always good. And then what did I do after that? I tried another novel that was based on kind of meerkat societal structures. It was a bit of a young adult dystopian one, and I made the mistake of giving up on that one, abandoning that. That's something you should never do. And I did it again. I got about 20,000 words into a fantasy and abandoned it. So after a couple of false starts, I suppose you call them, I had this idea for a novel which has ended up becoming Knight of the Wasteland. So that's the second book in my Wasteland series. And I wrote the first draft of this in about 2 weeks, just in a flurry of energy, I suppose. I sent the first draft to a few people to read, and they were really impressed. They really liked what I was doing, and I'd got past a lot of the issues that were holding me back. So then I thought, oh, well, if I've got a novel now, I should write a prequel novella that I can give away to readers, get people interested in my work. So I wrote that. That was called Affective of the Wasteland. And then I wrote a story called Wizard of the Wastes, which is, sounds really cheesy, but it actually came to me in a dream, a scene of this kind of travelling showman in a post-apocalyptic world going around showing off kind of old technology and passing it off as magic. And so I took that character and ended up writing what's the first novel in that series, which is Wizard of the Wasteland. And I've recently finished the third book, King of the Wasteland. Now, I don't know what I'm going to do with this series. I'm really proud of how it's gone. I think I've made a few mistakes along the way. For example, writing in present tense, which I really like as a style, but doesn't seem to resonate with too many readers. Also, the covers of the books. I think the covers are amazing. I love the artwork. I think it's great. But when I look at them compared to other post-apocalyptic covers, you have the kind of Wasteland thing going on, but a lot of the ones that seem to be doing well are orange, and mine is in kind of gloomy reds and blacks and purples, and it kind of looks a little bit like a horror book rather than a post-apocalyptic book. But this is all stuff, that I can learn and reflect moving forward. Now, what I want to do is answer your questions on the podcast. If you've got any questions about things like writing, about my work, anything like that, please get in touch. I will answer them on the air, and it should make these podcasts a little bit more interesting in terms of getting you guys involved. So you can email me. It's joncronshawauthor@gmail.com. I'm going to put all the links in the show notes, including how to spell my name. Send me an email. You can tweet me. It's @JLCronshaw. You can also find my Facebook page, which is Jon Cronshaw Author. And if you're interested in reading that prequel novella I said about, which is Addict of the Wasteland, you can either get the paperback on Amazon or you can get it as a free book by visiting my website, which is joncronshaw.com, and there's just a link on the side where you can sign up for that. So until next time, cheerio. Hello and welcome to Jon Cronshaw's Author Diary for the week ending October 15th, 2017. I've been doing a lot of writing this week. I mentioned in the last diary that I was going to start a collaborative project with two other people and that it would be a post-apocalyptic series. I've written the first 7 chapters for the first draft of the first novel, and I've got 20 chapters in all to write, so that's coming along nicely. I also did a second draft for a story for an anthology I'm doing called Perfectly Blue and Perfectly Square, which is the one I mentioned last week about space cats. I ended up cutting about 2,000 words from the story, so it's now hovering around 5,000. And I think I've got to the core of what the story is about. I'm a little bit concerned at the minute that the ending isn't quite what it should be. I have the events how I want them, but it's just kind of getting that gut punch that you need that's not quite there yet. So next week I'm going to try and do a third draft of that, maybe redraft the ending and tighten up the prose. In other news, I was on the Fantasy Fiends podcast this week. I was mainly talking about my short story collection, Her Name Was Red, and we had a discussion about the many faces of addiction. Now, because this happened at 5:30 Pacific time, it basically meant that it was starting at 1:30 in the morning for me. And I've got a young son who I have to take to school every morning, so I usually get up at 7 o'clock, so I am not used to staying up that late. And I think it probably comes across on the show that I was a bit tired. But I had a lot of fun doing it. I think Andy and Steve, who run the show, do a really great job. It's worth checking out. So that's the Fantasy Fiends podcast. This week I've been reading a really cool novel, actually. It's by a guy called Brian Mckellen, and it's a fantasy novel, and it's the first in a series. It's called Promise of Blood, and the series is called Powder Mage, and this is basically, I think it's what you'd call flintlock fantasy. So instead of being the generic medieval settings that you get in a lot of fantasy novels, this one's set a bit later. It's kind of at the turn of the Industrial Revolution. And so you've got a lot of issues with things like guns and unions and workers' rights, that kind of thing. So it's really interesting, and I really like how the story's going. I mean, I started it only a few days ago, and I'm already about 80% through. I'm really kind of getting through it, and I'm really enjoying the drift of the story. I think if the ending's satisfying, then I'll probably just go straight on to book 2, as I'm really enjoying the way the magic system works. You've essentially got 3 different types of magic going on, and there's a kind of traditional wizard magic, which is people who are called the privileged, and you get people who are called knacks. They have a knack for a certain thing, a talent, a proficiency for a particular thing. And then there's these powder mages, which are basically people have an affinity with gunpowder. And so you've got a conflict between the traditional magic and the kind of new forms of magic that are emerging because of the society. So it is a really interesting and well-told story. I think the writing's great. Really recommend that, really enjoying that. Last week I mentioned that I wanted people to get in touch with their questions, and I've had a few already, so that's fantastic. Eric Cooper asked, where do you get your ideas, and can I subscribe to the Idea Bank too? Ideas don't make a story, ideas are cheap. You can get ideas anywhere. Look around you. You know, we spend a lot of time finding distractions in our lives, and I think we need to give ourselves permission to daydream, to have a bit of quiet, to go for a walk and not listen to anything and not have any other distractions apart from our own thoughts. I mentioned last week that I read a short story, an essay and a poem every single day, and doing things like that is always giving me new ideas, fresh ways of doing things. And I think if you're a writer, you shouldn't be short of ideas. They're out there. You just need to make the connections. You know, walk around with a notepad, jot things down on your phone. I send myself text messages all the time when I come up with ideas. I think the worst thing you can do is sit down and think, right, I need to come up with an idea. That's not going to work. It doesn't work for me. My best ideas come out of the blue, or when I'm talking to other people or reading a story. So if you're watching a movie and thinking to yourself, oh, I wouldn't have done it like that. Okay, there's your idea. You start with that. When I first started writing, one of the things that I used to do was cut up bits of paper that had things I liked on. Because, you know, a lot of fiction is promoted as like, oh, it's like Game of Thrones meets Indiana Jones, or, you know, there'll be a cultural shorthand to explain what a story is about. So I used to rummage through a bag of names of different things that I liked and tried to come up with a mashup idea like that. I mean, that didn't work for me. I did a project with that idea and it got abandoned. I mean, that's probably saying more about me than it does the idea itself, but there are lots of different ways you can generate ideas. Lynn Sheridan asked a specific question about one of the characters in my Wizard of the Wasteland series. Abel, I described as wearing a red cap, and he asked whether the cap has anything written on it and what the significance is. Now, I've never thought of the cap having anything written on it, and when I was thinking about the character, I wanted something that you could immediately recognise the character with, that it was one of the things that you could picture. And I think this was just something that I probably took from The Simpsons. I think Bart Simpson's got a lucky red hat, and I kind of like that idea of a character being attached to a lucky red hat. That's what I've got in my story. Lynn also asked whether the apocalypse in my Wasteland series was caused by Donald Trump. Now, as I wrote Addict to the Wasteland, Night of the Wasteland, and most of Wizard of the Wasteland before Donald Trump was elected, I'll have to say no, but I don't know. Maybe ask me again in a year. Sherry Arnold asked where I get my inspiration as an author. Now, I think this is the same answer as to Eric's, from everywhere, from life. I used to work as a reporter. I've been to court cases, I've been to council meetings, I've interviewed prime ministers, I've spoken to criminals, I've spoken to victims, I've dealt with lots of different people from different walks of life, and I've listened to their stories, and I think all that inspires what I do. The next question is, what made you decide to write? I don't think that was a decision I ever made. I've always had the urge and the drive to express myself creatively. And so when I was growing up, from the age of 10, I learned how to play guitar. And so throughout my teenage years, I was doing stuff in bands. And while I was doing that, I'd be writing stories with friends. And later on, I moved on to making art and still making music. And throughout that, I was doing lots of things like feature writing and journalistic writing. And I think really it was somewhere around 2015 when I decided that I wanted to be a novelist, that I wanted to write long-form fiction. And I think this was a combination of things at a difficult time in my life and just kind of reassessing and really thinking about what I wanted to do and where I saw myself. And one of the things that I kept coming back to was I really want to write fantasy and science fiction and live by the sea, because at the time we were living in Leeds, which is a city in the UK. And so me and the wife sold the house and moved to Morecambe, which is a cheap seaside town on the west coast. And now I write science fiction and fantasy, so it's great. And Sherry's final question is, what would be the best advice you could give to a new or aspiring author? Learn your craft, learn how to write, know that when you start, it looks easy, you've experienced stories all your life. It's not easy to write a novel. The first novel you write is probably going to be bad, but that's good. You need to finish it. And you need to learn from it. I think learning how to let go of that first novel is really important. I mentioned last week that I spent far too long writing an epic science fiction story that was a complete mess. And I must have rewrote it and redrafted it a few dozen times. And one day I just thought, I need to draw a line and be done with it. And so that's it. It's done. It's finished with. It was really hard to do that because it was a culmination of all the different things that I wanted to put in a novel all my life into one thing, which is why it didn't work, because it was too complicated and it was way beyond my skills as a writer. So I suppose don't be afraid to mess up and keep looking forward. So if you've got any questions that you want to ask yourself, please email me at joncronshawauthor@gmail.com. All my spellings and links to things like Facebook pages and Amazon pages are in the show notes. I'm just a few weeks away now from releasing King of the Wasteland, so I'm getting a bit nervous, a bit twitchy, but I think it's going to be okay. Let's hope. So until next time, cheerio. Hello and welcome to Jon's Author Diary for the week ending October 22nd, 2017. This week I have been really busy. I've not got as many words written as I would have wanted. I wrote 4 more chapters for the collaborative project that I am working on. So this means I am past the halfway point with my first draft for the first novel of that, which is crazy to me just how quickly it seems to be coming together. I got the first 4 chapters back for the audio version of Night of the Wasteland, which was my second book in my Wasteland series. So I've been having to go through that and check that everything is right with the narration, that it all matches up with the text. So that's a little bit of a laborious process. I'm also now doing my last proofread of King of the Wasteland. Now, once it's been through its round of edits, what I like to do is get it read out to me by my wife. So she will sit with me, we'll read through the text, and she'll look out for any mistakes or errors. I struggle to tell the difference between things like full stops and commas, and whether a quotation mark is facing the right direction, that kind of thing. So it's really helpful to get that last pair of eyes on the text, and I can hear out loud how it's going to sound, because it's really important to me on a sentence level that there's no clunkiness within the text, that it all flows nicely, that it has a good rhythm to it. So we've just passed the 25% mark on that. And so over the next week, we'll be carrying on with that over the evenings, ready for the launch on November 2nd. As regards the collaborative project, we had our first Skype meeting about this. So the 3 of us talked through a lot of the ideas about the project and what we want to do with it. So the guys I'm working with are really focused, they're really driven to do this. And it's really exciting for me, the fact that we've all got different skill sets and different ideas that we can bring to the table. And it's kind of great just to try out this story shop idea. So if you think of it, you know, it's like Pixar, or it's like any kind of story studio where people are working together to make a single story, like you would get in a film or a TV show, anything like that. It's just that we're doing it for a series of novels. So we drew up a preliminary timetable for the project. So I think we're looking at having a firm first draft of all 3 books by the end of December. And then once we've got a draft done, I think we're going to write a prequel novella, which we'll give away as a way to get people interested in the series. And I think we're looking to have everything done, including covers and editing and proofreading, by March, and then looking for a release probably around May. So we've still got quite a few months to get everything finished, everything sorted. And I think what's interesting is when you're working together with people on something, there's almost an extra bit of motivation and drive that you don't want to let the other people down, that you want to kind of pull your weight and make sure that the whole thing is as good as it can be. I'm actually really enjoying writing the story because it is set in the modern world. It's set in modern Britain. It's based on places that are real, places that I've been, places that I've lived. There's a lot of cultural references, so I'm really looking forward to finishing that. Now, I've mentioned in previous podcasts that I listen to an essay, a poem and a short story every single day. And I was really moved by an essay that I listened to the other day by Andrew Sullivan, and it was on the BBC's A Point of View podcast. It was called The Battle for Free Speech, and it's about a disturbing trend, especially in America, on university campuses, where there's a trend for militant political correctness, and it's at the cost of free speech. And this talk was about how free speech is essentially being positioned as a tool of white male oppression. Now, I'm a firm believer in free speech. I've been a writer, I've been a journalist, I'm an author, and it upsets me that people feel that they can dictate who can speak, who has the right to speak, and about what. Even if I wholeheartedly disagree with what someone is saying, I would rather hear what they are saying than force them to shut up. Someone shared a post from Tumblr with me. I had one of these people saying what authors can and can't write about. If you're not a woman, you can write stories with female characters, but you can't write about what it's like to be a woman if you're not gay. You can have characters in your stories that are gay, but you can't write about what it's like to be gay. And to me, this is completely ridiculous, because it only takes a few seconds to follow the logic and see where this will go. If you can't write something that isn't from your own experience, then hey, don't write fantasy, don't write science fiction, don't write historical fiction, don't write fiction at all. In fact, don't write anything that isn't autobiographical. In my Wasteland series, my main character is a former drug addict, and the theme of addiction runs through the story. I've never been an addict, but I have had people who have lived with addiction get in touch with me saying how moved they were by the story, how they were grateful that somebody had written about addiction in a compassionate way. What I did is I did my research, I spoke to people, I got people to look at it and make sure that I was dealing with the subject matter fairly. I don't have any experience of aliens, I don't have any experience of assassins, don't have any experience of wizards and witchcraft. But hey, I will write a story about a wizard, what it's like to be a wizard, because you can extrapolate from experiences. You can talk to people who live with experiences and get a feel for whether you're doing it fairly and right. I feel very strongly about this. And I worry that a lot of the bullying tactics that are used, the kind of mob mentality that goes on, the uncritical violence that happens to people who speak out against this stuff, is challenged and is questioned. The way I see it, you treat people fairly, you treat people how you would want to be treated yourself, and you deal with things responsibly and respectfully. Last week I mentioned that I've been reading Brian McKellen's Powder Mage series. I finished the first book and I thought it was excellent. I gave it 5 stars on Goodreads. I've moved straight on to the next book, which is called The Crimson Campaign, and I'm already halfway through that, and it's great. I like how the magic system has been messed around with, how throwing different things into the mix has kind of made some surprising results. And I really like authors that do that. You see that with people like Brandon Sanderson, where they'll establish a world and a system of magic and then extrapolate what happens on a logical progression. And I think that's awesome. So yeah, really enjoying this series. Finally, I've had a couple of questions this week. Mary Jones asked, how do I deal with bad reviews? I don't let reviews bother me, whether good or bad, because at the end of the day they are people's opinions and are completely subjective. They're based on taste. I'm a huge fan of Terry Pratchett, but my wife does not like him at all. This doesn't mean that Terry Pratchett is a bad author. This doesn't say anything about Terry Pratchett's writing. All it says is that Terry Pratchett is not to my wife's taste. And this is the same with reviews. They aren't a reflection on the book. They are a reflection of the reviewer's tastes. And the people who leave, 1-star, 2-star reviews aren't going to go on and read the rest of my stuff. and that's fine. And I really appreciate that people have given me a chance. I'm a new author, and they've tried me out, so that's fantastic. I know there are some authors who struggle with bad reviews, that take them personally, and I kind of get it. When you write something, it's like you are pouring part of you onto the page. You are putting a lot of yourself into a story, but at the same time, you are not that story. And so a person leaving a negative review isn't attacking you as a person. You know, you don't even know what's going on in their life. They might be struggling, they might have their own issues. And I think the worst thing I've seen authors do is when they see a bad review, they'll leave a comment or they'll try and challenge the reviewer. Don't do that. You have to ask yourself, what is this going to achieve if I do this? Is anything positive going to come from this? And the answer is probably no. The only time I've ever responded to a review was when someone said that they were having trouble seeing the book on their e-reader. So I left a comment saying that they could get in touch with me directly and I would send them a copy in a different format if they wanted. It was basically someone had an issue, it's a customer service issue, and I tried to help them deal with that. Now, they didn't email me back, so, you know, that's up to them. But I made the offer. In a way, what people think of my stuff isn't really any of my business. It's Francesco asks, how do you deal with writer's block? I don't believe in writer's block. I used to work in a newspaper where we had to have deadlines and there's no room for writer's block. I can't remember who said it, but there's basically a bit of a joke of plumbers don't get plumber's block. Now, have I struggled with stories? Yes, I have. And what I usually find is it's because I've gone into a scene where I've been unprepared or there's something not working with my outline. If I'm finding that it's really difficult to write something, it's because I think my brain works on a subconscious level quicker than my conscious mind. And so I realise, without really realising it, that something is wrong with the story. And I feel when I'm pushing up against that kind of resistance, then there's something wrong with the story, something wrong with the outline or the planning. So I'll go away and have a think. You know, I might bounce some ideas off a friend. But I did a writing boot camp recently, and one of the people there were talking about the idea that if you believe in writer's block, then you're more likely to get writer's block. Like, if you believe that you're bad at writing dialogue, you will be bad at writing dialogue. And so it's a kind of mindset thing where you have to think about things in a more positive way and try and focus one line at a time, one paragraph at a time, one scene at a time. Just keep moving on, moving forward. So you can keep your questions coming in. You can send them to john@joncronshaw.com. I will leave all the spellings and links in show notes to things like my books on Amazon and my website. If you haven't done so already, you can actually get a copy of my book, Addict of the Wasteland, for free. Just go to my website. It's johncronshaw.com. So until next time, cheerio. Hello and welcome to John's Author Diary for the week ending October 29th, 2017. I feel like I say this every time I do this diary, but I've had a really busy week. I brought forward the launch of my third book in my Wasteland series, which is King of the Wasteland, and so I actually released that yesterday, and I've been really pleased with how that's gone. I've also been continuing to work on the collaborative post-apocalyptic series. We've got the working title Black Death, and I think what we're going to do is have something like Black Death Apocalypse or different subtitles for each book. We've got 3 books planned, and so I've written 17 out of my 20 chapters for the first book. So I've been really pleased with how that has been going, and I think now we've got a clearer vision of where the third book is going to go, and that's really exciting because, I'll be honest, it sounds pretty cool. I've been carrying on with my research into the Black Death, and saw the other day that there was a city in China that had been closed, that had been quarantined because of an outbreak of the bubonic plague. So it's kind of scary that we write in this speculative fiction where you have the perfect storm of a post-antibiotic world and the spread of the plague, and then realise that it's not actually quite as speculative as you think. I was intrigued by a lot of the theories about why the initial plague started to spread, and one of them, which I've never heard before, is about gerbils. Now, I've always seen gerbils, you know, little cute pets with fluffy tails and just little domesticated things. But apparently unseasonal breeding saw these rodents spreading the fleas that spread the plague. So that was quite interesting. That was a revelation. And then there's other theories, which is things like the bubonic plague actually being from outer space, that it comes to Earth on asteroids, meteorites kind of crashing onto Earth and spreading. which apparently explains why there's such a gap between outbreaks. Through this as well, I've also found out about the existence of plague doctors, which were quacks in the 13th century who would dress in these really outlandish outfits and they'd make these quite horrific-looking masks that did actually protect the doctors, but the masks were used to kind of store nice-smelling things because it was believed that it was the smell that spread the disease. So I'm really liking the idea of including some kind of plague doctor-type character in this new series. In other news, I've been on a couple of podcasts that came out this week. I guested on the Story Studio podcast to talk about stories and writing and my experience as a journalist and how that's inspired my work. And also an interview that I did a few weeks ago with the Fantasy Fiends podcast, which is mainly focused on my short story collection, Her Name Was Red, was released to the podcast world on Saturday, so yesterday. So if you can't get enough of me on this show, then go check those out. Had a lot of fun doing them and they were very different conversations. Had the bittersweet feeling this week of coming to the end of a good trilogy. So I finished Brian McClellan's Powder Mage novels. I thought it was a great series. Highly recommended. I've also realised that I tend to have a couple of go-to authors when I've read something really good and I'm not sure what to read next. I can usually rely on people like Kurt Vonnegut and Haruki Murakami or Ian Banks. So I'm currently reading A Wild Sheep Chase by Haruki Murakami. And a few people have said in the past that my style resembles his, which I find to be a great compliment because I love his writing. So next week I'm gearing up to start doing NaNoWriMo, which is National Novel Writing Month. This is essentially where you write a 50,000 word novel in 1 month. Now last year I wrote Wizard of the Wasteland. That was my first novel in my Wasteland series. I wrote the first draft of that during NaNoWriMo. And it's a really great way to just get words on a page. You don't look back, you just get to the end and then you can clean up what you've done. My intention isn't to write a novel this time, it's to write my contribution to the next 2 books in the Black Death series, because I think my contribution to both those books will be in the region of 25,000 words per book. So I want to try and get the next 3 scenes for the first book done over the next few days, and then start outlining book 2. I've got vague ideas for book 2. I've got some scenes that I definitely want to include, and I know where they are at the start and I know where they need to be at the end. But it's just that middle bit, the ups and downs of the story and the development of the characters that I need to have a think about over the next few days so that when it comes to Wednesday, I can hit the ground running. Finally, I've had some more questions this week. Alison Ingleby asked where I get my stories from for the Ray Bradbury Challenge. Now, I've mentioned in the past that I read a short story, a poem and an essay every single day. Now, this is part of the Ray Bradbury Challenge, which is where you do this non-stop for 1,000 days. So I report everything that I do on my website, and I believe I'm on day 429 of 1,000. Because I'm visually impaired, I do most of my reading through audio, and I've found that there's so many short story podcasts out there, and anthologies on Audible, and things like LibriVox, which is the place where you can get public domain stories, that you never run out of stuff. I like podcasts like 600 Second Saga, which is a flash fiction podcast. So very short stories, under 10 minutes long, and they do science fiction and fantasy. I know that my story, Basilisk on a Yellow Field, was on there, and I believe I've got another one coming at the end of November called To Grip the Bright White Chains, which is a post-apocalyptic one. If you like things like crime fiction, there's the Alfred Hitchcock Mystery Magazine podcast. Now, they don't update very often, but there's some really good stories on there. Apex Magazine do a lot of fantasy, science fiction, sometimes creeping into horror and weird fiction. Beneath Ceaseless Skies do adventure fantasy, and some of the stories on there are fantastic. Cast of Wonders is a fantasy podcast that I think is mainly young adult. I think it's a younger audience for that one, but they sometimes have some good stuff. Clark's World magazine is excellent, fantasy and science fiction again. And he has Kate Baker doing narration, who's got an excellent voice. Escape Pod do a lot of good science fiction stories, and Far-Fetched Fables have some really good fantasy stories. Glittership does science fiction stories with a LGBTQ slant. There's LeVar Burton Reads, which is basically LeVar Burton picking good short stories and reading them, and that's in lots of different genres. There's Lightspeed magazine, which is fantasy and science fiction. I'm a big fan of this podcast. I think they do a lot of really good stories, really high quality writing. Morning Short is a pretty decent podcast that they haven't updated for a long time now. A lot of their stories are, I think they're public domain ones, kind of early 20th century, late 19th century. A lot of people like Mark Twain and O. Henry. I think there was an F. Scott Fitzgerald one in there. Leo Tolstoy, that kind of thing. Nature magazine do a short science fiction story every month. There's Nightmare magazine if you like horror and dark fantasy. Podcastle is another good fantasy one. And the same people do Pseudopod, which is more horror. The Selected Shorts podcast is excellent. Have a real mix of stuff on there. Sometimes I have themed episodes. Like they've had one recently with Neil Gaiman, which is about funny, scary stories. They get stories by people like Stephen King and Chuck Palahniuk, and they're too hot for radio. Stories can be very violent and sometimes erotic, and so there's a real mix there. Starship Sofa does a lot of good science fiction. Strange Horizons is a really interesting one. They do a lot of weird science fiction, fantasy, kind of bordering on horror stories. I really like their stuff, actually. And I do a monthly poetry thing as well, which is really cool. Tales to Terrify, which is another horror podcast. And then there's things like Centropic Oracle, which is science fiction, and The Other Stories, which do a range of speculative genres. The New Yorker also do a couple of fiction podcasts. Now, I really recommend these, especially to writers, because there's some excellent stories on there, really high-quality writing. There's a podcast called The Voice Before the Void, which deals with a lot of gothic stories. So a lot of people like Poe and H.P. Lovecraft will appear on that one. And then you've got Uncanny Magazine, which is another speculative one. So there's lots of places to get stories from. Probably too many to listen to in a lifetime, but that's what's so great. So go check them out, go listen. I think I'm going to leave it there in terms of questions, because I think I went on a bit with that one, but I'll answer more next week. Obviously, you can email me at john@joncronshaw.com, and as ever, I'll put the spellings and things in the show notes. If you haven't checked out any of my books yet, you can get Addict of the Wasteland for free on my website. Just go to johncronshaw.com, and that's the first prequel book in my Wasteland series. Or if you just want to get your teeth into the novels, then go to tinyurl.com/Wizard of the Wasteland. You can find me on Facebook, it's Jon Cronshaw Author, and I'm on Twitter at JLCronshaw. So keep your questions coming in, and I'll speak to you next week. So until next time, cheerio. Hello and welcome to John's Author Diary for the weekend in November the 5th, 2017. This week has been a bit of a mixed bag for me. I don't know, the last couple of days I've felt kind of a lack of motivation. I think that's partly to do with the fact that I'm feeling a bit ill, a bit under the weather. I find it really hard to concentrate on writing when I have headaches and sinus pain. But I'm sure it'll pass, it's just the time of year. I've not written anywhere near as much as I would have wanted this week, but it's been worth it. I've had a good time. It's my son's half term for school, so I've had him at home. He was with his grandma for a few days, and so it's just been nice to spend time with him and listen to his crazy stories that he comes up with. He made up a story the other day about some dragons, and these weren't just normal dragons. He had a worm-breathing dragon, so instead of breathing out fire, it breathed out worms, and what he called a plug dragon, and this plug dragon blew out phone chargers. And there's actually a story in one of my collections called Reaching for a Larlin, which is in Her Name Was Red, which is a story about an ice dragon. And I nicked that from my son. I mean, yeah, he was 4 at the time, but he had this idea of a dragon, and he was saying how it hatched out of this cocoon, and it was an ice dragon, and how it didn't speak with words, it spoke with its mind, but people could still hear it. And I thought that was a great idea, so I turned it into a story. And he's been doing lots of drawings, I mean, tons of them. Me and my wife bought him one of those kind of display books that have got kind of plastic poly wallets, and he's calling it his art gallery book. And so he's got all these pictures of animals and dragons and pirate ships and things. And he'll happily do that for hours. He'll just stand at the coffee table drawing, and it's awesome. It's really cool to watch. I really enjoyed that. I'm glad that I did that instead of writing. We also had a day out in Blackpool, which is a gaudy seaside town. It's about an hour away from where we are. And we went to see their annual illuminations. We had some fish and chips on a bench and had some dinky donuts. It was great. What I did do, which was great, is I did manage to finish the first draft of the first book of the Black Death trilogy. So this is the collaborative post-apocalyptic project that I've been talking about. So I've written my part of that, 20 scenes, and I'm really pleased with how that's gone. I've also outlined book 2 and written the first scene, and I think by the end of the first scene I've already made changes to the outline. So when I do outline, I like to have goals for my characters to get to. These aren't set in stone. If I come up with a better idea as I'm going, then I'm always willing to change and do what's best for the story. I also finished and edited the story that I've done for an anthology. This is a fantasy story called Clockwork Titan, and I'm really pleased with this. It's kind of epic fantasy meets steampunk. So you have this clockwork giant, you've also got this talking wyvern that's kind of whispering in the ear of a lord and getting him to try and bring this titan to life. I really enjoyed writing that one. A lot of fun. After all the craziness of last weekend's launch of King of the Wasteland, I took Monday off, and I rarely give myself days off, so this was a rarity, this was a treat. And I spent most of the day listening to Time Travel, A History by James Gleick, which was really good. It was basically detailing the history of time travel as an idea, from things like H.G. Wells through Robert Heinlein up to the modern ideas in physics about multiple worlds and parallel universe and things like that. So really interesting non-fiction book. I'd highly recommend that. I've also been reading Dialogue by Robert Mckee, which is a book about writing, focused specifically on dialogue, and it's really useful actually what I've learned so far. So I'll probably be applying some of the lessons of that to my writing straight away. On Wednesday, I decided to go out to a hotel bar in Morecambe called the Midland, which overlooks this stone jetty onto the sea. And it's this beautiful Art Deco building, and it's got this amazing rotunda bar that looks out onto the water. So I took a A4 notepad there on Wednesday and outlined book 4 of my Wasteland series. At the moment, I think the working title is going to be Cleric of the Wasteland. I think that kind of fits in the same kind of fantasy tropes that I've been playing with the other books. So I've got Wizard of the Wasteland, Knight of the Wasteland, King of the Wasteland, and then Cleric of the Wasteland. And I think it's going to answer a lot of the questions that I put out in the first 3 books. And I'm really looking forward to writing that. I think it's going to be a much longer book than the last 3, but we'll see. We'll see what happens. All I know is I've got a lot of projects that I really want to get into, I really want to do, and I've only got so many hours in the day. So at the minute, I'm trying to focus on getting the words done for this draft of the collaborative project. And then I've got a lit RPG, a post-apocalyptic story that I want to do, that I've written the first 5 chapters for that over the last few weeks. And then I've got a couple of fantasy things I want to do, so there's loads of things that I've got ideas for. And so it's actually quite difficult to remain focused on a single project. But yeah, prioritise this collaborative thing, because obviously other people are relying on me to get the words done. So that is actually a really good motivator. And then I think I'll finish off my draft of the lit RPG story, and then the 4th Wasteland book, and then I can move on to the fantasy. So I suppose it's better to have more ideas than not. At least I haven't got an idea drought. I just basically need that James Patterson deal where I outline a story and then pass it off to someone else to write. So that would be great. Okay, got some more questions this week. Sharon Howard asked, who's your favourite apocalyptic book character? This would probably be Jimmy the Snowman from Oryx and Crake by Margaret Atwood. I think he's a fascinating character, really detailed, really deep character, very flawed and very strange at the same time. I think as well, once we get more into the series and we kind of see his backstory and how he got to the way he is, he ends up being a really complicated character. I'm also a fan of the father from Cormac McCarthy's The Road. I think the relationship between him and his son is really moving, really touching. Just the desperation and the sadness that runs through that book. I think it's really affecting. So, yeah, definitely those 2. Ryan asked, in last week's podcast, you mentioned some short story podcasts. Which ones do you listen to cover your essay part of the Ray Bradbury Challenge? Okay, so in last week's episode, for those who haven't listened, I went over a bunch of short story podcasts because I read a short story, an essay and a poem every day. I've been doing that for over 400 days. And the Ray Bradbury Challenge is you do that every day for 1,000 days. So I'm approaching the halfway mark with that. Some of the ones I've been listening to recently are things like the 50 Things That Made the Modern Economy, 99% Invisible, History of Ideas by the BBC, History of the World in 100 Objects, A Point of View. There's the In Our Time show, which is Melvin Bragg's BBC Radio 4 show, where he interviews academics about a certain subject. So, for example, this week they had Picasso's Guernica painting, and so they had 3 experts talking about that for an hour. So that's, stuff like that's really interesting. The Long Now Foundation do a podcast called Seminars about long-term thinking. Instead of thinking about things in the short term, medium term, even the long term, this is very long term. This is thinking about things in terms of like 10,000 years from now, what are things are going to be like. So there's a lot of interesting stuff, especially for people interested in sci-fi. And for writers of sci-fi, I think it's really useful to delve into that. You've obviously got TED Talks which are great. And then there's the anonymous TED Talks called Conciliator. You have things like Skeptoid, which is fantastic. The BBC do the Essay podcast. There's Singularity FM, which hasn't updated in a few months, which is a shame, but a lot of their stuff is about the technological singularity and transhumanism and ideas about machines and AI and things like that. And yeah, there's a lot of really cool sci-fi kind of real-world stuff going on in that. There's also Alex Krotowski's The Digital Human podcast, which is all about how technology has changed our lives and identities and things like that. And I wanted to listen to more of those. I think it's a really interesting podcast, but I seem to get sidetracked listening to other things. There's also things like the History of Philosophy Without Any Gaps podcast, which is really good, and the History of Literature podcast. I think I mentioned last week the Reith lectures. They're just a couple of times a year, so, there's not much going on there, but they're still really interesting. So, yeah, that's probably about it, really. And I'm sure I'm going to get the question now, being though I've talked about fiction last week and essays this week. Where do I get my poetry? I suppose I should answer that. Poetry Now is a weekly podcast. That's really good. And Poem of the Day podcast. Both of these are done by the Poetry Foundation in America. So I'm usually pretty good when it comes to poems. I can get a poem every day, most of the time. I mentioned it last week, the podcast The Voice Before the Void, which does poetry and is also LibriVox as well. I think I mentioned last week that Strange Horizons, the kind of sci-fi fantasy magazine, do a monthly poetry edition. So if you like kind of fantastical poetry, then listen to that. So please do keep your questions coming in. You can email me at john@johncronshaw.com. I'll put the spellings as ever in the show notes. If you've not done so already, you can start checking out my Wasteland series. You can visit my website, it's johncronshaw.com, and download Addict to the Wasteland for free. Or if you want to get your teeth straight into the novels, go to tinyurl.com/Wizard of the Wasteland, and that will take you straight to the page. So until next time, cheerio. Hello and welcome to John's Author Diary for the week ending November 12th, 2017. I'm recording this a little bit later than usual. It's Sunday evening, and I usually record these things on a Sunday morning, but that's because I spent this weekend visiting some friends in Shipley, which is a little town in West Yorkshire, and so I travelled for a few hours on the train yesterday and then came back today, and I had a really good time. Most of it involved drinking gin and rum and listening to terrible music from the 90s. It's been slow and steady this week as far as the writing goes. I'm about a third of the way through the second book of my collaborative Black Death trilogy, so I'm still not quite writing as fast as I would like on this series, but I've been doing this alongside Blind Gambit, which I think I've mentioned in the past. It's essentially set half between the real world and a video game world, and it's given me an opportunity to explore ideas about dealing with visual impairment, dealing with disability as a teenager. And so I'm now up to the 8th chapter of that, and I think this is turning out to be a really good book. It's actually really hard to write as well, just because a lot of the stuff in there is very real, very raw to me. And so I'm trying to tap into a lot of experiences that I've had, and a lot of feelings I've had about visual impairment and disability and things like that. So I'm just doing this as a standalone novel. And I noticed recently that the film of Ready Player One is coming out in March next year. So I think it'd be really good to have a final draft finished for before that film comes out, just so I can get it out there and hopefully attract some of the readers who are interested in Ready Player One and that sort of thing. As well as the writing, I've also submitted my fantasy story for the anthology, so that is now out of my hands. So that feels good to have done that and got it in before the deadline. I finished the Robert Mckee book, Dialogue, and I honestly think it's probably the best book I've read on craft. So if you're an author, screenwriter, or if you write anything that involves dialogue, this book is really helpful and has some really great concrete examples. So I finished that. I really enjoyed it. It also reminded me of how good the series Frasier was. So I'm going to have a look on Netflix to see if it's there. Might even have the DVDs. I'll have to have a look. I did used to like Frasier, so it's probably worth giving it a rewatch. I also read a really good short story this week called Second Suicide by Hugh. And what I liked about this is it was a science fiction story about an alien invasion, but it was from the perspective of the alien invaders. And I think it really captured the idea of being part of an invading force where actually you're quite nervous, you're quite scared, you're unsure about the future. It was a really effective story because of that. Very sad. It's in his short story collection Machine Learning, which I'm gradually working my way through at the moment. So I've got a question this week from Patrick Mckellen. He asked, how do you balance a writing life with a young family? So I've mentioned before that I've got a 5-year-old son, and I get him ready for school and take him to school and pick him up from school. And so my bracket for writing tends to be 4 days a week when I've got back home from dropping him off. So I'll work Monday, Wednesday and Friday. You know, for me, it takes about 20 minutes to get into a flow or the zone, whatever you want to call it, when you're writing. It's almost like a weird, almost meditative state when you're writing, and you can just kind of tap into those parts of your brain that you can't do most of the time. So I really need quiet, and I really need no interruptions. And so it is difficult if you've got a young family. Like, I don't write on weekends. The only times I do is if, for instance, my wife might take my son out for a few hours to go and play or visit his grandma or something like that, so I'll try and squeeze in some writing then. I think when I first started working from home doing freelance journalism, there was a bit of an expectation that because I was at home, I should, maybe do some washing and household chores. And so I had to be very clear that this wasn't me being at home, really. This was me being at work. And if I'm going to pay the bills and do what I need to, then it's important that I have the time to do this and the space to do this. A lot of authors get up very early in the morning. And if I didn't have this space in the day, then I would probably do that. But as it is, I'm very lucky in the sense that I have got a supportive family. Really, it's about being clear and ring-fencing your time. So if you know you've got a couple of hours that are spare where you want to write, let your other half know and get them to respect that time is sacred. So if you've got any questions, do get in touch. It's john@joncronshaw.com. You can also find me on Twitter. It's @JLCronshaw. So all the spellings and links are in the show notes. If you've not done so already, you can read my prequel novella, Addict of the Wasteland, which is a kind of intro to my Wasteland series. You can read that on my website. Just go to johncronshaw.com. Or if you just want to read the novel, get straight into the series, it's tinyurl.com/Wizard of the Wasteland. So until next time, cheerio. Hello and welcome to John's Author Diary for the week ending November 19th, 2017. I've had a really bad week this week. I've written nowhere near as much as I would have wanted, and my energy levels have gone down the toilet. This is because of seasonal affective disorder, which is basically every year around this time of year, it feels like everything I do is like trying to crawl through mud. This is to do with the lack of sunlight that I get in the winter, and this is exasperated by my eye condition. I found it really difficult to do anything this week. That being said, I've managed to get halfway through book 2 of the collaborative Black Death series, so that's really good. That's a good milestone. Halfway through, I feel really positive about the rest of the book, and we've got some great ideas for book 3. It's just a case of hammering those out over the next few weeks. The other collaborators are also doing really well. One of them has just finished book 1, and the other one has already finished book 2, so I'm falling pretty much in the middle there. I'm considering we've been doing this for about 6 weeks. I think that's amazing work. I think between us we've probably done more than 80,000 words, so I think that's a really positive thing. I've also been doing a proof for the audiobook to my second novel, Night of the Wasteland, so it's been really good to kind of revisit that story again and jot down any questions that need answering in the final book. I reread Gene Wolfe's first instalment of the Book of the New Sun this week, called The Shadow of the Torturer. Now, when I originally read this novel, I gave it, I think it was a 4 stars maybe on Goodreads. I really enjoyed it, but it's one of those novels that's really stuck with me, and the more I've thought about it and all the things that went on in the novel, the more it's kind of opened itself up as this kind of puzzle. And so going back to the first book after a few years, I kept finding myself having to rewind bits, going, wait, what? Hang on. And there's just so many little things, little touches that I missed the first time I read it, so much about the world that I missed, and I don't know how I missed it, but I did, and it's amazing. It's just such an amazing, multi-layered, just an absolutely staggeringly smart story. So on the back of that, I wrote about just how awesome it was to revisit this book on Twitter, and the guys from the Owlsbuzzer Soup podcast reached out to tell me that they're working on close reading the Book of the New Sun. So I've listened to their podcasts and I've kind of caught up to where they are in the book, and they are spending about an hour on a chapter, really close reading it, really deconstructing it. And even then, I think I've noticed about half to maybe 2/3 of the stuff that's been going on. So it's just an amazingly rewarding experience to kind of go back over this book and then hear someone else's perspective on the book. It's fascinating. So if you've not read it, it is a really opaque and difficult read. There's an unreliable narrator, the world is strange, the story's really bizarre, but my goodness, once you get it and once you start to unlock what is going on, it's so good. So yeah, I promised myself that maybe one day, if I make a lot of money at this writing game, then I've got the ambition to do a project that is like that. Just something really difficult. Probably difficult to write and difficult to read, and that's just layered and filled with puzzles, and it just gives no concessions to the reader. And to me, that it's just really rewarding. So recommended, but it's not a book you'd read for pleasure exactly. It's a different kind of pleasure than you'd get from some kind of adventure or action novel. It's a real kind of pleasure that you get from sitting there solving a really difficult crossword or something like that. It's great. Now, what I didn't mention was I actually wrote 5,000 words today, and it wasn't on any project that I've been working on. With the way the SAD has been affecting me, I find a really good medicine is to laugh and to find something to enjoy. So I've written about 5,000 words today on essentially a parody of a writing book in a character. Basically, I've got a pen name who is a character, and it's written in his style. So I've had a lot of fun doing that. Whether I'll do anything more with it, I don't know. But the fact that I've done this has given me a lot of energy and a lot of stuff to focus on, so that's pretty cool. Earlier this week, I had the annoying thing on Thursday of having my white cane, the end of it, break off when I was out in the street. Now, this is what I used to get around. I'm between guide dogs at the minute, so I use a cane to kind of stop me from bumping into things. And when the end broke off, it was like, oh dear. You know, I've got to pick up my son from school, I've got to take him to school. So the actual mobility issues really were really made aware to me that I need to get this sorted. So I've ordered a new cane from the Royal National Institute for the Blind, and there's a local charity called Galloway's in Morecambe, and I went to see them to see if they just had an end for the stick, and they ended up saying, look, you can borrow this one until yours arrives. So I have got a stick. It's not quite the right size, but it'll keep me going for the next few days, so I've been really grateful about that. I did have a question this week. I haven't got it in front of me, so I've not got the exact wording. Someone called Rebecca said to me that she's read my Wizard of the Wasteland book, and she was struck by the fact that it was the first book she'd read this year that was written in third-person present tense, and she wondered why I did that. So this was basically a stylistic decision I made. I read in a lot of genres, and I find the third-person present tense to be quite an unusual and rare style that doesn't get used enough, and I really like hearing it. I really like the immediacy of it. Now, what I've also found is, because it is unusual, it can put readers off, and I know for a fact that it's actually stopped some people from buying the book. We've all got our taste, we've all got things we like, we've all got things we don't. For me, I don't have that kind of thing. I listen to stories in second person, I listen to them in first person, past, present tense. It's all good for me as long as the story's good and as long as it makes sense. That's what I want. I did want to have a recognisable and distinctive voice straight out the gate with my first book, and I hoped it would have worked in my favour, but I honestly don't think it has. I think when I finish this series, I think the last book I'm going to continue for one more book, and it's going to be in the present tense third person. But then I think when I'm writing further novels, I think they're going to be in third or first person past tense. And this is just because I've got to consider the reader's experience. I don't want anything that's going to rub up against people when they're wanting to read. And I didn't realise this was a sticking point for some people, which is a shame. As I say, I think the people who feel like that about sticking to one kind of style of writing and going to limit themselves from the type of stories and authors that they're going to experience. But equally, I'm not writing these stories for myself, I'm writing these stories for readers to be entertaining. So next project is going to be third person past tense, and no doubt projects going forward will be in that kind of vein. So if you've got any questions, please do email me. It's john@joncronshaw.com. You can also follow me on Twitter. It's @JLCronshaw. I'm on Facebook. It's facebook.com/Jon Cronshaw author. And if you haven't done so already, you can check out Wizard of the Wasteland. Go to tinyurl.com/Wizard of the Wasteland and you can start reading the book today. So if you have read it, please just take a moment to leave a review. And you can also help spread the word about this podcast by leaving a review on iTunes. So until next time, cheerio. Hello and welcome to Jon's Author Diary for the week ending November 26th, 2017. I've had a much better week than I did last week. I feel like I've been way more productive. The seasonal affective disorder hasn't been so bad this week. I dug out a daylight lamp and went to the pharmacy and bought some vitamin D tablets and had some really nice emails from some of the listeners to this show. So I really appreciate that. So thanks very much for the boost. I continued work on the collaborative post-apocalyptic project Black Death. I'm now 16 scenes out of 20 into book 2, so I feel like I'm making real good progress on that. I've also started writing what will probably be a short story, maybe a kind of novelette-length piece that's based in my Wasteland series. It's essentially set between books 2 and 3 because there's a gap of about a year between the books, and it's given me the opportunity as well to explore what the Wasteland is like during the winter months. So I'm really enjoying that. That's been really fun to do. It's a world I'm very familiar with, it's characters I'm very familiar with, and so far it has been the easiest thing that I've ever written. So this is probably down to the fact that I really know the world well. I know the characters inside out. And so I'm writing this as basically just a little aside. As well as writing, I've been listening to the audiobook version of my second novel, Night of the Wasteland, and I think we're about ready to go live with that. I've just recorded my author's notes. So once everything's up, I just need to check the corrections and let the narrator know that we're good to go. So that's really exciting. I think the narrator's done an excellent job. Really enjoy his style. I think it worked really well with my writing. And he's just signed up to do King of the Wasteland, which is the third book in the Wasteland series, so that's awesome. I listened to the audiobook of Guns, Germs and Steel by Jared Diamond this week. This was a fascinating piece of work, and I think the author did a really good job using science and archaeology, history of biology, to dispel a lot of myths about racial determinism. And it was essentially about how the development of technology about domesticatable animals and farmable crops had major impacts on the development of certain societies. I've done deep historical research before, but a lot of what I did in the past was very narrow. It was about one person in a very short space of time. It was a lot of archival research, looking at things like old letters and contemporary books and things like that. What I liked about Jared Diamond's method is he seemed to pull on a lot of different disciplines to try and give history a more of a kind of scientific approach. So I thought that was really good, really well written, deeply researched. So if you just have a general interest in history, I would suggest checking that out. And I think especially for people who are writing in the fantastical genres where there's a lot of world building, so fantasy and science fiction, I think considering the world from the same perspective that he's using will be really useful. And it's something that I know that I'll probably end up doing myself going forward. I've got some questions this week. Jessica Parker asked, if I could co-author with a famous author, who would it be? I've thought about this question since I've got it, and I think I've been flipping around the answer. My initial thought was George R.R. Martin could help him finish the Song of Ice and Fire series, because, he's not getting any younger, and I really want to know what happens at the end. But then I ended up thinking about people like William Gibson, who inspired me during my early writing, and I think if I had to choose one person, it'd be M. John Harrison. I just love his style and imagination, and I think our humour would work really well together. I once did a writing workshop with him and talked to him quite a bit about his stories. And as a person, he just seems like a really nice guy. Lynn Sheridan asked, do you have any tricks to minimise inconsistencies in your work? When I do my first draft, I tend to just go through it as fast as I can, just get the words out on the page. In my second draft, try and make the sentences a bit less ropey. By the time I'm going on my third pass, I'll look out for things like, what's this person wearing? And I'll jot it down. And then in the next scene, are they still wearing that? if a person has an object, have they still got that object? And I've noticed a couple of things where I have been inconsistent that luckily I've caught out. And then as a kind of last layer of protection, I've got a group of beta readers. So these are people who will read the unedited manuscript and give me feedback on the story and things like that. And if there's anything that's inconsistent or I've done something wrong, then someone will let me know. So do keep your questions coming in. You can email me. It's john@joncronshaw.com. If you haven't checked out any of my work yet, you can visit my website, which is joncronshaw.com. There you can sign up for my newsletter and you'll get a free copy of Addict of the Wasteland, which is a prequel to my Wasteland series. So please do check that out. So until next time, cheerio. Hello and welcome to John's Author Diary for the week ending December the 3rd, 2017. I've had a pretty positive week in terms of writing. I finished my first draft of the second book to the collaborative Black Death series, so I'm really pleased that I got to the end of that now. In terms of the story, I feel that my ending was a little bit flat, but this is something that I will sort out in the second draft and really bring out the sense of conflict that I think the scenes need. I also wrote the first draft to a couple of short stories. One of these will probably end up as a prequel to the Black Death series. And I have to say, it's probably one of the darkest stories I've ever written. I mean, it's really dark. And it's not an area that I've really ventured into before with my writing. So it's been really interesting to kind of do that and write from the perspective of the most abhorrent character I could come up with. So the collaborative project has been working really well. As well as the forthcoming Black Death trilogy, we're also going to be launching a podcast in January. Now, this podcast came out of the fact we had a few kind of shared influences, and these influences were anime movies from the 1980s and 90s. And I think our minds were blown that we all had this kind of link to the same kind of films and TV shows. So what we're doing is we're going to do a podcast called Otaku on Writing, which is essentially where myself and the other collaborators watch an anime film or a TV show and look at what we can learn from it as writers. So I know that there are other podcasts out there that do things like review anime films, but I think what we're doing is something a little bit different. And then once we have picked apart a movie, we're then going to brainstorm our own short stories and then write them. So hopefully this will lead to us releasing a monthly collection of short stories. I mean, we might even do things like collaborate on novelettes or novella-length pieces. And I think it'll be a really good way for us to get more used to each other's writing and keep that creative well full. So I'm really excited about that. One of the collaborators has been working on the artwork and it looks fantastic. And I'm going to be doing things like the sound editing and stuff like that. So we've all got different skills that we're bringing to it. And I'm really excited about that. Because for some reason that I can't quite fathom, we are now in December 2017. I have written up my quarterly plans for next year, and I'll just give you a kind of quick overview of what I plan in the next 12 months. I've got a book that I'm working on called Blind Gambit, which I've mentioned before. It's set in a video game world, but it's also a way for me to talk about the issues surrounding disability and visual impairment. So my plan is to finish that in Q1 of next year and get that out probably by the start of Q2. I also want to finish all 3 books of the Black Death trilogy, have that edited, have it redrafted, have the covers, have it all ready to go. And again, I think we're going to launch that hopefully in April or May. Just depends on how everything kind of falls into place with that. And obviously with this new podcast, the fact that we'll be writing a short story every month for this, we'll probably be releasing a mini collection of short stories every month going forward, as well as our general releases. So that's really exciting. In Q2, I want to carry on with my Wasteland series. I've already outlined book 4. I like the idea of simmering on the outline for a while, letting that kind of percolate in the back of my mind, and then I can hit the ground running with that as soon as I'm done with Blind Gambit. And then beyond that, I think it just depends on how well the things go with the collaborations. I really want to produce an epic fantasy series, so I'm hoping by the end of next year I'll have made a good start on at least one of those novels. I reread Gene Wolfe's The Claw of the Conciliator this week, which is the second book in his Book of the New Sun series. Now, I read this in 2015 and it blew me away. and it's one of those books that has just stuck with me. I mentioned the other week that I had reread Shadow of the Torturer, so this is a kind of follow-up to that. This book is amazing. I love this world. I love just how much of a puzzle it is to get through, how there's so much going on, has so much strangeness, and so much that I didn't notice on my first read. So it's been a really rewarding experience to revisit that book. And again, I recommend it to anyone who does like novels that are challenging but rewarding at the same time. I've also been listening to the audiobook of Hugh Howey's Machine Learning, and there's 3 stories in that I've listened to over the last week that have been great. These are all set in his Silo series. I think they're called In the Air, In the Mountains and In the Woods. And so I've really enjoyed those. They kind of bring closure to the Silo series, or at least for one of the main characters. So really good, really worth listening to that. The whole collection so far has been great. I've really enjoyed going through that. And finally, a guy called Jerry got in touch with me on my Facebook page to ask me a question about my Wasteland series. He asked me why I hadn't explained what happened to the world, why the world is the way it is. And my answer to that is, how could I explain it? The story is written from the perspective of a person, and it's his story, it's Abel's story. And I don't know whether knowing, the world was destroyed by a nuclear explosion or whether it was destroyed by asteroids or anything like that would actually make a difference to the story. And I'll be clear, I do know what happened to the world. And there are a lot of clues placed throughout as to what happened. Let's just say that it's not just one thing. And when people read the final book in the series, I think a lot of the questions about the world and the nature of the world will be answered. And a lot of the clues that I've planted all along will start to make sense. So he got in touch with me through my Facebook page, which is facebook.com/Jon Cronshaw author. You can also email me. It's john@joncronshaw.com. If you visit joncronshaw.com, you can download the prequel to my Wasteland series called Addict of the Wasteland. Or if you just want to start with the novels, go to tinyurl.com/Wizard of the Wasteland. So until next time, cheerio. Hello and welcome to Jon's Author Diary for the week ending December the 10th, 2017. I've had a good writing week. I managed to add 12,000 words to my standalone novel Blind Gambit. Now, I've mentioned this one before. This is the novel that's set half between a video game world, half between the real world, and it's about a young lad who is trying to come to terms with visual impairment. So I've just started really getting into the story of that. I'm flying through the first draft, which is a good sign. It means the story's exciting me. Hopefully that will translate into the finished novel. So that's all I've been focusing on this week, and it's gone really well. Next week, I am to carry on with that book. One thing I've decided that I want to aim for next year is to do 12,000 words a week. And because I hate New Year's resolutions, I've started that now. I eventually want to move up to doing 15,000 words a week, but maybe build up to that. On Monday, I'll be having a Skype conversation with the people I am working on with the collaborative Black Death trilogy. So we're going to really hammer out the details of book 3, because so far it's been very easy to do. Been essentially working on our own storylines, our own point of view characters. And in the third book, spoiler alert, they're all going to come together in the same location, and hopefully there will be a lot of interplay between those characters. So it'll be really interesting to see how the characters do work together and whether we can work together doing this as collaborators. I think the guys I'm working with are really laid back and at the same time very focused on the project, so I think it'll work out really well. In other news, the audiobook for Night of the Wasteland, which is the second book in my Wasteland series, came out on Audible and iTunes this week. Really impressed with the job that the narrator Ian Coleman has done. And there's even a little author's note in there by yours truly. So if you're interested in listening to that, got an Audible credit just hanging around, go and take a listen to that. If you've never used Audible before, you can actually sign up and get 2 free tokens. So you could listen to Wizard of the Wasteland and Night of the Wasteland back to back and get really immersed into the Wasteland world if that's what you want. If you want to do that, go to tinyurl.com/Wizard Audiobook. This week, I've been carrying on with the Gene Wolfe Book of the New Sun series. So I'm on the 3rd book now, Sword of the Lictor. Again, I'm really enjoying the book. And as well as listening to that, I've also been getting into a podcast that I recently discovered called Imaginary Worlds. Now, this has been around for a couple of years, and it's presented by Eric Malinsky, who used to work on the Rugrats show. And he basically does a podcast about geek culture and about why we suspend our disbelief. And he delves into things like fantasy fiction and Star Wars, and there's episodes about The Walking Dead and things like that. So there's a lot of stuff for the geeks among us. He takes a very different take on a lot of these subjects, which I think is really refreshing. And you can really tell that the guy's done his research and he speaks to a lot of interesting people. So if you've not checked that out, it's called Imaginary Worlds. Well worth taking a look at. So with 2017 coming to an end, I was having a look at the schedule for this author diary, and I think basically there's going to be a little bit of a break over the Christmas holiday because, hey, I've got family that I want to spend time with. And so I'm not going to be doing much in the way of writing over the Christmas break, so there won't be much to report. So what I'm going to do is I've got a couple of things in mind that I'm going to put on the podcast feed, which hopefully you will find interesting. If you're enjoying these shows, please do take a moment to leave a review on iTunes or recommend the podcast to a friend. You can follow me on Twitter, it's at JL Cronshaw. You can also find me on Facebook, it's facebook.com/Jon Cronshaw Author. And if you go to joncronshaw.com, you can get a free copy of the novella Addict of the Wasteland, which is the introduction to my Wasteland series. So until next time, cheerio. Hello and welcome to Jon's Author Diary for the week ending December 17, 2017. Now, I don't know about you, but it's nearly the end of the year and I keep finding myself having to double check the date. This week has been a real mixed bag of different things, a real hodgepodge. I wrote another chapter for my Blind Gambit standalone novel, and I found myself having to do a lot of things that are writing related, but not necessarily adding to my word count. So, for example, I have started building a world-building Bible for a Space Marine project that I'm working on collaboratively. This is going to come after we've finished with the Black Death series. So I've basically built a hyperdocument, which is essentially a document that everyone can edit, and it's very easy to navigate. And so we could start dropping in all the pertinent details about the world and ships and cool things that we want to include. There's probably a lot in there that won't be included in the books, but I think it was Ernest Hemingway who said that what you see in a novel is basically the tip of an iceberg, and that there's a whole lot of stuff that's going on in the background that you don't get to see, but it all informs what's going on in the main story. And I think that's what's going to happen here. I've also been doing the same for my fantasy project and just doing the actual world building and considering the landscape and the way the world works. You know, it's going to be a really unusual fantasy setting, I'll just say that. Doing that has given me a lot of ideas for story points and places that I want to visit within the story. So it's been really useful to do that and kind of get my head around the magic system, because I'm a fan of authors like Brandon Sanderson, who take an almost scientific approach to the way magic works. I like the idea that you can quantify stuff and that there's rules, but within those rules there's also room to play and come up with innovative things. So I've been getting into the real details of that. So that's been really fun. Just a little bit worried that I'm doing stuff that feels like writing, but isn't actually writing. So apart from that, I've also started work on the second draft of the first book in the Black Death series. It's been really good to revisit that. And I think what's been surprising is just how much the characters have changed and progressed, how much they've evolved. And I think that's a good thing. I think you need characters to do that. When I write my first drafts, they are terrible. They are basically like skeletons of stories. They're little better than screenplays in terms of the amount of actual action and description that you get within them. So my second draft, it's almost like I'm saying, this is what I wanted to say, and it's given me a chance to kind of go back and do that and to improve the sentences and to add things like foreshadowing and improve the sentence structures and things like that. When I've done my second draft, I'll go back over it and I will make the sentences even better and do more of an analytical draft. But with this one, it's just about getting the story right and filling out the world. What's strange, I hear a lot of authors talk about when you edit, you cut 10%, and I end up adding about 20 to 25 just because I write so leanly. And if I cut 10% out of what I was doing, it wouldn't make sense. So it's just different authors have different methods, and that's fine. I got to meet what is probably going to be my next guide dog this week. is a golden retriever called Digit, and he was very cute. So if he passes his training, then at the end of January I should be going to stay on a 2-week residency to go and train with him and gel with him. And then hopefully come February I'll have a new guide dog. So that should be awesome. Really excited about that. I've really missed not having a guide dog. I hate having to get around with a cane. I don't feel as confident getting around. So really looking forward to that. Really positive going into 2018. Now I did something this week that I said to myself that I wouldn't do, and I responded to a review on Amazon. Now I didn't say anything that was rude or anything like that, but I've seen this happen a couple of times now, where someone will read my Wizard of the Wasteland novel, and because they're an attentive reader, they'll pick out things that I've put there as clues to something not quite being right with the world, which kind of gets revealed by the time you get to book 3. And in book 4, it's going to be all out. Okay, we know what's going on. But it's a little bit frustrating to me when the things that I'm putting there and almost making a point of showing, hanging a lantern above them, saying, hey, look, isn't this odd? And they're being picked up on as me being a bad writer or something negative. And I should shut up. I should just let people have their say, but, I'm human. So I responded and just said that, thank you for the review, and just pointed out that what he thought was bad writing was actually clues to something else. The inconsistencies are there by design, but obviously until you get to the 2nd and 3rd book, you don't really know that. So maybe that's a lesson for me to take on board as well. I've carried on reading the Book of the New Sun by Wolfe. I'm now on the final book, which is called The Citizen of Theortark. And I have to say, I'm loving this series, just revisiting it. I've mentioned it before. It's just really deep and strange. It's a definite reward rereading it. So I'm about a quarter of the way through that. I should probably finish that next week. I also finished another writing craft book, which is called Outlining Your Novel by K.M. Weiland. Now, I thought this was pretty good. I've read her book on, I think it's called Structuring a Novel before, and I felt that was a little bit too prescriptive. But this one had a lot of cool stuff in, a lot of nice little tips, and there's 1 or 2 things that I'll probably take from it, but I outline already, and there wasn't that much in there that I don't do already or I haven't tried. This thing is an ongoing process. I really want to write the best stories that I can, and I found that my method of writing works really well when I put a lot of my effort up front in terms of outlining and plotting and things like that. And I found that doing that helps me write a lot faster because I know where I'm going. And even in that process, there's still a lot of room for manoeuvre, a lot of room for change. I'm at about the 40% point in my draft for Blind Gambit, and it might be why I've ended up doing all these other kind of things, is because I think there's something not quite clicking with the outline. There's something that I need to think about and resolve. I think some people would call that writer's block. I just think it's my subconscious telling me this is what you need to do. And so I just need to think on that and maybe sit down with a pen and paper and just kind of plan that out. The one thing that did infuriate me about this book is I can't remember the exact line, but it was something along the lines of you need to wait until your muse gives you the green light to write a story. And this is the type of myth about creation and artistry and writing that needs to go. I used to write professionally as a journalist. I've done other creative enterprises in the past. And I do wonder how long it'll last in a newsroom if I said to my editor, I don't feel inspired to write today. The muse hasn't struck me. Well, I know how long it'd last. I'd get the sack. I wouldn't be with a job. So I think waiting for a spark of inspiration, waiting for some magical spirit thing to give you a story is complete nonsense, and it's an excuse not to write. I try and write every day, and it's a habit I've gotten into. Writing can be draining, especially when you're writing stories, you're really digging into yourself. And speaking for me, I want to put out a really good quality story, one that tries to be honest and tries to speak truth to power and tries to do something different. And it does have its own challenges, but at the same time, there's a lot of writers out there who are just getting on with it day by day, doing the job and writing. They sit down, they've got a routine. There's an author called Paul Teague who has a podcast that is aimed at other authors, and it was his diary that I listen to of his every week that basically inspired this. And part of his writing process is he will write 5,000 words in a session, and it's almost like clockwork. He does this. He sits down every week. He's got a set method for doing it, and then within 10 weeks, he's got the draft of a 50,000 word novel, and it's consistent. He's got a routine. And I've never heard him say on his podcast that he's got a writer's block or he's waiting for the muse. It just needs preparation and a bit of knowledge as to where you're going, which is why outlining is so useful. I've got a couple of questions today. Pete Oldin asks, how easy/hard do you find writing characters who say things you don't agree with. I don't find it hard at all to do that. I've written horrible characters, I've written really nice characters. I think the key is to be fair and respectful to the character, even if you disagree with them. Hey, apply that to life. In my Wasteland series, one of the central themes running through is the debate between religion and atheism. My main character, Abel, is very much an atheist, but he's also respectful of a Christian community who he trades with. And then within that Christian community, the characters are godly and the path of Christ is very much at the forefront of their thinking. But both of these groups' characters want to do right. And so whatever my religious or non-religious position is, whatever my beliefs are, I wanted to go at both of those characters, the atheist, the Christian, and treat them fairly and treat them responsibly. And I think that has worked. I've had emails from readers who have said they really like the fact that I've got a atheist character who's got a firm moral grounding. And then I've had a couple of people who've emailed me talking about how it's nice to see a post-apocalyptic novel with a religious community where religion doesn't make you a nutter, where people are still interested in the scriptures and doing Christian work. You know, where I stand on this is a private thing and it doesn't really matter one way or another. I do find it gives me pause for thought when someone is responding in a positive way to something I've written about something I disagree with or don't hold as a value. But I think that means that what I've done is successful as a writer. So hopefully that's answered that. I think this next question links in quite nicely. This is from Patrick Mckellen, and he asked me, do you get readers who don't like your message? If so, what do you say? I don't really think I've had anyone not like my message. My message really in the books is no matter how things get, there's still always hope. And if people find a problem with that, then I think that says more about their own worldview than it does me. But I've said this before about reviews in a previous episode. I think I said something along the lines of, it's none of my business what people think about my work. People are free to make their own interpretations and to take what they want from it. If people don't like the themes that I'm working with or the message that I'm trying to get across, then that's fine. I appreciate the fact that they have spent time in my world. You know, I think a lot of authors don't appreciate this, that you know, there's a financial thing of a reader paying for a book, and even if you're giving away the book for free, which I know some authors do, there's still the amount of time that it takes to read a 60,000 word novel. You know, that's a lot of commitment. That could be several hours, that could be over a week, it could be over a month. And so you're inviting someone into your world and they're inhabiting it for a while. And the fact that there are people out there who've done that is really humbling. So I think I've gone on quite a bit today. Hopefully it'll make up for the next few weeks. As I mentioned last time, I'll be putting some things onto the podcast feed that aren't straight author diaries, because obviously Christmas is around the corner and I've got family staying and all this. If you haven't done so already, you can read the prequel to my Wasteland series, Addict of the Wasteland, for free. Simply go to tinyurl.com/getmyprequel. Or if you just want to get straight into the novels, visit tinyurl.com/wizardofthewasteland. Remember, you can follow me on Twitter. It's at JL Cronshaw. And I'm on Facebook. It's facebook.com/Jon Cronshaw author. So until next time, cheerio.
Welcome, Patreon subscribers, to this week's episode of 10 Questions With. As you know, our guest with us this week is Jon Cronshaw. Thank you for sticking around and doing the 10 Questions With. We appreciate it.
No problem. I mean, people who support podcasts, they deserve a bonus, so here we go.
That's right. Question number 1 is, what is something that many people might not know about you?
I used to be in a fake German rock band, and we ended up playing in one of the UK's biggest art galleries, where I stood there playing a Nintendo DS next to Rodin's The Kiss.
Really?
Yep.
Wow. How long were you in the band for?
I don't know. I think we kind of did it on and off for about 3 years. It was a fake German band called The Plankton, and we just sort of tried to see how far we could push it. I mean, our first aim was to get a gig, and then we thought, oh, well, if we can get a gig with this, because it was rubbish. It was just noise and noises on a Nintendo DS put through a loop pedal. And we just thought, yeah, let's see how far we can push it. It was great.
That's very interesting. Question number 2 is, what is your writing kryptonite?
Life. I don't know, just everything else that isn't writing. You know, the need for food, and got a child I have to look after, and anything like that will just bring you out of the kind of writing groove. Because when I write, I kind of have to warm up and get into a bit of a meditative state or a zone, or I don't know what you'd call it, but I have to kind of get into this certain headspace, and it usually takes me about 20 minutes to kind of get into it. So if I'm disturbed, then that will take me out of writing for 20 minutes. And when I've got limited time because of, you know, other things, it's hard. It's hard to get stuff done.
What kind of things do you have to do in order to get into your writing zone, if you don't mind us asking?
Get out of bed, have some eggs, have some coffee, and sit in front of a computer, stick on my dictating headset and just get on with it. Because, I mean, I used to work in newspapers, and, you know, you can't go, I don't feel like writing today. My muse isn't here. You can't do that. You know, this is work. So I'll sit there, I'll do it. That's it, really.
So how do you overcome your writing kryptonite?
I've got a door that I close. And, you know, I do try and just say, look, you know, I'm going to try and get an hour done here, or my wife understands that it's important that I get this stuff written, and this is what I want to do full time eventually. So it's important in terms of, you know, I'm seeing it as well as being able to pour out my soul and all that, it's also a business. And if I don't treat it like a business, then I won't do it. I kind of put that thing there, and I do stuff at night. I get up in the morning. I just get stuff done.
Question number 3 is kind of turned into a 2-part question. And the first part of the question is, if you could have dinner with any author, dead or alive, who would you have dinner with and why?
Oh, Kurt Vonnegut.
Oh, really?
Yeah, Kurt Vonnegut, because I know that he'd probably really get on my nerves, but he'd just be full of so many great stories, and I'd try and pick his brains, but I know he'd just be, he'd probably be a bit obnoxious with me about it, but yeah, I think we get on.
So the second part of that question is, if you could co-author a book with any author, dead or alive, who would you like to co-author a book with?
This sounds really arrogant, actually, and I'm not meaning it to be. It's just because I want the novels to finish. I want George R.R. Martin to finish the Song of Ice and Fire series. And if it means me doing the work on there, George, give me a ring. You know where I am.
There we go. There we go. Or get a hold of James Patterson. I have a book idea. You just throw your name on it and I'll write it. Oh, that's funny. Question number 4 is, what book are you reading now? And then what are your thoughts on it so far?
I'm on a bit of a medieval history binge at the moment. I'm in what I'm calling my research phase. So I'm reading a book about the Habsburg Empire, which is basically the Austrian, Hungarian kind of empire from, 16th, 17th century. So I'm kind of looking at that because this fantasy story I spoke about in the podcast is kind of set in a Germanic background, and I think it's kind of classed as flintlock fantasy, where it's kind of in the emerging industrial revolution time. So I'm just been looking into that. So far, it's doing okay. It's an interesting read. So yeah, I'm enjoying it.
Now, when you do research for time periods like that, are you reading mainly nonfiction stuff, or are you reading a mixture of nonfiction and fiction?
If I'm doing historical research, I will be into archives and places and texts from the era. So I've read Chaucer recently and, looked at the medieval history books, different perspectives. I mean, my background before I went into journalism was in historical research. I did a PhD in it and got a doctorate in that. So that kind of level and detail and, that kind of research, in a way you can pull characters and things out of letters and little scraps of documents and objects that exist in the world, like gravestones or kind of standing crosses or anything like that. I mean, I know that I did a story in my collection called Her Name Was Red, and that was all set around the Lindisfarne Island on the Northumbrian coast. Obviously a fantasy version of it with different names, but it was essentially that concept, and all the kind of historical stuff was there from that place. And, there was a priory and the monastery and the old libraries and things like that. So I know a lot of authors do online research, but I always think that if you do research online, you're all going to be dipping into the same wells and coming up with the same conclusions. Whereas I think if you're kind of looking in different places, and I think you're going to bring originality into it without forcing it, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Question number 5 is, what has been the toughest criticism you've been given as an author, and then how did you turn around and use it?
Oh, I did a writing workshop in, let me think, it must have been November 2015. It was not long after I'd walked out of working for a shadow minister in this country, doing her press stuff. And Jeff Ryman, who is the author of Air and a lot of really great short stories, really respect him. He was one of the tutors on the course and he shredded my work apart. And rightly so. Like, looking back at it, it was terrible, but I was so hurt. He taught me about head hopping. I didn't know what head hopping was. I'd read Frank Herbert's Dune and thought that was okay to flitter between minds and change character perspectives without really any breaks or anything like that. And there's very few authors who can do that well. And he told me that, my first novel I tried to basically do a kind of Game of Thrones thing in a post-Earth solar system. And it ended up being this massive sprawling thing with 13 point of view characters, and just, it was too ambitious and too big. And this is why when I went back, I realised, right, I need to do a linear plot. I need to have one point of view character. This was the biggest lesson, was I'm not that good at writing to do that yet. And I think a lot of authors get disheartened when they realise, actually, I don't have the tools yet to manipulate all these spinning plates, whereas really I should be concentrating on just this one little thing and making it as good as I can. I think that was the biggest lesson, was just focusing on one train of thought, one story, one character, and basing a story around that. Basically not trying to run before I can walk, I suppose, to use a cliche.
Okay. Question number 6 is, what is the strangest thing you've ever had to research online for one of your books?
I mean, there's stuff like a dog health. Like for Wizard of the Wasteland, I've got a dog who is basically the sidekick, a dog called Pip, and she gets sick in the story. And I ended up talking to a vet all about the type of things that could kill a dog. So, if a dog got an infection from this, how long would it take them to, all these kind of questions. What would be the symptoms if this happened and this? So I basically found out how to kill a dog, which I never thought was something I'd do, but there we go.
Wow. Question number 7. Do you hide any secrets in your books that only a few readers might find?
Yes, very much so. Yes.
Can you give us a hint to maybe one of your favorites?
There is very subtle hints at something that is coming, and through each book, these hints kind of get laid out more and more. There is a kind of thing that I did that was a bit of a joke for people who've read Moby Dick. I mean, The Wizard of the Wasteland follows the same structure for the first half of it as Moby Dick, in the sense that it is about a guy who is trying to get something that he can't get. He's trying to get the white whale, and I've got chapters with titles like The Whiteness of the Whale and things like this. So there's a lot of stuff about Moby Dick woven in, but then it takes a turn and it's not like Moby Dick at all. But there is a very, I mean, my mate described it, one of my beta readers, he said it's subtly on the nose. The main character, Abel, he's got a copy of Moby Dick, he reads it throughout and he loves the book. And then the book goes missing and he finds it later and something like the last third of it has been ripped out. And it's like, I did that as a kind of comment on the structure of the novel. I've had one person mention that who wasn't the beta reader. But, I like kind of weaving in those little things, like there's a lot of stuff in book 2 that draws on Great Expectations by Dickens. And, unless you've been invested in these novels, you're not going to get them, but they're very subtle and so low down that, it's a layer that doesn't affect the story, but is a kind of Easter egg.
Oh, cool. Very neat. Question number 8 in 10 Questions With is, if you were an animated character, who would you be and why?
I'd like to think that I'd be Rick Sanchez from Rick and Morty, just because he's possibly the coolest guy in the universe. So if I could be anything like him, that would be good. Have you not watched it?
I need to watch that show. I have several people I know that watch it, and they say it's amazing.
on the surface, it's very much a science fiction, jokey kind of show, but in terms of modern science fiction on TV, it is the best science fiction on TV. I think in terms of animation, it's the best animation. In terms of comedy, it's the best comedy. It's so good. Yeah, it's really sad at points, and the characters are excellent, and just it's very, very funny. Watch it. It's really good.
I'm definitely going to have to check it out. Question number 9 is, what would your autobiography be called, and then why would you call it that?
Oh, my goodness. What would my autobiography be? That's a good question. Weirdly, I did this years ago. I actually did a autobiography called Keep or Cull, which was an autobiography of me going through my CD collection and deciding whether to keep the CD or cull it, basically send it to the charity shop. And each of these CDs, I wouldn't do a review of the album. I'd do a blog post about the memories of these songs or this album brought to me and brought back. So it was kind of like a weird autobiographical thing. So yeah, I'll just go with that because I've already done that kind of self-indulgent project. So.
That's really cool, though. I've never heard of anybody doing that. That's a neat idea. I wish I would have done that when I went through mine. Wow. Question number 10 and the final question is, what is one of your favorite quotes, whether it be inspirational or humorous, and why is it one of your favorites?
And so it goes. It's a line that comes back again and again in Kurt Vonnegut's Slaughterhouse 5, and it happens at the point of death when someone dies or something happens involving death, and it's almost like the shrugging of trauma. Ethan Hawke did the audiobook of this, and I would recommend anyone listen to this, because even if you read the novel, the way Ethan Hawke, each time he does the line, and so it goes, he delivers it in a different way, and it's like the meaning of the phrase, it almost changes because of the way he's saying it. And it's brilliant. It goes through the whole novel, and whenever I hear about someone dying or anything like that, that's the first thing that comes to my head, and so it goes, life goes on kind of thing, and it's just, that's it, it's just part of life, isn't it? So
yeah. Well, thank you for coming on and doing 30-minute author interviews and 10 questions with. It's been fun, so thank you for coming on.
Hey, no problem.
Hello and welcome to John's Author Diary. I hope you had a great Christmas. I don't know whether I did yet, because I recorded this on the 21st of December, just before my family arrive for the Christmas holidays. As I mentioned before, this isn't going to be a regular diary, but what I wanted to do was have a look back at what have been my favourite reads of 2017. Now, I don't think any of the books actually came out this year, apart from some of the short stories that I'm going to talk about. But these are books that I have read for the first time and enjoyed. So I'm going to start off talking about short stories. People who've been following my website for a while know that I listen to a short story, a poem and an essay every single day. So that means I've enjoyed over 350 short stories already this year. So ones that have stuck out to me have been The Gospel According to Mark by Georges-Louis Borges, which was on the New York Fiction podcast in October 2007. Now, I don't know why this happened, but for some reason, a bunch of stories from 2007-2008 reappeared at the top of the podcast feed. So I had to listen to some of those, and some of them were really, really good. This was a story about a man going to stay with a community, and he introduced them to Christianity. And let's just say the community treat him a bit like a Jesus figure. So it's very interesting, very dark. And because it's Borges, it's a really well-written story. I also really enjoyed The Hidden Girl by Ken Liu, which was in George R.R. Martin and Gardner Dozois's latest anthology, The Book of Swords. And this story was great. It had an assassin who had a magical ability that she could essentially slice through the third dimension and use a kind of hidden secret dimension between places in order to be a more effective assassin. And this was about her doing her first job and, let's say, having some doubts. So very good story, highly recommended. Second Suicide by Hugh Herry was another great story. This was in his collection Machine Learning. And what I liked about this is this was a alien invasion story, and it was told from the perspective of the invaders. And these aliens had their doubts, they had their fears. They were involved in a war that they didn't want to be in. So I really liked seeing that other perspective. Another story that appeared on the New Yorker fiction podcast from 2007 was John Cheever's story Reunion, and this was about a guy who reunited with his estranged father after a long time, and it didn't exactly go according to plan. What I liked about this story was it had so much going on and so much implied that wasn't actually in the text. There was a whole rich history behind the scenes, and I thought it was really well done. There was also Warmth by Jeff Ryman. Now, this was a story from the 90s. I think it was from 1996 originally, but it was done for the Clark's World podcast this year. And this is a story about a society where robot nursemaids are commonplace, and the first generation to grow up with these robot nursemaids have got this strange sense of loss and attachment to these machines. And so even though this story is over 20 years old, I was surprised at how up-to-date it felt. I think the only things that dated it were the importance of CDs and the magazine industry, which for a story that's over 20 years old is quite amazing. And then another story I really liked was Lies My Mother Told Me by Caroline Spector. This was in George R.R. Martin and Gardner Dozois's anthology called Dangerous Women, and this was a kind of superhero story, which I believe is set in George R.R. Martin's Wildcards universe. I'm not usually a fan of superhero stories, but there was a really chilling origin story in this that I felt was very effective. And hey, I might even give more superhero stories a chance now based on this. I think I'll probably buy the first Wildcards book on Audible in the new year. I've read some really interesting non-fiction as well. Time Travel, A History by James Gleick was really good. It was essentially a history of time travel as an idea, and so that was really well done, well researched. Guns, Germs and Steel by Jared Diamond was really good. This was a history of the development of human civilization, but instead of seeing it from a kind of racially determined thing, it was linking the developments in technology to things like domesticatable animals and edible grains and the flow of land in relation to changes in climate and things like that. It was a really interesting way of looking at the world, and I think it's already started to help me because I am working on world building this fantasy series at the moment. The ideas from that have already started informing what I'm doing and making me think a little bit more about explanations for why things are the way they are. During my fantasy research, I read The Time Traveller's Guide to Medieval Europe by Ian Mortimer. I liked the fact that it was a history of what life was like at the time. Now, with the fantasy that I'm doing, it's not actually going to be a medieval fantasy. I think that was my original idea, but the world I've come up with is actually far more interesting and strange. So I'm really looking forward to writing that. And then I've read some really good books on writing craft this year as well. So if you're a writer, I would highly recommend reading On Writing by Solstein and Dialogue by Robert Mckee. I've also just finished a book by K.M. Weiland, which is about character arcs. And so every time I seem to read a book on craft, there's always something new that I can add to my work to improve it. And this is a thing I think a lot of writers should do, is always be committed to improving, to making sure that their next book is better than the last one, and to always be trying to tell a better story. I think in that way you're always going to be moving forward and excited about the next project because you know that you've learnt lessons and that you're better at what you do. So finally to novels. I've reread some books this year. I've reread Gene Wolfe's Book of the New Sun, which I really enjoyed. I think that's a great series. I've mentioned it a few times in the diary, and so I'm still reading The Citadel of Theortark. I'm in the last half of it, so by the time this podcast comes out, I'm sure I'll have read it and thoroughly enjoyed it again. I also read Philip Pullman's His Dark Materials series, which I thought was great. I think when I first started these diaries, I was reading Brian McClellan's Powder Mage series, and I think that's one of the best fantasy series that I've read in a while. I really enjoyed a novel by Adam Troy Castro called Emissaries from the Dead, which is essentially a murder mystery set in space, and there's lots of weird things going on, like a very strange world and lots of cool science stuff going on. So it was a really intriguing read, big sense of wonder, just kind of going through this strange place. I read Patrick Rothfuss's The Name of the Wind for the first time. This is a book that I've been recommended so many times for years, but it's one of those books that's incredibly long. And I really like fantasy. I love epic fantasy, but I have to be really in the mood to invest in a massive epic fantasy story because it just takes so long. And I always end up finding myself thinking, well, you could have cut about 40% out of that. So, love the genre, but when I write my fantasies, they're not going to be 250,000 word fantasies. They're going to be more like 60 to 80,000 because it's got silly, really. Like, I've still not read the second book in Brandon Sanderson's Stormlight Archive. I've been putting it off because it's a 45-hour audiobook, which means I've got to invest over a month, maybe more, in this book. And I just don't know whether I've got the stomach for it. As much as I want to read it, I just find it difficult to be in a world so much. I'm working through the Book of the New Sun at the moment, and the 4 books work out to about 36 hours. And so I think once I've done this, I'll probably end up reading a bunch of novellas and shorter novels just to change the pace a bit. Earlier this year, I read John Fowles' The Collector, which was a really dark novel. It's about a guy who imprisons a woman, and it's written from the bad guy's perspective, and it's horrible. It's a really grim, dark story, and it doesn't end well. But I thought the writing in that was excellent, and just the whole tone of it gave me the creeps. And I think when a story is hitting you on that physical level, that's a rare thing, so it's not for everyone, but very good story. I also read another novel that had been recommended to me over the years called Mythago Wood by Robert Holdstock, and this was a very strange fantasy novel. This was where there was essentially a piece of woodland in the UK which embodied all of the myths of history within this area, and so there were layered different legends and things on top of each other within this space. And what I liked about it was all the way through, you weren't sure as a reader whether things were real or not. This was a story about a guy who'd been in a Second World War and was traumatised. And so there was a lot of stuff about trauma, a lot of stuff about survival. And I just wasn't sure at any point whether any of this stuff was supposed to be real, was supposed to be magical, or whether it was just a story about this guy's descent into madness. And those questions were never fully answered, and I thought that was very good and very brave of the author. And finally, the other novel that I read this year that I really enjoyed was called Hard-Boiled Wonderland and The End of the World by Haruki Murakami. Now, this was just a bizarre, surreal novel, felt like a dream. Half of it felt like a hard-boiled detective story, which was about understanding a unicorn skull. And then the other half was about this very bizarre village that seemed to be, I don't know, maybe purgatory or something. It wasn't really explained, but it was all about the borders between life and death. And there was a lot going on, and it was really just an incredibly vivid, dreamlike experience. I'm sure I've read other stuff that's been great this year. Read a lot of really good poetry and things like that, but I'll leave it there and let me know if you read any of these recommendations. Let me know what you think. I'm on Twitter. It's at JL Cronshaw. You can also find me on Facebook. It's facebook.com/Jon Cronshaw author. So until next time, Happy New Year. Hello and welcome to Jon's Author Diary for the week ending January the 7th, 2018. I'm still not back at the writing desk since before Christmas, but that's going to change tomorrow. So I'm looking forward to sitting down and carrying on, getting to the end of this first draft of Blind Gambit. I had a really fun Christmas. Saw lots of family. I've got a 5-year-old son who enjoyed all his new toys, but I think he's ready tomorrow to go back to school, and I'm certainly itching to write again. This isn't to say I haven't managed to be productive. I've got a lot of stuff done that isn't putting words on a page towards a story. I've done a lot of world building for an epic fantasy series, and I've even done an outline for 2 of the main characters in that series. So it feels really good to have stuff chugging along, squeezing 5 minutes in here and there, getting this world building Bible built up, this document that will obviously come in so useful when I finally get down to writing. I've also been doing a lot of stuff related to the collaborative project. So I've got 2 co-authors that I'm going to be working with on some projects. So we've got a podcast to launch called Otaku on Writing, which I'm really looking forward to. We're essentially going to be delving into some classic anime movies and seeing what we can learn from them, and hopefully that'll lead us on to writing more short fiction and things like that. And these are the same authors who I'm also working on the Black Death series with, and I'm really pleased that we've now come up with titles for the story. So we've got the first novel, which will be called Black Death Outbreak, and we've just received a proof for the cover from our designer, and it looks awesome. So I'm really excited to launch that. I'm waiting for the other 2 covers at the moment, and I'm like a kid waiting for Christmas. I'm just so excited to see them because I'm using the same designer who did the covers to Wizards of the Wasteland and that series, and anyone who's seen that series knows that those covers are excellent and really high quality, really effective covers. So I'm really pleased to get her back. Now, because she's so awesome, she was booked about 6 months in advance, so I've had this trilogy booked for months, and I was originally intending for it to be for my own solo projects, but it's just fortuitous that this has all kind of come into line, so I'm really pleased about that. Today, as I record this, I've reached 500 days in my Ray Bradbury challenge. I've not given up. I'm still going on. I'm halfway there. This, if you haven't seen my website or listened to any of these podcasts, is where I listen to a short story, an essay and a poem every single day for 1,000 days. I figured I should read a Ray Bradbury story to mark that, so I read Rocket Man, which was a really cool story from his Illustrated Man collection. I think 500 poems, 500 short stories is a nice amount to have read. I don't think a lot of people read 500 short stories in their lifetime, probably a fraction of that. And I think by doing it, I've learnt so much about writing and about storytelling. I think every story teaches me something. Even if it's a bad story, I can learn from that. So if you're a reader, if you're a writer, I would highly, highly recommend taking on the Ray Bradbury Challenge. I've done it for 500 days. I'm now a bit worried about what I'm going to do when the experience is over. I've only got another 500 days left. Who knows, maybe I'll double the challenge, maybe I'll go for 2,000, or maybe I'll just do it, maybe it'll just be a habit forever. If you've not done so already, you can follow along on my website, it's joncronshaw.com. I post every day what I do, what I read, so you can keep up there, check out the recommendations. Just go onto my website and click on Ray Bradbury Challenge in the sidebar and see all the fun and exciting things I've been reading. As well as the writing stuff, I am also another step closer to getting a guide dog. He is currently in my house. He's come to stay for the weekend. He's a golden retriever called Digit. He seems a lot more chilled out than my last guide dog called Watson, and he's just very sweet, very cuddly. And I'm really looking forward to training with him properly, so we can gel and work with each other going forward. So this might disrupt the diary schedule for this because, all being well, I'll be going onto residential training for a fortnight, and then immediately after that I've got a book conference in London. So it's going to be a hectic few weeks from the end of January to the start of February, but I've really missed having a dog, so I cannot wait. I will be taking this microphone with me and my laptop, and hopefully where I'm going to stay there will be some internet connection, or if not, I'll try and do it through my phone. If not, then there won't be a diary, but I will try. I will endeavour. So I think last time I recorded one of these, I was reading Gene Wolfe's Book of the New Sun. I finished that, and no surprises to find out that I thought it was excellent, loved it. I was browsing the RNIB library after I finished that just to see what else Gene Wolfe had done, and I discovered a book called The Earth of the New Sun, which is essentially a coda or a follow-up to the Book of the New Sun. And so I read this as well, and I gave it 3 stars on Goodreads. I wasn't as impressed. It felt more like fan fiction, and it seemed to lack a lot of the mystery and strangeness of the Book of the New Sun. There didn't seem to be as many puzzles, and a lot of things that were left unsaid within the Book of the New Sun that you kind of had to piece together were just put out there and just outlined. Perhaps if it wasn't part of the same series, perhaps if I didn't go in with the expectations of it being another book like the Book of the New Sun, maybe I would have enjoyed it more, but this one unfortunately didn't do it for me. As well as this, I've also been reading another book on craft. I say I try to read one of these a month. I think I read about 2 or 3 a month if I'm honest, but I've been reading a lot recently about things like characters and outlining stories. I like to outline my story. I like to have a structure there. I like to plan in advance so that when I actually sit down to write, I'm not sitting there with writer's block going, ooh, what do I need to do? So I find the whole idea of having a structure and outline really helpful. But I've found a lot of books about outlining and structure seem to fall back on the same types of structures, the same types of things that you must include in order for it to be a story. And to be honest, it doesn't leave you a lot of wiggle room for telling a different type of story. So I've been reading a book called Take Off Your Pants by Libby Hawker. And in writing circles is essentially a debate between people who are what's known as pantsers. These are people who write without planning. They just sit down and write, and then a lot of the work that would usually go into outlining, they end up having to rewrite and redo drafts and a lot of editing to pull a story out of the first draft that they've written. And so this is a book essentially about outlining stories effectively. And there was something about this book where the penny dropped for me, and I think it will change the way I think about stories and the way I build them from the ground up. A lot of the time I've thought about plot and character as kind of parallel things, and having these as a focus of my storytelling. And with this method, it's building up a story from the idea of a theme and then character, and plot is almost way down at the bottom as a priority to plan. And so now I'm starting to think about scenes in a different way. The idea that every scene should link back to the theme, this central core theme of a novel should always link back to the core story idea. And so I'm going to try that with this epic fantasy series when I've been planning these characters and planning their stories. I've not been doing it in the way that I've been doing things before, which is very led by action and plot and what kind of changes can happen to the character. This one is going to be more thematic. And so I've got 3 characters who all have the same theme going on. It's this idea of obsession and how you've got to overcome your obsession, otherwise it's ultimately going to destroy you. So I've got 3 very different characters who all have this obsession, this drive, and their lives intermingle throughout the story and come together. So I'm very excited to just try this different way of working, and I think this is the position that a lot of writers should be in. I think we need to try different methods, different strategies, different ways of working, because writing a novel is really hard. It takes a long time. You've got to invest a lot of time. And if you can find different ways to improve what you're doing, make it more efficient, then over time this will mean that you're going to be telling better stories and be a better writer. So, next week, more writing. Can't wait. Remember, you can check me out on Facebook. It's facebook.com/Jon Cronshaw author. I'm also on the Twitter. It's at JL Cronshaw. And I've now got a pinned tweet on my Twitter where you can go and you can download Addict of the Wasteland, which is the introduction to my Wasteland series. So you can check that out, give it a read. It's completely free. And if you don't like it, then feel glad that you haven't invested in the series. So I've not got any questions this week. If you want to send me a question, please email me. It's john@johncronshaw.com. So until next time, cheerio. Hello and welcome to John's Author Diary for the week ending January 14th, 2018. I've had a really productive week. I think last week I mentioned that I was really looking forward to getting back into writing Blind Gambit. Instead, I've been writing the 3rd book of the Black Death series. Over the past week, I've been getting the covers for the trilogy, and it's just really inspired me to power through the first draft of this. So in the space of a week, I'm already halfway through my first draft, and I'm really pleased with how the story's developing. I think it's going to be really fun, and it's now building into the final climax of the series. And so I'm finding it a really energising experience to be writing this and writing it at a kind of fast pace. And the covers that I've got look awesome. Really pleased with them. Very high quality, visually stunning, and they've all got the same branding, so you'll be able to tell across the series that it is part of the same sequence of books. So we've got the titles of Black Death, Outbreak, Black Death, Survival, Black Death, Apocalypse. So there's 3 books with the same title and then a different subtitle. I've had 3 writing days this week, as opposed to my usual 4. This is because on the Monday, I spent most of that training with Digit, who I mentioned last week came to stay, and we've now been officially matched, which is awesome. So on the 22nd, I'll be travelling down to Bolton and spending 10 days on a residential training with the dog. And so that's going to be great. I'm going to miss being away from my family, but it's definitely going to be worth it to have the guide dog at the end. I've set myself the challenge of writing 3,000 words on my writing days, and so far I'm doing that really well. I'm hoping over the next few months to increase that target to 3,500 and then eventually to 4,000, because if I can write 16,000 words in a week, that means I can write the first draft to a novel in a month. And if I'm going to do this as a sustainable business, I'll need to be releasing a substantial work every quarter. In other news, I started reading the 2nd book in Brandon Sanderson's Stormlight Archive. Been put off this because of just how long the audiobook is. It's nearly 50 hours. I'm listening to it on, I think it's 1.6 times normal speed, so it's still going to take a while to get through, but I think I'm about 10 or 12 chapters in, and it is really good. I love Brandon Sanderson's writing. I don't know why I was so funny about getting back into it. His world's brilliant. I love his magic systems. I love his style of writing. It's very clear, it's very crisp. And if I can get my writing up to that level when I start doing fantasy, I'll be very happy. So again, I've got no questions this week, but if you want to send me some questions, please do. It's to john@johncronshaw.com. You can also find me online at johncronshaw.com, on Twitter at JLCronshaw, and on Facebook /Jon Cronshaw author. If you haven't already, please do leave a review for this podcast on iTunes. So until next time, cheerio. Hello and welcome to John's Author Diary for the week ending January the 21st, 2018. I've had a really busy week. I've been trying to get as much done as possible before I go off next week to do my guide dog training. I think I mentioned last week that I wanted to get to the end of the first draft of Black Death Volume 3. I'm not quite there, but I've written 20 scenes and it's ended up that some of those scenes were a bit longer than I thought, and I've also got to add about 4 more. And as the original outline was 20 scenes, I'm quite pleased with the progress of that. I'm really enjoying writing this story. I think the characters are really strong and the story's full of a lot of emotion and action. So I'm not sure when I'm going to be able to finish off this draft. It might be that I get time during the guide dog training to write some words, say in the evenings, because I'm going away for 10 straight days, so I'll probably have the evenings free to get some writing done. In other news, I have released the box set for my first trilogy. So the Wasteland series is now available as a single box set. This is a third cheaper than buying the book separately, and it's also available on Kindle Unlimited. So if you want to immerse yourself in that world, you can go and visit tinyurl.com/The Wasteland Trilogy. I'm still reading Brandon Sanderson's Words of Radiance. I'd say I'm about a third of the way through. As I've mentioned before, this is about a 50-hour audiobook, so I think I'm going to be on this one for a few more weeks. I also read a really cool story this week by Hugh called The Plagiarist, and this is about a guy who goes into these very detailed virtual worlds in order to plagiarise their best literary talents. So he's essentially going into these randomly created universes and finding the Shakespeares and people like that. So it's a really cool premise for a story, and it's got a very satisfying ending. I've had a question this week. Helen asked, what's the biggest thing you've learnt as an author since starting? I think there's 2 answers to this. I think the first thing that authors need to do is to finish their project. I think I've got about 3 significant abandoned projects over the past few years, and I wish that I'd finished them. But along with that, there's a lot to be said for letting go and not getting stuck in a project once it's done. So I think I mentioned before that I wrote a epic space opera that I wasn't ready for as an author. I didn't have the skill set to write it. I went in with no planning, no outline, and what I created was a mess. And I think I spent nearly 2 years messing around with this, tweaking it, redoing lines, rewriting it. And I think the best thing I did was to just walk away from it and know that it was time to leave it. So if you've got a question you want to ask, please email me. It's john@johncronshaw.com. That's JONCRONSHAW. You can also follow me on Twitter. It's at JLCronshaw. And I'm on the Facebook.com/Jon Cronshaw author. So I'm not sure what's going to happen with the diary next week, as I'm going to be away doing my guide dog training. There's a possibility that where I'm going won't have internet. And then the week after that, I've got a book conference in London. So the schedule for the next few weeks might be a bit iffy, but I'll see what I can do. I'll try my best. So until next time, cheerio. Hello and welcome to John's Author Diary for the week ending the 28th of January 2018. I'm recording this while on guide dog training. I've been here all week learning how to work with my new guide dog Digit. You'll probably notice that the sound quality on this episode isn't as good as usual. That's because I'm recording it on my mobile phone. I didn't bring my recording equipment with me for my usual podcast, so apologies if this sounds terrible. I've not got a great amount of writing done this week just because I think I underestimated how intense and how tiring the whole experience is of learning to train with a new dog. I did manage to do some outlining and write about 3 chapters, and I've been tightening up some of my writing in the Black Death series. So it's just little bits here and there, but I'm glad that even though I've been busy with the training, I've managed to get some work done. I've had a really nice time on the course. There's 4 other people training with dogs. I've got Digit, who's a golden retriever, and we've been gradually working through the week doing more complex things. So on the first couple of days, it was just about obedience and walking him on the lead and just making sure that he was walking okay with me. And then it was a case of working with him in harness around residential streets. A lot of the routes were very simple, lots of straight lines, lots of simple curbs for the dog to cross. And then we've gone up to doing things like shopping streets and supermarkets. Today, We had Digit guiding me around an obstacle course, which is basically a small area that's littered with traffic cones and roadwork signs and things like that. We also learned what to do when the dog comes across something like a car that is parked across a pavement. And to cap off the Sunday activities, he went for a free run in the Guide Dog Centre near Bolton. And so they've got a whole big indoor space where the dog was able to run around. And let me tell you, he's got a great gallop on him. He was running up and down for ages. I think he could have gone on all day. I think all the work and concentration of the week, it was just great for him to kind of let his hair down and get rid of some of the pent-up energy I think he was getting. So I've really enjoyed meeting some of the other trainees on the course. It's weird, my granddad had the same condition as me before he passed away, but I don't really have anything to do with any other visually impaired people, so I'm a bit in a bubble from that community. So it's been nice to talk to people about visual impairment and blindness and the kind of shared experience and having a laugh about some of the things that only people with visual impairments get. We've also had some good conversations about tech that is accessible, and I think putting the world to rights as well about a number of social issues. So it's been fun, it's been really nice, but at the same time I really miss my wife and son. So they've been at home all week and they came up to visit today, and where we're at there's a swimming pool, so we went for a swim. And my son, he's just doing his swimming lessons at the moment, so he's really trying hard to swim and do dives under the water. I think he's a lot braver than I was at that age when it comes to water, so very pleased with how that goes. If you've sent any questions this week, I've not really checked my emails, so I will get to them next week. If you have a question, please email john@joncronshaw.com. The link, as ever, is in the show notes. I'm continuing to listen to Brandon Sanderson's Words of Radiance, which is a second book in his Stormlight Archive series. I've got about 15 hours left of the audiobook, so I'm getting through it. I should have it done by the end of next week. I've really enjoyed the story. I really like Brandon Sanderson's writing, and I'm umming and ahhing as to whether to carry on with the series straight away, just go straight into the next book. I've got a feeling it's probably going to be another 50-hour audiobook. So remember, you can follow me on Twitter. It's @JLCronshaw. You can also find me on Facebook. It's facebook.com/Jon Cronshaw author. And if you do have a second, please leave a review on iTunes for this show. So until next time, cheerio. Hello and welcome to Jon's Author Diary for the week ending the 4th of February 2018. This show's coming out a day late because I have had a crazy couple of weeks. I've been so busy and now I am really tired. When I recorded the show last week, I was on guide dog training. I finished that on Wednesday, spent a day at home, and then I was on a plane to London to go to the 20 Books London conference, which is a conference for independent authors like myself. Now, I had a really good time at that conference. I met a lot of people who I've been speaking to for a while on Facebook, people who before now have just been names, have just been pictures, have just been voices on podcasts and things like that. So it's a really great opportunity for me to meet these people in person. And it was great to find out that some of them actually listened to the podcast and spoke to me about this. So I'm going to say a quick hi to Paul Teague and to Claire Sager, who both said that they enjoy listening to me rambling on. Paul is a science fiction and thriller author. He's got a thriller called Don't Tell Meg, which I believe is doing well and has got a lot of good reviews. Personally, I don't read thrillers, so I wouldn't be able to recommend that, but I would recommend his novel The Grid, which is a science fiction novel, so I would check that out. Claire Sager, she's a historical fantasy author, and so I talked to her about some of my fantasy writing, and she mentioned that she's interested in maybe starting her own podcast. So if you're interested in listening to authors talk about their lives and their work, as soon as she starts doing that, I will let you guys know. It's now the Monday after the conference, and I'd booked my flights and my travel. So I got a plane from Heathrow to Manchester and then booked a train back from Manchester to Morecambe. I found out about an hour before I was going to set off that all the trains from Manchester had been cancelled, that there was engineering work on the line, and it was okay. There was replacement buses. The last replacement bus was at 7 o'clock in the evening. My flight was at 10 to 8, so that didn't help. So basically, I had to scramble, and it ended up that my wife drove on a 140-mile round trip to pick me up from the airport. So what a complete star. As regards writing, I think I've been putting it off long enough to say this, but I hate to admit that I haven't done any writing in the past week. I've been so tired. with everything that's going on. I'm really busy. I did manage to outline a novella that I'm writing collaboratively with Lynn Sheridan and Killian Carter, and this is going to be a kind of space marine story, so I'm really looking forward to writing that. I've outlined my bit, and I think the way we're going to do it is I'm going to write one point of view, Lynn's going to write another, and then Killian's going to come in and do the edits and improvements and add in some more humour, because it's going to be a kind of humorous Space Marine story. As regards my guide dog Digit, I'm happy to say that he is now qualified as a guide dog as of today. So I had guide dogs come around my house this morning, and we did probably about a 2-mile route, 2.5 miles, something like that. And when we finished, they let me keep the harness. I had to buy the dog off guide dogs for a nominal fee, so I had to give them a 50p so that Digit is mine. So now that he's qualified, what will happen is they'll come back over the next few days. I think they're coming back on Wednesday and Friday, and we're going to practice some different routes in the area. And I think on next Monday, we're going to go to our local vets and get him accustomed to visiting there and just get him to have a check-up and things like that. So it's a long, drawn-out process, if I'm honest. I'm just really looking forward to getting back to my normal routine, because the guide dog training, I mean, that nearly went on for 2 weeks. And then the trip to London, I've essentially spent a fortnight in a hotel. And this might sound glamorous, but it soon gets tiring. I think I mentioned last week that I thought I'd be finished with Brandon Sanderson's Words of Radiance, the second book in his Stormlight archive. And I'm nearly there. I've got about 8 hours left to listen to. It's such a long audiobook, and what with keeping up with my Ray Bradbury challenge as well, of reading a short story, a poem and an essay every day, everything else kind of got in the way. So I've got this week now to kind of regroup, and then I've got a scheduled week off anyway because of it being half term and my son being at home and my wife being off work. So it's going to be a bit iffy in terms of word count, I think, for the next few weeks. But I am going to try and keep things ticking over, aim to write at least a scene a day if I can. My main task that I need to do is I've received the audio back for King of the Wasteland, which is the third book in my Wasteland series. And so I've already listened to the first 4 chapters just to check if there's any mistakes, that it matches the text, because when you submit it to Amazon, it needs to be matching the text, so you can use the Whisper Sync function if you're reading it on Kindle as well. So that's going to take a few hours to do. Again, I think Ian Coleman's done a really good job on the narration, and I think as a performer he seems to be getting better with each book he does of mine. So over the next week I have got 3 more scenes to write for the first draft of the Black Death trilogy, so I'm nearly there with that. If I can do that, I'll be happy. I also want to carry on Blind Gambit now, because this book has been hanging over me for months. It's been difficult to write because a lot of the emotion and a lot of the storyline is a bit close to home. It's quite raw, and so it's a lot slower than, you know, some of the post-apocalyptic stuff that I'm doing, which is a bit more fun and a bit less personal. So I've still not checked my email as to whether I've got any questions, so I do apologise if they're sitting in the inbox. I will get to them. If you've got a question, please send it to john@johncronshaw.com. You can also find me on Twitter. It's at JLCronshaw, and I'm on Facebook. It's facebook.com/Jon Cronshaw author. Now, if you've not read any of my books yet, you can get a copy of the prequel to my Wasteland series for free. Go to tinyurl.com/getmyprequel, and I've got it set up so it'll send it directly to your inbox. So until next time, cheerio. Hello and welcome to John's Author Diary for the weekend in February the 11th, 2018. I've had a really productive week. I've finished the first draft of the Black Death trilogy. So I've got my contribution to 3 books, waiting now for the rewrite. So I'll let those simmer for a couple of weeks before I go back to them. I've also gone over the audiobook for King of the Wasteland, which is the 3rd book in my Wasteland series. And it's at a point now where I've submitted it to Audible for publication. So pending their review, it should be live in a few days. I was really happy with Ian Coleman's narration. I think his voice adds a different dimension to my work, which I think is good for conveying a story in a different format. I can talk for days, but I don't think I would be able to read an audiobook with the inflections and characters, giving different people different voices, that kind of thing. So as well as my fiction writing, I've also been offered a freelance gig with The Guardian. They essentially want me to do an opinion piece about guide dogs, following a recent video that went viral, which showed a guide dog owner and his dog on the escalators of the London Underground and someone insisting that they get to shove past them. So me, with my business head on, I thought there's probably a way that I can reach a wider audience with my forthcoming novel, Blind Gambit. Now, I'm still halfway through the first draft, but because of having this opportunity to talk about the experience of being visually impaired to a large audience, I've put a little note at the end of the article as a little bio saying who I am and a line about the book. So what I've had to do is put Blind Gambit on pre-order. So I now have a release date. It's going to be May the 10th. This means I need to get the draft done and in a good state by the middle of March so I can get it redrafted and edited before that date. Now, I work really well when it comes to deadlines. I think they always have motivated me. This is why I worked well when I was a journalist. And I realised I've been working on this manuscript probably for nearly a year now, so it's going to be good to give it that final push because there's always been other things that I can do before doing this. And it has been a hard write. It's been a bit of a slog because of the emotional rawness of some of the things that I'm dealing with. And because of it being an international audience as well at The Guardian, I'm putting the book up on places like Kobo and Apple iBooks. So this will be the first release that I'm doing which isn't exclusive to Amazon. So it won't be part of their Kindle Unlimited scheme. It will be just a general release. And I'm hoping that that will bring in some new readers and get more eyes on what I'm doing. I'm still reading Brandon Sanderson's Words of Radiance. I've got about 2 hours left, so I'm nearly there. It's taken a while to read this. I also finished Ian Banks's The State of the Art short story collection this week, and I admit I got a bit maudlin about it because Ian Banks died a few years ago and he was an amazing talent. He died too young. I love his writing. I think he had a tremendous imagination. And on the one hand, it's great that we've got this legacy. We've got all these books that he wrote in several different genres. But at the same time, it's now a closed book. His life's over and there's nothing new to come. And I think what that has done has given me a bit of a strange drive that I want to put out as many good books as I can because you never know what is around the corner. I've got a few questions this week. Sarah asked, how do you come up with your characters? This is a difficult one because I think every time I do, it's a different type of thought process that goes into it. When I came up with my character Abel in my Wasteland series, I started with his flaws. So, for example, he has been a drug addict. He's occasionally suicidal. He's also trying to work through his own relationship to things like religion and his place in the world. What I find really useful when I come up with a character is to write a short story from that character's perspective or about that character. This way I can get in tune with their voice and how it will read on the page, and that's a really useful process for me. E.M. Swift Hook asked, how does where you live figure into your writing? I think where you live has a profound effect on what you write, and all your experience of places you live also filter into what you do as a writer. So in my Black Death series, it's set in places that I've lived. So we go from Wolverhampton to Leeds and Morecambe. They travel along the M6, which is a motorway that I've been down far too many times and I'd like to have. Between moving to Morecambe from Leeds, we stayed with my mother-in-law for about a year, and she lives in this place in Cumbria, tiny little village. Nearest shop is 3 miles away. There's no footpaths. No street lights. It's very isolated. It's cold. It's desolate. And that's what I was looking at when I was writing my Wasteland books. So there's a scene in my Wasteland books where they go down this road carpeted by rotten apples. And I actually had this. I experienced this myself. So I got the smell. I got the tiny bugs flying around. I got the squashy feeling of the apples exploding beneath footsteps. And now where I live in Morecambe, I'm by the sea. I'm starting to get inspired by the coast, by the waves, by the sound and smells. And so with this fantasy series that I'm outlining at the moment, a lot of it is set around the sea. So I think, yeah, the influence of place on my writing is quite a major one. Angela Wiggins sent me 3 questions that are specifically about my Wasteland books. First question she asked is, what is pleasure? Now, within my Wasteland series, drugs and addiction are one of the main themes. And the drug within the world is called pleasure. Now, I've never been specific about what the drug actually is, but when I was coming up with the ideas for it, it was essentially a crystalline drug that you smoke that's a stimulant, something along the lines of a crystal meth or crack cocaine, something like that. And the word pleasure came from me typing different words into Google Translate and seeing what the sounds of things I liked. And I think plezara, I think it was the word. I can't remember which language it was. It might have been Spanish, I don't know. But I like that sound, the plez in that. So I took that and that became the drug in my Wasteland series. Okay, second question. What is the difference between the grid and the city? The grid and the city are about 70 miles apart within the world. I see the grid as something like an old junkyard or a big car park where lots of cars are left and people have made them their homes. The city is literally an old flooded city, and so in the second book, Night of the Wasteland, a lot of that is set around exploring the old buildings and scavenging and trying to find this boy who my main character Abel takes under his wing. And finally she asked, how did the world get destroyed? This is something within the books that the characters don't know yet, but book 4 will answer a lot of these questions. So I'm sorry, but you're going to have to wait on that one. The clues are there. If you look at the landscapes and the descriptions, you should be able to piece together what happened. So if you've got a question you want to ask, you can email me. It's john@joncronshaw.com. Promise that I'll get to them a bit quicker this time. Over this next week, I don't know what kind of writing I'm going to do. It's my son's half term from school, and I do enjoy spending time with my family. So it might be that I don't get much work done this week. So if you've not done so already, you can follow me on Facebook. It's facebook.com/Jon Cronshaw author. If you're on Twitter, it's @JLCronshaw. And if you've not read any of my books yet, you can get the free prequel to my Wasteland series. It's called Addict of the Wasteland. Simply go to tinyurl.com/getmyprequel and I'll send the book to your inbox. So until next time, cheerio. Hello and welcome to John's Author Diary for the week ending February the 18th, 2018. I'll get it out of the way to start with. I've not written anything this week. I had a scheduled week off and it's been great. My son was off school, so we drove down to the Midlands to see my family. So I was able to catch up with my mum and my sisters and my brother and my niece and nephew and an old school friend. So it was really good to see them and to introduce them to Digit. After staying the night there, we went to London by train. We stayed near Euston. Even though we were only there for 2 nights, we crammed in a lot. We took my son to the British Museum, to the Natural History Museum to see the dinosaurs. We took him to see Buckingham Palace, and he did a little dance outside, hoping that the Queen would look at him out of the window and wave at him. She didn't. I think it's really important as writers to take a break from the day-to-day of writing books. I mean, over the last few weeks, because of guide dog training and things like that, that's probably been a bit longer than it would have been, but it's nice to refill the creative well and get lots of ideas for new stories and inspiration from objects within the museums. So I'm really glad that we did that. I mentioned last week that I did a freelance piece for The Guardian, and that did really well in terms of engagement, and my Twitter timeline for a few days was just filled with hundreds of people copying me into tweets and things like that. So it was a bit annoying. I think I might have missed out on a few friends getting in touch with me, but it's good to see that what I'd written, which was about my experience of discrimination as a guide dog user, got through to a few people. So that was really good. I did have the annoying experience on the way back to Wolverhampton yesterday with a woman demanding that I moved out of the priority seat because she had a booking. Now, the priority seats on UK trains are for people with disabilities. If you're disabled and someone sat there, then the person who sat there, if they're not disabled, should get up and move. She was insisting that she'd booked the seat and I should move. She flapped a bit of paper in front of me telling me that the computer says I've got a reservation. This is the number. This is what I've booked. I'm sorry, but you'll have to move. I told her that a number doled out by a computer is not a replacement for human decency. So I told her she should go and see the train manager and get reassigned. She ended up sitting on the table opposite me, tutting the whole way. Hopefully I made her feel quite awkward. In more positive news, I finished, finally, Brandon Sanderson's Words of Radiance. I love that book. I thought it was great. I gave it 5 stars on Goodreads. It was excellent. It took me a while to do, but it was well worth it. After the 50-hour epic that was, I read a novella called Home by Nnedi Okorafor, which is a follow-up to her book Binti, and it follows the same character as in the first novella, and now this is about a 4-hour audiobook, so I got through this in an afternoon, and it was really good. I really like the world building and the character and just the different emotional stakes that you get with that story than you do with a lot of other science fiction stories. So I highly recommend that, but I would go for Binti first and then follow the rest of the series. I'm currently reading a non-fiction book called The Clockwork Universe, which is a history of the Royal Society in London. But really, it's basically a history of science around the 17th century. And I always find when I read non-fiction that I pick up on something that I can use in a story or just something that grabs my imagination that I can't shake. And so when I was doing my research for The Plague, I was reminded about plague doctors, and so those characters have now featured in the Black Death series in quite a prominent way. And now, I don't know how I'm going to use it yet, but I found out about cat pianos. Now, I'd never heard of these before, and when I heard cat piano, I thought YouTube videos of cats playing piano. Now, this was a device that was made using caged cats, and a series of spikes were attached to piano keys, and when you press them, it would prod the cat, and the cat would let out a squeal in the only way that cats can. And so these cats were apparently selected for their particular tone, so you could get a nice little scale by prodding cats with spikes. Now, this is dark enough, this is grim, but I don't know. My thought when I first read this was, how can I have this with people in one of my stories? And it's one of those thoughts that's been festering in the back of my mind for a few days, so that's usually the sign that there's something there. So who knows, more news on that soon, maybe, we'll see. I've put a story on pre-order called Clockwork Titan, which is, if you've ever read any of my fantasy stuff, it's in the same world as my Her Name Was Red short stories. This is a story in the Ulteruvium Expanse, which is a collaboration between 12 authors. So we've all written a short story based on the same prompt. And so we've got people like M.K. Clark and T.S. Brothers and Lynn Sheridan and Killian Carter all writing within this series. So mine's on pre-order now for March the 20th. It's called Clockwork Titan. So please do check that out. I've got no questions this week, but if you want to send any, send them to john@joncronshaw.com. That's JONCRONSHAW. You can also follow me on Twitter. It's @JLCronshaw. And so until next time, cheerio. Hello and welcome to John's Author Diary for the week ending February 25th, 2018. I can't believe it's already the end of February. Where is 2018 going? I've had a really busy week. I'm now up to 32,000 words on my first draft of Blind Gambit, and I'm almost at the halfway point of the story. I'm really pleased with how it's going, but I think next week I'm going to have a little change around and actually write out of order, because the way I've been writing this, I've been following my outline, going through each chapter at a time, in the order that they'll appear in the book. Now, this is a story that's set half in the real world, half in a virtual world, and it's told from a first-person perspective, so it's from the viewpoint of the character. And the central piece of speculative technology within this book is this thing I'm calling a B-chip, which is essentially an implant that people can have in their brains when they're blind, and they're able to see within a virtual world. So they're able to experience things as sighted people would, but only within the game world. So I think what I need to do is write the chapters within the real world all together and then do the ones within the game world. Because I think what is slowing me down is that I'm flipping between two very different styles of telling a story. In the real world, my main character is completely blind, and because it's told from what he's experiencing, I'm having to really think about expressing things in a non-visual way. So having to flip between those mindsets is actually quite challenging. So next week I'm going to focus on doing one particular storyline and see if that just brings up my speed a little bit, because I want to get this redrafted and sent off to my editor by Easter. In other news, the audiobook for King of the Wasteland went live. Finally, that seemed to take a while after I submitted it to come out. So that means the trilogy is now on Audible. So I'm hoping that will lead to more people getting into the audiobook, because I guess if you see that there's only 2 audiobooks or 1 audiobook from a series, that might be a barrier for people. Now, I've mentioned before that I write 4 days a week, and I'm now going to start focusing my Thursdays on doing things like, I suppose, what you'd call professional development. So taking courses, learning skills that I need to improve what I do as an author. So this past week I did the first half of a Udemy course on editing. And it wasn't quite what I expected, because it is editing from a perspective of journalism. And so the guy who's doing the course has got a lot of experience with places like The Economist and The Washington Post. And what he did was go through in great detail how he turns a mess of an article into something that sings on a page. Now, even though this isn't directly related to fiction, I think that it will help me think about sentences, think about structure and things like that. And I think anything like that that kind of gives you that extra set of skills is just a great way to make what I'm doing a little bit easier. I finished The Clockwork Universe by Edward Dolnick. I thought it was okay. I gave it 3 stars on Goodreads. This was a book that was about the history of the Royal Society, but although I found a lot of it interesting, there was also a lack of depth that I tend to expect with non-fiction stuff, so that was a shame. I've started reading a book called The Glass Bead Game by Herman Hesse. Now, because of the way I write and the kind of books that I like, I found this really hard to get into. It's quite a deep philosophical book. I have no problem with that. I was listening to the audiobook and it was an hour and 18 minutes into the audiobook before we were introduced to a character. He spent more than 5% of the book essentially setting up the context and the world. And for me, I'd rather just see the character in the world and work out what's going on. Maybe it's a taste thing, I don't know, but I found it boring. But now we're into the story. It seems like it's going to be interesting, so I'll stick with it. I read a really cool Philip K. Dick story this week called The Exhibit, which was about a man in, I think it was the 23rd century, who got lost in a virtual world, a virtual rendering of the 20th century that was so realistic it gave him new memories and things like that, and he convinced himself that the world that he was in was real, and then he wasn't sure whether the world in the 23rd century was real or the world that he was in now was real. And when he went back to the 23rd century, he convinced himself that it wasn't a virtual representation. He'd actually stumbled upon a time gate. And it's got one of those gut punch endings, which I really love. So, great story. It was in the... I've just bought the Electric Dreams collection, which I think is a spin-off of the series, but it's basically a collection of Philip K. Dick stories, so you can't go far wrong with that. So I've not had any questions this week. You can email me. It's john@joncronshaw.com. You can follow me on Twitter. It's @JLCronshaw. And if you want to start reading any of my work, you can get Addict of the Wasteland for free. Simply go to tinyurl.com/getmyprequel and I'll send you a free copy. So until next time, cheerio. Hello and welcome to John's Author Diary for the week ending March the 4th, 2018. I think this is starting to become a catchphrase, but I've had a really busy week. I've been working really hard to try and get this draft of Blind Gambit finished. Now, last week I mentioned there was something slowing me down with the draft. The book's outlined in quite a bit of detail, so I know that the story itself is fine. But what I was finding is when I flipped between the real world and the virtual world within the story, it was really slowing me down because my main character's blind and is able to see the virtual world in all its vividness. But in the real world, I'm having to use different central cues, so it's taking me a lot to think about how I'm writing these chapters. And because I was following the outline, I was flipping between these different ways of writing, these different mindsets, and I changed it up this week. Now, I think last week I was just approaching the midpoint. I think I was somewhere around scene 23, 24. I'm at a point now where I've only got 3 scenes left to write, so making this little change in ordering my scenes. So I wrote all the real world scenes together, and then I'm writing all the virtual world scenes now. Doing that has meant that I've written about 24, 25 scenes this week, which is quite amazing. So I'm hoping that I should have the first draft done on Monday. There's 3 more scenes to write. They're quite long scenes. They're the climax of the story within the virtual world, so I know that they're going to be quite lengthy and detailed. But I'm hoping I can get at least the first draft of those done on Monday. And then I'm going to have a few days off, maybe write a short story and get to the rewrite next Monday. In other news, I've been invited to be a part of Morecambe's Steampunk Festival as an author. I'm going for a meeting with the organiser of that on Wednesday, so who knows what that will entail. But I'm really looking forward to getting involved in things like that, involved in festivals and conventions and that kind of thing. I feel that they're a really good way to meet other authors and reach out to new fans. So I'm really excited about getting involved with that. I carried on with my Udemy course on editing this week as well and finished that. Now, I'm not sure how much this will actually add to my fiction writing, but for my freelance journalism, I think it's going to be really helpful just to kind of think about the way I structure articles and things like that. I mean, I'm at a point now with my freelance career that I am winding it down. I'm only taking commissions now by invite, so I'm not chasing around trying to pitch ideas. So it's nice to do that because it is a different style of writing. It is much more immediate. And I think it's good just to keep one foot in the door with places like The Guardian just in case, for some reason, this author thing doesn't work out for me. I was out with Digit the other day, just going for a walk, and I had a great idea for a series of science fiction novellas, which I'll add to the list. I said to myself I'll work on it once I've got the 4th book of the Wasteland series done, the Black Death series, 2 fantasy series, and a space opera series that I've got planned. I've sent off the briefs for the cover for Wasteland Book 4, so that is going to happen. I've got an outline, I'll have a cover. I've also ordered a cover for the first book in the Epic Fantasy series, which I feel like I've been world building for far too long. I think before I even started writing Wizard of the Wasteland. But having the cover there will mean I will write it. I'll have something to aim for. I've carried on reading Herman Hesse's The Glassbead Game. Now, I've really enjoyed this book. I think last week I was a bit down on it because of the introduction, the prologue, which took over an hour to get through and didn't even introduce us to the main character, or any characters. But now I'm into it, I really like what the author's doing. It's put together a bit like a historical treatise on this person. So there's conjecture, there's quotes, there's threads of uncertainties, and I think that's really cool. So it's quite satirical. It's about religion and institutions, and academia especially. So it's worth a read. I've got about 4 hours left. It's not the most dynamic of books in terms of action or anything like that. But if you like a book that'll make you think, then it's a good read. As well as that, I also read a really cool Philip K. Dick story. This one was called The Commuter. And this is a kind of alternate history story, I guess you'd call it, a kind of parallel universe tale where a potential history comes into existence 7 years after the event that meant that it shouldn't have happened. And so this is about the appearance of a town and a community, but this town shouldn't exist. And it appeared from nowhere as if it was always there. And so it's that classic kind of Philip K. Dick story where it just messes with your head enough to leave you wondering what's going on. And that was in his Electric Dreams collection, which I've been working through. So do check that out. Finally, I've had a question from E.M. Swift-Hook, who asks, how does your interest in art connect to your writing? That's a good question. I've not really thought about that before. I guess I've always had a kind of creative drive. And over the years, this has manifested in many different ways. When I was growing up, this meant playing guitar or creating computer games on my Commodore 64. As I got older, this meant painting and doing things like performance art. And then over the last few years, this has meant writing fiction. Now, I don't really see these as separate things. They're all part of the same kind of creative drive that I have, and they all satisfy the same itch. I get very twitchy if I don't write or if I don't create something. And I think one of my biggest frustrations I used to have in full-time work was that whatever I was doing, I felt like I was wasting my time. In terms of how it figures into my work, if you're talking about art in the visual art sense, I mean, one thing it taught me was to not go with your first idea, to sketch. So with characters, for example, I'll do a sketch, and then when I do this, this will be in the sense of I will write a short story with that character to get their voice, to get their feel. It's also taught me just to do stuff, just to get on with things, to not wait around for someone else to give you the go-ahead. You know, I ran my own art magazine about a decade ago, and put on exhibitions and organise music festivals and things like that. And this is why I'm an indie author, because I don't want people to tell me what to write, what to do, how to do it. I'm in control of this, and if I mess up, then it's on me. And so that kind of DIY spirit of just getting out there, doing it, kind of a bit of a punk feel, in the sense that I've got no interest in seeking an agent or trying to impress an editor at a conference. My thing is I want to write books, I want people to read them, and then I want to write more books and have more people read them, and so on, and so on. And so I suppose it puts in me this workman-like production where I don't sit around waiting for a muse. I just get on with it. And then when I'm happy with the state of the text, then it goes for a professional edit. So I know that what I'm putting out is of a sufficient quality. So if you have any questions, please email john@joncronshaw.com. That's JONCRONSHAW. You can follow me on Twitter. It's at JLCronshaw. And I'm on Facebook, it's Jon Cronshaw Author. If you haven't done so already, you can download Addict of the Wasteland, which is the prequel to my Wasteland series, for free. Simply go to tinyurl.com/getmyprequel, and the story will be delivered to your inbox. So until next time, cheerio. Hello and welcome to John's Author Diary for the week ending March the 11th, 2018. I've had an interesting week. I managed to finish the first draft of Blind Gambit, so I've let that settle for a few days before I go back to the rewrite tomorrow. Now I know that what I've got at the moment is an unpublishable mess. It's essentially a bit like a messy screenplay. There's very little in the way of description, and on a sentence level the thing is going to suck completely. But what I can do now is rewrite what I've got. It feels so much easier to work with something than nothing. So I'm really looking forward to starting that tomorrow, getting the words the way I want them. So that should probably take me a few weeks to do. I think I mentioned last week that I was going to be meeting the organiser of the Morecambe Steampunk Festival about doing something for the event. And after speaking to the organiser over I think it was about 3 coffees, we came up with the idea that I'd be writing a story especially for the event. I'd be debuting it there. It'd be a steampunk story set in Morecambe. And at the moment, I'm thinking of setting it in a kind of alternative 19th century, maybe having some kind of Cthulhu-type creature, some kind of eldritch god lurking beneath the sands of the bay, and having some crazy madcap inventor maybe come up with a solution. I don't know yet. I'm still thinking through the ideas. I'll give it a brainstorm over the next few weeks and see what I come up with. As well as the Steampunk Festival, I was also invited to do a reading, which I've just done at the End of the Pier Festival in Morecambe. And so what I did is I did the story and recorded it on my phone. So I'll put that at the end of the podcast so you can hear the reading that I did earlier of my short story, which is in my collection Host and Other Post-Apocalyptic Tales. Now, I think there's a lot of benefit for authors to read their stuff out loud in front of an audience, because it's very easy to get kind of lost in your own little bubble as a writer. And so getting out there, doing it in front of people, helps you figure out what works, what doesn't. And I find it a really useful way to improve my work. I finished reading a novel, The Grim Company, by Luke Scull this week. This was a grim, gritty fantasy story. Now, this is a weird one because this is one of those books where there was nothing that grabbed me, nothing that was that amazing about it. But now I really want to read book 2. So there's obviously something about what he was doing and the characters or something like that that makes me really want to continue with that series. Now, that is something that I need to work out because that is a great thing for an author to be able to do. I don't know whether it's about pacing or I don't know whether it's about the characters, but there's just something about that world that I want to go back to. I will do that as soon as I finish the current novel that I'm on, which is called The Watchmaker of Filigree Street, which so far seems to be a little bit of a alternative history, steampunk-ish, 1870s London. There's a lot of clockwork things and a lot of magic going on at the edges. So I'll see how that goes. I'm about a quarter of the way through and I'm not really sure where the story's going yet, if it's going anywhere. So we'll see what happens. Again, I read another really cool Philip K. Dick story. I think this is an ongoing pattern that's happening at the moment. This one was called The Hanging Stranger, and it was about a man who noticed a body hanging from a noose in the street, and people just going around their everyday business not really being alarmed by this corpse hanging from a lamppost. And throughout the story, the man who sees the corpse gets more alarmed and realises that it's actually the signifier of a larger conspiracy, that aliens are taking over and that they're using these bodies to try and bring out the people who aren't under their control. And again, it's got another one of those gut punch endings that Philip K. Dick is so great at. So another good story. It's in the Electric Dreams collection. I'm gradually going through this and I'm really enjoying it, so do check that out. It'd be well worth the effort to do that. As well as the reading and writing stuff, I've got my story Clockwork Titan now up for pre-order and the final edit done and proofread. So that comes out on March the 19th. It's a nice little tale set within the same world as stories like My Her Name Was Red and Basilisk on a Yellow Field and Armour and things like that. I had the great experience this week of getting more covers for future projects. Now, I order my book covers in advance, basically just to make sure that I write the book, because if I don't have a cover, then I've almost got an excuse not to do it, whereas if I have got a cover, then it's quite a bit of money that I've spent for nothing. So if I've got the cover, I'll write the book. So I've got one for book 4 of the Wasteland series, and I'm really impressed, again, with what the designer has done. I've also got a book for the first in my epic fantasy series that is still to be written, that I've not even outlined yet. I've got ideas, I've got the outlines for a character and just kind of broad points about the main stories. But this is the one that I've been world building for years, so I've got a really detailed world and events and magic system and things like that. So now I've got the cover, I'm definitely going to write it. So it's going to take a while because it's going to be a big chunk of words. So I'm expecting to get started with that maybe in the last quarter of this year. What I did as well with the cover for the fantasy series is I got my designer to change some of the colours and put the title of Her Name Was Red on. So I've now got a really high quality cover for my short story collection. So I've now uploaded that and I'm hoping that that will bring more attention to the collection because it has done really well in terms of reviews, maybe not so much in terms of people actually buying it. So I've had no questions this week. If you want to send a question, it's john@johncronshaw.com. That's JONCRONSHAW. Remember, you can find me on Twitter. It's at JLCronshaw. And you can find me on Facebook. It's Jon Cronshaw, author. Now keep listening after the end of this diary if you want to hear my story To Grip the Bright White Chains that I read a few hours ago live in Morecambe. So until next time, cheerio. To Grip the Bright White Chains. The ocean reflected a sky the colour of hung meat. Elsie coughed as a chill wind changed direction, bringing with it the stench of washed-up fish. She turned as a boy shuffled towards her with purple-rimmed eyes. The boy looked like every other addict, dishevelled, dirty, desperate, dead. He was beyond saving. The boy crouched, then swung a grubby rucksack from his shoulder. "You got the place?" Elsie nodded. "3 caps. I assume you've got what I asked for?" The boy looked up at her. As he unfastened the rucksack, this stuff wasn't easy to get hold of. She pursed her lips and glowered at the boy. "A deal's a deal. If you want the caps, fine, fine." The boy scratched his hair and laid the items out on the mottled concrete. A smile crept over Elsie's face, real, unopened. She knelt down on creaking knees to touch the pair of tins. "This is good work, but I asked for a brush." The boy groped inside his rucksack for several seconds and then pulled out a paintbrush. "It's the best I could find." He handed Elsie the brush with trembling fingers. It was sticky to the touch and coated with long-dried drips of paint. She placed the brush into her shopping trolley, tucking it between a roll of polythene and a coil of blue rope. The boy lifted the tins into the trolley and stood before her. She dropped 3 Placera capsules into the boy's outstretched hand. He nodded, turned and ran. She shook her head and sighed as the boy disappeared beyond the seawall. Pushing a trolley, Elsie looked across the water, slick with oil and algae. The trolley's wheels squeaked and snagged on stones and discarded plastic as it clattered along the promenade. Turning left, she pushed the trolley along a street lined with boarded up and barricaded terraced houses. She thought about the boy and about the drugs. He would feel wonderful for a day at most, and then he'd be back on the streets, stealing and whoring, each day bringing him closer to a certain death. The demand was there. The demand was always there. She told herself that it was best for the drugs to come from her. Turning right, Elsie walked down an alleyway and shouldered her way backwards through a gate, closing it behind her. She gripped the trolley as she regained her breath. Feeling the twinge in her back, she lifted the tins from her trolley. She surveyed her months of work. Bees buzzed around her while she inspected a bed of chrysanthemums, red and pink blooms swaying gently with the breeze, their fragrance tickling her memories, reminding her of carefree, more playful times. She walked over to her bench and ran a finger along its framing of curled wrought iron, glossy and black and detailed with twists of ivy. Varnished slats creaked as they took her weight, and Elsie looked over at the strawberry plants crawling up the wall. The berries were weeks from ripening. The tins were the finishing touch. Rummaging through the trolley, Elsie found a flat-headed screwdriver and used it to lever open the first lid. She lingered on the old, familiar smell, a fresh smell that she had not experienced for many, many years. She wiped the brush with a cloth and dipped it into the white gloss paint, brilliant and gloopy. Satisfied, she watched the paint fall in slow, deliberate drips from the brush and back into the tin. Dragging the tin over to the first pole, she set to work applying the paint, grinning as it clung skin-like to the rust. She looked up at the chains hanging from the crossbeam and painted them too. She worked until the sky went dark and the air dropped cold. She rushed to her garden early the next morning to see the paint had dried. Her work was complete. She stepped out through the gate as the sun emerged in the hung meat sky and approached a pair of children begging on a corner, a boy and a girl no older than 8. "I've got something to show you," Elsie said. The children stared back at her and scowled. "Piss off," the girl said. "You'll like it, I promise." The children exchanged furtive glances and rose to their feet. The boy regarded Elsie for a long moment before nodding to the girl. "OK, but if you try anything funny..." The boy patted a blade on his belt. Elsie led the way and the children followed. She opened a gate and welcomed the children into her garden, their garden. "Whenever you feel sad, whenever you feel desperate, I want you to come here. If you ever feel tempted by pleasure, come here instead. This is your sanctuary." "This is for us?" the boy asked. "For you, for any child who needs to feel safe." The children smiled. "What's that do?" The girl gestured past Elsie. "I'll show you. It's perfectly safe." She signalled for the girl to sit on the wooden seat and to grip the bright white chains. "Hold on." Elsie walked behind the girl. She pushed her, and the girl swung up and back, up and back. Elsie felt the girl stiffen for a moment. Then the girl laughed. Then the boy joined in. Elsie wiped a tear. It had been a long time since she'd heard the laughter of children. Hello and welcome to John's Author Diary for the weekend in March the 18th, 2018. I've spent this week editing. So I've done about 20,000 words so far of Blind Gambit, and over the course of the week I've added about 8,000 words. Now, a lot of writers advise that when you're editing a manuscript, you cut about 10%. I add about 20, and the reason I do this is because what I write as my first draft is little more than a screenplay. There will be a lot of 1 or 2 sentence paragraphs and missing descriptions. For me, the important thing is just to push through to the end, get that first draft done, and then I can work on building it. So I've essentially got the skeleton of a half-decent novel, and now it's time to put some flesh on that. So I've been really happy with how that's going. It's actually going a lot quicker than I thought it would. I think it really helped that I had a detailed outline for this novel, so I'm not finding myself having to add scenes or rewrite sections, which is what has happened in the past. It does feel like I'm working on more of a second draft in terms of the flow of the story and the pacing. It's already there, so I'm really pleased about that. Now, I've mentioned before, this is a story. It's a lit RPG. It's set in a virtual world, and then the other half of it is set in the real world, and it's about a teenager trying to come to terms with going blind. And this was really hard for me to write because I'm visually impaired. I know that one day I'll be blind. And so going through those issues and working out how I feel about things as regards visual impairment was a really difficult process in the first draft stage. But I think it's also quite cathartic. Now I'm looking back over what I've written, I'm really proud of it. I think I've put something down that's honest and genuine, and I'm hoping that'll come through to the readers, because even though a lot of it is fun and a lot of it is set in a virtual world, I'm thinking this will speak to readers on a kind of primal level. At least that's my hope. I was on an author called Paul Teague's podcast the other day. Now, this is a podcast for independent authors like myself. It's called Self-Publishing Journeys, and we were talking about how I can get this book out to the right people. I think this is the book where I really need to get traditional media involved. So I'm going to reach out to local newspapers, places where I've worked, places where I've lived. So newspapers in the Yorkshire area, back in the Midlands as well, see if we can get stuff on there. Hopefully some local radio as well. I sent an email out this week to the Guide Dogs magazine called Forward as a guide dog owner. I thought this might be of interest to other people with visual impairment. Now, what I've realised is that I need an audiobook for this as quickly as possible, because I would hate for a visually impaired reader to not have access to this. And the concern I have is how much audiobooks actually cost to produce. Now, with my Wasteland series, what I did is I arranged to have a royalty split with the narrator. So there was no upfront costs to me as an author, apart from having to pay for the covers. But what this means is that the book is exclusive to Audible. Now, with Blind Gambit, I really want this book to be available on the RNIB library, which is the Royal National Institute for the Blind's library of audiobooks. Now, I've been subscribed to this library for a number of years now, and I love it. I get most of my audiobooks from there, and it's a fantastic resource. And so I'm trying to work out now how I'm going to get an audiobook produced for this novel so I can get it into the RNIB library. My thoughts are, to start with, that I will approach Audible and say, look, this is what the book's about, this is what I want to do with it. Can we make it available to the RNIB library? Because I know, listening to the RNIB library, that the Audible do donate to the library. And if that doesn't work, then I might have to go with a kind of crowd-funded thing, something like a Kickstarter. Now, I'm looking at a novel that's somewhere in the region of 60,000, 65,000 words when it's all done. and to get it done by a professional narrator and a professional producer, this is going to cost me somewhere in the region of about £1,500, which is a lot of money, especially as this is most likely to be a standalone novel, and I'm sure I'll let you know about more info on that as and when it comes. In other news, I have come up with another great idea for a collaborative series. I was brainstorming this the other day with Lynn and Killian, and I think we've come up with quite a cool kind of dark fantasy, military fantasy concept, and releasing a series of about 30,000 word novellas. So almost like a serial, like watching a TV show. And I find this happens when I'm editing. I always come up with great ideas for new projects and things like that, which is great, but I've got loads to do. I've got so many projects lined up. So I don't know where I'm going to get time to do this. This is probably going to be at the tail end of next year. But I suppose it's better to have things lined up than none at all. I've also mentioned in the past that I wrote my first novel, which was a complete mess, and was me trying to do a bit of a Game of Thrones in space. Now, I had a look over this week, and there's actually some of it that's salvageable. So I'm tempted to separate the parts of the story that work, because I've mentioned before that it's got about 13 points of view, and I think about half of those work as individual stories with a bit of tweaking. I read through one of the main core stories yesterday, and I think the writing is almost there. It's not as good as what I can do now, but I think with a bit of editing, I could get the writing better. I could have a potentially 15,000 word novelette. It just needs a couple of scenes added in just to kind of give it a bit more coherence and continuity. But I think the story core's there. And so I've had a look through all these different stories, and I've worked out that I've got about 50,000 words worth of stuff that I can use. So I'm tempted to, again, do the serialised release, re-edit these stories, add new scenes if necessary, but essentially I've got something I can release, maybe release an episode a week for 4 weeks. And I think that'll feel good to do that, because this is one of those projects, because I was so involved with it and so it was my first thing, and I've just not been able to shake it. So I think getting something out there related to the project will do me good. So I finished reading The Watchmaker of Filigree Street this week. I actually really enjoyed it. I think it takes a little bit to get going and a little bit to realise what's going on. But we've essentially got a character who can see into the future. And to avoid the thing that I find quite frustrating with prescience type stories is that once you've got the ability to see into the future, it means you are locked into determinism and that free will can't exist. And so that erodes choice, it erodes agency, and it erodes the entire point of a novel. Now, the way the author got around this was the watchmaker could see possibilities. So instead of seeing definite futures, they saw possible futures, and some of them came true, some of them didn't. And there were a lot of things that the watchmaker couldn't see because they were as a result of chance. So, for example, he couldn't predict a coin toss or the results of a dice game or something like that. So I thought it was a really interesting read. I really enjoyed the world building. I think there was a lot of historical research that went into this. So I would recommend checking it out. I gave it 4 stars on Goodreads. Didn't get any questions this week, but if you want to send one, it's john@joncronshaw.com. That's JONCRONSHAW. You can find me on Twitter, it's @JLCronshaw, and you can find me on Facebook, it's Jon Cronshaw Author. If you would like to help out this podcast, please do leave a review on iTunes and recommend it to a friend. And if you haven't done so already, you can read my novella, Addict of the Wasteland, for free. Simply go to tinyurl.com/getmyprequel, and the book will be delivered to your inbox. So until next time, cheerio. Hello and welcome to Jon's Author Diary for the weekend in March the 25th, 2018. I'm still editing Blind Gambit. I'm coming to the end of my second draft, and on the whole it's going well. I've got about 8,000 words left to do of the first draft manuscript, and so far I've added about 14,000 words, so it's now within the realms of what I consider to be a good length for a novel. Now, I did have the weird thing, I think it was on Thursday, where I got to a point in my story and I realised there were 2 scenes missing. I checked old versions of the document, and for some reason I just could not find these scenes. Now, I definitely wrote them, but something must have happened in copying them across or something like that. I don't really know where they are, so I ended up having to go back and rewrite them. So that took me back about a day, getting those chapters redone. And because I had the outline, and because I'd already written it, it wasn't too taxing, it was more just the pain in the backside of having to redo it. So the way things are looking, I think I'll have the second draft complete by Tuesday, which means I'm way ahead of schedule because I saw on my calendar the other day that I've got March 30th down as my deadline to get the first draft complete. And going through it, I'm still really happy with the story. I've not had to add any scenes, so I think this is again testament to having a good outline and knowing that everything's in place and works before I commit too much to the page. Now, what I'm finding with the editing is I am starting to get a bit of eye strain. I am finding that it's frying my head a little bit. And so I think in the future, I'm going to see if I can work in a way where, say, I write a first draft of something in the morning and then edit another project in the afternoon. I know that once I've got Blind Gambit done, I've got my contribution to the Black Death trilogy to rewrite and do a second draft of. I'll admit that I'm a little bit daunted about going straight into that, just in terms of the physical strain that the editing process does take on me. So once I've done that draft, I'm going to have a week or so off, because my son has just broken up from school for his Easter holiday. So he's gone to stay with his grandma for a couple of nights, and then he's going to come back here on Tuesday. So I need to have Blind Gambit done and ready by then before I have my week and a half off. I've just had a really fun weekend in Manchester. I went to see some friends and we stayed at a hotel. So there was me, my wife, and another couple who I used to go to university with. And we'd booked to go and see the Flight of the Conchords comedy show at the Arena. And unfortunately, one of the members had broken his hand, so the show was cancelled, but we'd booked hotels and trains and things like that, so we just decided to have a nice night out in Manchester. And so we went for a meal and had some drinks, and it was fun. I was very impressed with how Digit worked around the city. We live in a small coastal town, and there's not a lot to challenge him, and I think that going around Manchester on a Friday night was a challenge for him, and he rose to it. I think what struck me about being in Manchester that must be quite a recent thing is just the sheer number of homeless people there are. It was really sad. There were literally hundreds of people on the streets begging, and now I've been to Manchester on and off for years, and this is the worst by far I've ever seen it. Without getting too political, I think we've seen a lot of cuts in this country that have had an effect on some of the most vulnerable people in our society, and I think that that was just a real stark example of it. So although it was a good night, it was also tempered by that. On a brighter note, I read Terry Pratchett's book Thud, definitely one of his better ones. I came to the conclusion after reading it that Samuel Vimes is probably my favourite character in anything. I just love the way he sees the world and the way his relationships seem real. So yeah, I gave that 5 stars, really enjoyed it. I'm also right near the end of the book of The Unnamed Midwife by Meg Ellison, which is a post-apocalyptic novel about a woman trying to survive after a plague wipes out most women and makes it very difficult for children to be born. Now, the reason I read this book is because someone who'd read something of mine said it reminded her of that. So I checked it out, and I can see where she was coming from. There was elements of it being very character-driven, that there's a lot of stuff about religion and about finding hope in a hopeless world, which is a theme in my Wasteland series. So I've got the audiobook and I'm about half hour from the end, and I really recommend that as well. Depending on how the last half hour goes, I'm veering somewhere between 4 to 5 stars. I mean, if there was a 4.5 star button on Goodreads, then I'd click that, but there isn't. But yeah, very good, very sad, but again, that glimmer of hope, which I think is really important in post-apocalyptic stuff. Just want to give a quick shout out to Claire Sager, who got married this weekend. Just want to send you my congratulations and wish you all the best for a long and happy marriage. So I've had no questions this week. If you want to send them, it's john@joncronshaw.com. That's JONCRONSHAW. You can follow me on Twitter. It's @JLCronshaw. And if you haven't done so already, you can read Addict of the Wasteland, which is the prequel to my Wasteland series for free. Simply go to tinyurl.com/getmyprequel. So until next time, cheerio. Hello and welcome to John's Author Diary for the weekend in April 1st, 2018. I have finished my second draft of Blind Gambit and I've already started work on going through the sentence level revisions, so tightening up the sentences and getting rid of any useless dialogue tags, that kind of thing. I'm really happy with the story, I'm really happy with the way it flows, its pacing. And so I'm going to be really excited when I launch that to the world on May the 10th. I tend to find that what happens when I'm in writing mode is that the kind of creative part of my brain goes off on its own, and I tend to come up with some really good ideas, but I found myself in a bit of a strange place in a sense that I know I've got Wasteland Book 4 to write, and the way I'm feeling at the moment, I'm not excited about the story. and I really need to get excited about the story if I'm going to write it and do a good job of it. So once I've got Blind Gambit ready, I think I'll revisit my outline that I wrote a few months ago and do something a bit more detailed and try and get excited again for the world, because I owe it to the story and to the readers to wrap this thing up. At the moment, I'm excited about everything but that. You know, I've got this fantasy series that I really want to write. I've got this sci-fi serial I really want to write. I've got this dark fantasy serial I want to write, and it's just, there's so many things other than my main series that I want to write. And so I really need to do that. I really need to figure out how I can get back into that mindset. So I think that's going to be my challenge over the next few weeks. I've started reading a book called Leviathan Wakes by James S.A. Corey. It's a book I've been recommended several times, and it's a political sci-fi story set in the solar system where humans have colonised in areas up to the Kuiper Belt. There's a lot of warring factions, a lot of political intrigue. So I'm about a quarter of the way through that. I'm really enjoying it. I've also gone through a series of psychology lectures this week called Maps of Meaning, which are by a Canadian professor called Jordan Peterson, and these lectures are about story and meta-story, about the idea that there's these deep-rooted narrative structures that go back to our deepest history. And so I've very much enjoyed going through those. I've had no questions this week, but you can email me. It's john@joncronshaw.com. I'm on Twitter. It's @JLCronshaw. So if you're on there, come and say hi. Promise I won't bite. So until next time, cheerio. Hello, welcome to John's Author Diary for the weekend in April the 8th, 2018. I've had quite a productive week. I've been going over the line edits for Blind Gambit, so I'm now halfway through that draft. I'm really tightening it up. It's getting to a point where it's almost ready to be sent off for a professional edit. So once that's out of the way, I could start working on building hype up for the launch. I mentioned last week that I was struggling to get excited about Wasteland Book 4. All that has now changed. I've written a detailed outline, and now I realise I've also got a Wasteland Book 5 to write. So I did want to wrap this book up by Book 3, but there are just more stories that I want to tell in this world. So I'm really glad that happened, because I was really struggling. I was really worried that my heart wasn't in it. And I think if you're not excited about a project like that, then it's not going to be a very good read. I've now got an outline that I'm really looking forward to writing. I also wrote another outline this week for the second point of view in my epic fantasy series. So this is the one where I've been world building for probably several years now. I've detailed outlines for 2 out of the 3 main point of view characters. Now I don't want this thing to go out of control with lots and lots of POVs. I think that's the mistake I made with my ill-fated first novel, which ended up having 13 point of view characters. But I do feel that there's a potential for a 4th point of view, but with far fewer scenes. Now, there's a possibility that what I might do is separate this off as a novella and have it as a parallel story to the main one. That might work better in terms of flow and pacing. But all these little things are probably a bit of a way off yet. I read a really cool Philip K. Dick story this week. I think at that point you should take a shot or something like that, because it's becoming a bit of a catchphrase, but I read a story called Autofac, which was a really cool take on post-apocalyptic stuff. It was almost like an inversion of the robot uprising story. Instead of the robots taking over, trying to kill humanity, the apocalypse had come because the robots were trying to help humanity. Now, this isn't in the way that you get with, say, something like Terminator, where the robots work out that humanity's doomed, so they should kill them anyway. This is more of the robots are trying to rebuild after a war, but by doing so, they're also sapping all the resources from everywhere. So it's a fun story. It was from his Electric Dreams collection, which I've now finished. Highly recommend that. Really good collection. I'm also halfway through Leviathan Wakes by James S.A. Corey. Really liking the flow of this story. It does remind me a little bit of what I was trying to do with my very first novel, the kind of political intrigue in space. But the authors have done a much better job than I would have done. As well as that, I listened to another series of psychology lectures, this time on personality. Now, I think I'm going to do more of this kind of thing where I listen to lectures and read more history and philosophy, because I think anything like that will give me a better understanding of people and their motivations and the unintended consequences that actions can have. I think that'll be really good, really useful. I had a question this week from Charlotte. Charlotte asks, how can you call yourself an author if you are self-published? Well, I mean, all you need to do is look in a dictionary. The act of writing a book isn't the same as its distribution model. So this would be like saying to someone you're not a musician unless you've got a record deal with a major record company. Self-publishing is everywhere now. Our society's built around it. We've got Facebook where we can publish our thoughts straight away. We've got YouTube where we can make videos and publish them. We've got podcasts. We've got places like Bandcamp and Patreon, which allows creators to connect with fans. It does surprise me in 2018 that this is still a view that some people hold. I decided to become an independent author as a business decision. There's an opportunity for readers to find new authors and people who might not have been picked up by publishing companies. Now, something that has been picked up by a publisher is not a sign of quality. It is not an assurance that what you will read will be good. And this is the same with self-published works. This is the same with independent work. This is the same with small press works. I've chosen a route where I can publish on average 3 to 4 novels a year, where I'll get a fair share of royalties, where I have control of my marketing, and I can write what I want. There are a lot of reasons why publishers reject manuscripts. And again, this has nothing to do with the quality. They make business decisions, they make marketing decisions. A lot of publishers have quotas for the types of stories and types of authors now that they want to publish. So if I write one of the best vampire stories ever written, but a publisher has filled its slot for vampire stories, then chances are it won't get published. So for a business decision to go after something with less than a 1% chance of even making a penny seems daft to me. I do this full time because I can and because I've made enough money now to sustain me, but I could not do that if I had sent my novel to a publisher. Now, even if I'd been accepted by an agent and then accepted by a publisher, the chances that this book would sell is going to be quite low. If a paperback doesn't succeed within the first 6 weeks, then it's usually removed from shops. So you're relying on an agent, a publisher, the bookshops, and so many other moving parts to play along. So even if I've had all these things work in my favour, that everything has fallen into place in terms of luck, in terms of being at the right place and right time, because of the publishing cycle, my book wouldn't be coming out until next year at the earliest. And then book 2, maybe they'd go for that, maybe they wouldn't. I'd have to wait another 6 months to get my royalties, and even then the reporting is so untransparent that I would have no idea what I'm getting until I got my checks. So because I'm an indie author, I can respond, I can change path, I can write what I want, when I want, how I want it. And for me, that's the best position to be in. The people who are successful in traditional publishing now are the Stephen Kings, the James Pattersons, the people who've been around for years. I do all the work. It's all on me. I hire graphic designers to design my covers. I hire professional editors to make sure that my work is of sufficient quality. I have a team of readers who check my story, look at my work. I've now got business partners who look at my outlines and make sure that things are okay before I even start writing. So, yeah, I think I've gone on a bit of a tangent there answering that. But essentially, I do call myself an author because I've written novels, people have bought them, they've enjoyed them, and they've given me good ratings. So if you have any questions, please email john@joncronshaw.com. That's JONCRONSHAW. You can also find me on Twitter. It's @JLCronshaw. I'm also on Facebook. It's Jon Cronshaw Author. And if you haven't done so already, you can read the prequel to my Wasteland series for free. Simply go to tinyurl.com/getmyprequel. So until next time, cheerio. Hello and welcome to John's Author Diary for the week ending April the 15th, 2018. I've had a really intense week getting Blind Gambit finished. I sat for 4 days solid with my wife, going through every line. She read it out to me and we did a really close line edit and got the book to a point where I've sent it now to a group of beta readers. So they'll help me pick through any glaring continuity errors or typos, that kind of thing. Now, because this book's coming out on May the 10th, I've also started doing a lot of things behind the scenes just to start building up a bit of hype for the launch. And I've done things like paying for advertising on websites like eReader News Today and Book Barbarian and places like that, because I want to do all I can to get this book out to as many people as possible within the launch week, with the hope that that initial burst of sales will continue. It's such a weird feeling when you come to the end of a novel and you're almost ready to send it out to the world. And you can do a lot of things to try and make it reach the right readers. But at the same time, it does seem like there is a bit of alchemy to it, a bit of black magic somewhere. I've been writing this book on and off since June last year, and I've no idea how this is going to perform, how it's going to do, all the hours that I've spent on it, whether they will pay off. I've started showing the cover and the book description to people on different sci-fi groups, and there is a bit of excitement about the book. I think the premise is original, and I think because of the success of Ready Player One that's just hit the cinemas a few weeks ago, I think there is an appetite for this kind of story, one that is set in a video game world, one which pulls on geeky nostalgia. But then I've got the other angle, which is the disability angle, which I think will add something different to the genre, and hopefully people will gravitate towards that. So doing everything to build this up has been quite tiring. Sitting in front of a screen all week has frazzled my eyes a bit. I've got a bit of eye strain, got headaches. This is why I really enjoy dictating my novels, because I can talk into my phone, I can walk around, I'm not sat at a desk, I'm not looking at screens. But I know that this final editing process does take it out of me, which is why I think I've mentioned before I want to change up the way I work, just so I don't have to do these intense runs of editing, because it does take a physical toll on me. So I finished Leviathan Wakes by James S.A. Corey this week. It took me a while to read that one, but it's really good. Highly recommended. This is the first novel in the Expanse series, which has been turned into a series on Netflix. It's just really high-quality space opera. I read a really cool Stephen King story this week called The Dune, which is in his collection called The Bazaar of Bad Dreams. This was a story about an elderly judge who had access to the names of people who were going to die, and these names were written in this sand dune near where he lived. I've seen this same structure play out a number of times, so I saw from almost the start where the story was going, but still, it was good, well worth reading. It'll be a surprise to no one to learn that Stephen King can write a good story. So I think I mentioned last week that I was going to try and read fewer novels for a while, and this is so I can concentrate on looking at more non-fiction stuff. So I've got a couple of modern scholar lecture series that I've listened to. So there was one on Germans and Celts, which was a cultural history of Northern Europe from the perspective of the Germanic and Celtic people. And so a lot of this was done through looking at epic poetry and storytelling and myth. And I thought it was pretty good. I felt that the lectures lacked a lot about the social history, which is kind of what I was interested in going into this, but still, all fascinating stuff. Then I've just listened to one called The Citadels of Power, which again is another modern scholar set of lectures. And this was all about castles. Based on this, I really want to go and visit Dover Castle because the place sounds amazing. If Blind Gambit becomes a bestseller, then hey, I'll have a trip there to celebrate. This next week, I plan on writing a short story. I'm going to be writing a prequel to a collaborative Space Marine series that I'm involved with. I read Lynn's contribution to this morning, and it was brilliant, so I'm really excited about this series. I feel like I've really got to raise my game to make this as good as or better than what Lynn's done. So, healthy competition, can't wait. So I've had no questions this week. If you have a question, please email me. It's john@johncronshaw.com. That's JONCRONSHAW. Blind Gambit is now available to pre-order, so you can visit tinyurl.com/blindgambit, and it's going to be on sale for 99 cents for the next few weeks. So take advantage of that because it will be $3.99 after the launch. Remember, you can follow me on Twitter. It's @JLCronshaw. You can find me on Facebook. It's Jon Cronshaw Author. So until next time, cheerio. Hello and welcome to Jon's Author Diary for the week ending April the 22nd, 2018. I've had a frustrating week. It's been a week where everyone in my house has got ill in some way, shape or form. My son had a stomach bug for 4 days. My wife had the flu. She's now got a stomach bug. I'm full of cold. What's made it difficult is the fact that my son kept waking up in the middle of the night. So I had about 4-5 days in a row with disturbed sleep. So that hasn't helped. I felt a little bit like a zombie this week. I did manage to start outlining the follow-up to Blind Gambit. I'm not sure yet whether it's any good. I've got a core idea for the story. I think the story itself is going to be okay, but the outline that I've done so far I don't think is quite up to par. But that's fine. I've got something to work with. I've got something to improve. I've been carrying on listening to lectures about mythology and history, and I'm currently doing a course by the Teaching Company, which is an overview of world mythology. And that's been really interesting because it does show a lot of parallels between different things like creation myths from across the world. So that's been really interesting. And I think once I've finished listening to that, I'm going to have to go and read some Carl Jung again, revisit that. Because I think it's been, several years since I read any of his stuff. I'm going to be launching a new podcast over the next few weeks called Stop Booking Around. Basically, a school friend of mine who I've known for 25 years now, has got in touch with me, and he's had an idea for a book that he said he's started about 4 times, that he's had in his head for about 10 years, and he wants me to help him through the process of writing it. So I've decided that we should do it in a public way, make him accountable, hopefully get other people supporting him, cheering him on. So I'm going to go through within my process and adapt it to his personality and hopefully get him to actually write a first draft. So I'll let you know more about that next week, but my feeling is that it's going to be within the next couple of weeks that that's going to start going live. I've had no questions this week, but if you want to send one, it's john@joncronshaw.com. That's JONCRONSHAW. My book, Addict of the Wasteland, is currently free on Amazon and will be for the foreseeable future, so you can just grab that now. It's your gateway drug into the Wasteland series. So remember, you can follow me on Twitter. It's @JLCronshaw. And if you haven't done so already, would you please leave a review of this show on iTunes? Help spread the word. That would be great. So until next time, cheerio. Hello and welcome to John's Author Diary for the weekend in April 29th, 2018. I've had a much better week than I did last week. Last week was a bit of a write-off. This week I've managed to get a few things done. I've done a lot in the background to prepare myself for the launch of Blind Gambit. Got a few notes from beta readers, so I'm doing a few final edits on the manuscript and getting ready to do things like submit the paperback and do things like the author's note at the back of the book. I started again with the outline for Blind Gambit 2. The story's going to be called Blind Reset, and I'm really happy with the outline. I think I've got quite a good story. It's going to continue the theme of being about disability as well as being a kind of fun adventure. I mentioned last week that I'm going to be helping an old school friend through the process of writing his first novel. He's had this idea in his head for about 10 years and he's had about 4 or 5 full starts. And I think because I've got a track record of starting a project and then finishing it, he approached me about doing a podcast. So I've recorded the first few episodes and I'm going to launch those on May the 1st. So the podcast is going to be called Stop Booking Around, as well as me guiding him through the process of writing. There's going to be a lot of stuff in there about motivation and focus and all the little hacks and shortcuts that I wish I'd have known about when I started embarking on my writing journey. So the point of the podcast is I want to at least get him to have written a first draft that he can then go off and work on. That's been a good way for me to think about my process. It's also going to be a lot of fun because I've been friends with Russ for about 25 years. I finished the Great Courses lectures on world mythology. They took a while to get through, but they were really interesting. I got a lot out of those, and I think they'll inform some of the world building for a fantasy series I'm planning on doing next year. I also finished a Space Marine story that I intended to write the week before, so that's now in the bag. I'm really pleased with that. It's a great combination of being really dark and gritty, a lot of body horror, but then some quite manic humour as well. So I think it'll be an interesting read. At the moment, that's got the working title of Sirens, but it might change. I couldn't resist going back to fiction, so I started reading Wintersmith by Terry Pratchett. Now I'm a few hours into the audiobook, and it's one of the Tiffany Aching books. And although Samuel Vimes is probably my favourite character, it's the Tiffany books that, I don't know, there's something about them that just really hits me in the gut. There's always a lot of things about grief and yearning and nostalgia, the burden of responsibility. I think they're some of his most emotionally charged books for sure. So I should finish that over the next few days. And I'm also reading a non-fiction book, which is about postmodern philosophy. So again, all fun stuff. I've had no questions this week, but you can email me at john@joncronshaw.com. You can also follow me on Twitter. It's @JLCronshaw. My book, Addict of the Wasteland, is on Amazon for free now. It's your gateway drug to the Wasteland series. So if you want to download that, go to tinyurl.com/Addict of the Wasteland. So until next time, cheerio. Hello and welcome to John's Author Diary for the weekend in May the 6th, 2018. I've had a busy week. I'm getting ready for the launch of Blind Gambit, and I've just launched a new podcast called Stop Booking Around, where I'm helping an old school friend of mine through the process of writing his first novel. So it's been a lot of fun getting some episodes in the bag for that, getting them launched. We've seen a nice trickle of subscribers to the show, so it's starting to reach people, which is excellent. It's been a bit of a mixed bag in terms of writing this week. Out of nowhere, I've written the first draft to a non-fiction book. So I thought because I'm doing this project, because I'm doing this podcast, it'd be interesting to write down some of my thoughts about motivation and author procrastination and put together a guide that will hopefully help aspiring authors have the motivation and confidence to actually finish their first story. And so I've laid out all the tips and tools and the things I'd wish I'd been told when I first started this writing journey. So I've decided to start writing the fourth Wasteland book. This is called Cleric of the Wasteland. Now what I'm going to do with this is something a little bit different to the way I write usually. Is I'm going to write this book 1 day a week. So I'm going to do somewhere around 4,000, 5,000 words per week on this book. This is so that by the time I get to the school summer holidays, I should have a decent chunk of the book written. And then I can work on it here and there as time permits. So I've had to do some faffy stuff this week, like filing tax returns and setting up all the different marketing things for Blind Gambit. So I've put together a large print edition of the book. So I approached the RNIB and got an excellent font that they recommend, which is called something like Tyresia. And I have to agree, it's very clear. It's a really crisp sans serif font that's very easy to see for people with visual impairments. So I've put together that and priced it as low as I possibly can. So I don't expect to make any money off a large print edition, but I figure a book that has visual impairment as its central theme needs to have a large print edition. So my plan next week is to start writing the second book in the Gambit series. This is going to be called Blind Reset. I've been tinkering around the edges of the outline, so I'm really happy now with the flow of the story. I hadn't realised it, so there must have been something working in my subconscious, but the actual motivation and reasons behind the main antagonist's actions in this book is already set out in book 1, so I'm really pleased with that. Now, this second book has taken me by surprise. I only intended Blind Gambit to be a standalone because I know I need to finish this Wasteland series, but the pre-orders have been very strong, and it seems to be a book that's resonating with people. I've had the first few comments back from beta readers and advanced reviewers, and I think there's something about the story that's really working on a kind of deep level with people, so that's fantastic. I've read some really depressing books this week. I read Man's Search for Meaning by Viktor Frankl. This is a non-fiction book. It's a memoir about an Austrian doctor's time in Auschwitz. And it's about how you find meaning in a world where your identity's been stripped. The chances of surviving are incredibly low, where you're essentially living in hell. And so it's asking that deep existential question of, without all these things that he held dear to him, with the death of his wife, with the loss of his life's work, in these horrendous conditions, why didn't he kill himself? Why did he want to live? And unsurprisingly, that was a very moving book. I would recommend it. It's not easy reading. It's very uncomfortable reading, but I think it's also necessary reading. I also read George Orwell's The Road to Wigan Pier, which was an interesting book. I thought the first half of it was excellent. I thought it was about the struggles of working class people in the north of England in the 1930s. Just the daily grind of the lives of miners, just real struggle, real hardship, real poverty. And then the second half of the book was more about his views on socialism and socialists, and didn't seem as clear, it didn't seem as focused. And so even though the first half of it was excellent reportage, I felt that the second half brought it down. So I've got a list of books basically that are probably going to be hard, depressing reads, but I think are also necessary to understand the human condition. And so I'm going to keep working through these, hopefully get to some deeper understanding about people and their motivations, because hey, isn't that what being an author's about? I've just finished Wintersmith by Terry Pratchett. Love that book. Didn't disappoint. I had a question from Sam this week. Sam asked, what do you do to research your books? Well, I mean, I've just talked about the reading that I do, and so over the past few weeks I've been looking at things like myths and story, meta-story, and they're books about existentialism and memoirs about people's lives. So I try and read history, I try and read philosophy, and I do need to read more autobiography. For specific things, it might be that I ask someone, I might ask an expert. I tend to try and avoid online research if I can. Sometimes it's quick, sometimes it's easier, but a lot of the times it might not be accurate. And I find that in talking to someone or reading about the subject that you're interested in a deeper way, you might get a better feel for the thing that you're interested in, better understanding, and it might give you further ideas that you hadn't thought of originally. So if you've got any questions, please email john@joncronshaw.com. That's JONCRONSHAW. Do check out Stop Booking Around. That's my new podcast. Remember, you can follow me on Twitter. It's at JL Cronshaw. And I'm on Facebook.com/Jon Cronshaw Author. So until next time, cheerio. Hello, welcome to Jon's Author Diary for the weekend in May the 13th, 2018. I've had a bit of a mixed bag this week. Monday was a bank holiday, so my wife and son were at home, so we spent the day doing fun things like going to the beach and things like that. Rest of the week I spent working on my non-fiction book, so that's now done and sent off to a copy editor. So I'm quite pleased with how that's gone. But at the same time, I also feel like it's been a bit of a distraction from my fiction. So I've not added anything to Wasteland Book 4, and I haven't even started Blind Reset yet. And we're also at the middle of May, and I haven't done anything towards my steampunk short story yet that I need for the Steampunk Festival on the first weekend of June. I've got some ideas for the story, and I'm hoping it's going to be quite funny. I think I find a lot of short stories work better in front of audiences. When they're more on the comedic side, it's easier to get the audience behind you. And so I need to get a first draft of that done by the end of next week. Blind Gambit launched. I'm really pleased with how it's done. It hit the #1 bestseller for its category on Amazon, so that's really positive. I'm hoping that that can sustain going forward, because at the moment the book is at 99 cents, and to be honest, authors don't make a lot of money when the books are priced that low. So we'll be putting the book up to $3.99 very soon, and I'm just a bit concerned that the sales will drop off. But I'm focused on writing book 2 next, Blind Reset. I have done a pre-order page, but the cover that is on the pre-order page isn't actually the cover that I'm going to do. I'm going to get a unique cover made, not one that is just a variation of the first book. So I feel at the minute like I've got a lot of different things that I need to do, a lot of spinning plates to balance. I think my main priority is going to be getting this short story done and then making a start on Blind Reset, because it is set to release on July the 31st. The early reviews have started coming back for the book, and so far they've been pretty positive. It seems that the mix of the fun in the game world and the reflective nature of the real world stuff is resonating with quite a few readers. I think there are some readers maybe who are into the game lit side of things who maybe aren't interested in the real world story, but I'm not really bothered about that. This is a story I felt I needed to tell, and so I'm hoping that some people will come with me for the ride. I finished reading a book called Swords Point by Ellen Kushner. This was a really interesting fantasy book. I love the writing, I love the story. I don't think it was fantasy. There was no magic or fantastical creatures. It felt like a fantasy story, and I did really enjoy it, so I can't complain. Well worth reading, highly recommend that. I'm currently reading Fool's Errand by Robin Hobb, which is a follow-up to her Farseer trilogy. I'm really glad I picked this book up, because I tried reading, I think it was her Live Ship series, and I couldn't really get into it, but I think it's the character of Fitz and Night Eyes and the Fool, all these characters, just kind of revisiting them. It's great. So I'm about a third of the way through that, and I very much recommend checking out the Farseer trilogy if you want some good epic fantasy adventure. Hits a lot of those tropes that make fantasy so much fun to read. So I've had no questions this week. If you want to ask me anything, remember you can email me. It's john@joncronshaw.com. You should also check out my new podcast called Stop Booking Around. This is where I'm helping an old friend of mine write his first novel. So he's had an idea in his head for a story for about 10 years, and he's had a lot of full starts. And I think what we're starting to realise is he wasn't prepared. He thought he could sit down and start writing and that a novel would appear. And so I'm teaching him the things that I wish I'd known about at the start of my writing journey, kind of giving him some shortcuts and some things to avoid so he can complete his first draft and actually have something to work with. If you've not done so already, you can check out Blind Gambit. That's out now. Go to tinyurl.com/blindgambit. It's currently on sale for the next few days for 99 cents. So pick that up before it goes full price. So remember, you can find me on Facebook. It's facebook.com/Jon Cronshaw Author and at JL Cronshaw on Twitter. So until next time, cheerio. Hello and welcome to Jon's Author Diary for the weekend in May the 20th, 2018. I've finally started writing Blind Reset, so I think I've done about 7-8 chapters of that so far. I'm really glad I'm starting to write that, as it's already on pre-order for the end of July. I've really got to push and get this one done, which I'll be honest is a little bit of a scary prospect. I'm a little bit worried that I'm not going to be able to do it on time, but if I just keep plodding away and aim to get the first draft done late June, then I should be okay. Should. As well as working on that, I wrote my short story for the Steampunk Festival. So next Sunday I'll be performing a bit of an insane steampunk story. So I'm looking forward to doing that. I'll be the last performer on the last day, which I think makes me the main event. Don't know if that's true, but... I was really pleased that my book Blind Gambit has been nominated to be read on Jeff Hayes' Soundboard Theatre show on YouTube. Now, Jeff Hayes is a great voice actor. I really like his narration. And when one of my readers nominated my book, I was pleased that it got selected. So this will happen tonight. So it's 11 p.m. UK time. I believe it's 2 Pacific, 5 Eastern. So just look for Soundboard Theatre. And I think you have to spell theatre with an ER rather than RE. I've had the covers back for my Stop Booking Around non-fiction book, and the manuscript is with a copy editor. So I'm hoping as soon as that gets back and I'll give it a final proofread that I'll be able to get that released as soon as possible. A cover designer friend of mine, Ryan Schwartz, did the design, and he's got some great covers under his belt. So do check him out. I'm really enjoying doing the other podcast, the Stop Booking Around podcast. This is where I'm helping a friend of mine go through the process of writing his first novel. Now, he's had this idea for a novel for about 10 years, and I think what we're coming to realise is that he hasn't really got much except images and vague ideas for world building and things like that. So we're really starting to get down to the nitty-gritty of what his story is going to be about. So this past week, we recorded an episode where we're looking at his antagonist. And so I've really enjoyed thinking through some of my own process and adapting it for another person. I think there's a lot of things that I'm talking about that I wish I'd been told when I started my writing journey that will hopefully give him some shortcuts, give him a bit of a easier time of things, maybe a bit less heartache. I finished reading Fool's Errand this week, the Robin Hobb novel. I don't know what it is about the Fitz and the Fool books, but they're really addictive. So I've immediately gone on to the second book in the series, which is called The Golden Fool. And I'm already about halfway through, because it is really good. So I'm no doubt going to go on to book 3 as soon as I finish this one. So I've had no questions this week, but if you want to email me, it's john@johncronshaw.com. That's JONCRONSHAW. If you've not done so already, you can read the prequel to my Wasteland series for free. Simply go to amazon.com and search for Addict of the Wasteland. You can follow me on Twitter @JLCronshaw, or find me on Facebook, Jon Cronshaw Author. So until next time, cheerio. Hello and welcome to Jon's Author Diary for the week ending May 27th, 2018. I've had a bit of a slow week this week. I've been adding more words to Blind Reset, but I think I'd forgotten how hard it is to actually write the parts of this book that are set in the real world. So it is slow going at the moment, a lot slower than I'd like. I think I'm maybe starting to regret a little bit putting it on pre-order for the end of July. But I think once I get through the real-world scenes, I'm about halfway through them now. I think the ones that are set in the video game world are a lot more fun and require a lot less introspection to get them done. My plan was to have them done for the Friday just gone. This was because this week is the half-term holidays, so my son's at home for the next week, and so's my wife. So in terms of work, I'm not really sure what I'm going to get done. And to be honest, I think I'm well overdue for a break. The only thing I really need to do next week is to do a final draft of my story for the Steampunk Festival. It's running at about 2,000 words at the moment, which will probably take about 17, 18 minutes to read, so it's still a little bit longer than I'd like. I want to get it down to about 1,800 words if I can. I'm really pleased with the story, though. I think it's got the nice mix of adventure and insanity that I like about steampunk stories. I had a really good time last weekend on the Soundbooth Theatre show on YouTube. Voice actor Jeff Hayes read the first chapter to Blind Gambit live, and he did such a great job of it. I was really impressed. And the book's also been doing really well, and it's earned a little orange tag on Amazon. So I think I can now call myself an Amazon best-selling author. So that's a nice little milestone to hit. So I'm very pleased that my launch plan worked. I've been reading the third book in Robin Hobb's Tawny Man trilogy this week. So this one's called Fool's Fate, and I'm about 3 hours away from the end. So I've really been enjoying that series. I think when I do my epic fantasy next year, I'm going to look at Robin Hobb for style and things like that, because I really like the way she writes, especially as it's a first-person narrative. On Thursday, I recorded another episode of the Stop Booking Around podcast with Russ. I think that's going really well. He's actually written something now, so that's a good start. I got him to basically do a short scene featuring both his antagonist and protagonist, just as an exercise to kind of get their voices and work out how they'd react in a tense situation. And so I'm really pleased that he's doing his homework that I'm giving him and that he's taking this thing seriously. So if it carries on the way it's going, I think he'll be all right in terms of finishing. So I've had no questions this week, but if you want to send me one, it's john@joncronshaw.com. Remember, you can read my book Addict of the Wasteland for free on Amazon, and if you hurry, you might just be able to get the complete Wasteland trilogy, the first 3 books, on Kindle for just 99p. I'm running a bit of a short-term deal on that. So until next time, cheerio. Hello and welcome to John's Author Diary for the weekend in June the 3rd, 2018. I didn't do any writing this week because it was half term, so I've been having fun with my family. We went camping and my son's been getting me to draw Pokemon, so that's been a lot of fun. I did do some editing this week, mainly tidying up my story for the Morecambe Steampunk Festival. Now I'm recording this diary on the Saturday because tomorrow I'll be performing the story at the festival. Now, last year it had about 40,000 people attend, so it's a really big event. I'm going to be on at 3 p.m. Written a really insane story called Lord Sidebottom and the Awesome Airship Mystery. Now, this is the first time I've ever really written anything with twists or that can be even classed as a mystery. I don't know whether it is a mystery, it's just like a daft little adventure, to be honest, but it's been a lot of fun to write. So I'll put my live recording of that at the end of this author diary so you can listen and enjoy. I read a really interesting non-fiction book this week. It was called Thames by Peter Ackroyd. This was basically a book about the history of the River Thames and its psychological and geographical significance. Now, I really enjoy this kind of history. The ideas of psychogeography and that hidden traces of the past can be found all around us. And this is something I really enjoyed about his novel The House of Dr. D, which is incredibly underrated. So although I enjoyed the non-fiction book, I would highly recommend his fiction instead, because it does deal with the same kind of themes, but in a more interesting way. I joined Pinterest this week, mainly as a way to start bringing together a lot of my images that I've been collecting over the years to inspire epic fantasy research, because next year my plan is to start writing my epic fantasy. I think the way I'm going to do it, instead of working on a 200,000 word doorstop, I'm going to release it as 22 novellas. So I think this will allow me to release an episode of the story every month, and then after 2 years, I'll be able to re-release them as full epic fantasy doorstop things, and hopefully I'll have made enough money from the novellas to get some really cool covers done, some really good maps and designs, and get some audiobooks made, that kind of thing. But that's a long way off yet. And so, yeah, the Pinterest, just search for Jon Cronshaw author, and you'll see my fantasy world building board on there. Had a question this week from Claire Hardiger. Now, Claire has just launched her own podcast, which is called Confessions of a First-Time Author, which is a kind of author diary format every couple of weeks. So you can find that wherever you find your podcasts. So her question is, music when writing? Yes or no? ? Is there a particular genre you prefer? When I write, I dictate, and so I don't listen to music while I'm doing that. But when I'm editing, or in the rare occasions where I am writing at a keyboard, I tend to listen to music that I either know really well or doesn't have lyrics. This is because I can find lyrics quite distracting when I'm trying to think about words. So it tends to be that I'll listen to a lot of stuff that I've known for years. So maybe a Spotify playlist of early 90s grunge and indie kind of stuff. I think some heavier stuff like Tool or Deftones tends to make it onto my playlist a lot as well. But then I also find ambient stuff really useful to work with. So stuff like Brian Eno or selected ambient works by Aphex Twin. And even Kraftwerk as well I find is conducive to getting work done. But then there is something that you mentioned yourself, which is the idea of using video game music to focus. And one of my favourite albums of all time is actually a video game soundtrack. It's the soundtrack to Fez by the electronica artist Disaster Piece. And so I'll set up my own Spotify playlist that has soundtracks from games like Skyrim and Morrowind and Fable, that kind of thing. So I'm going to give that a go. So if you've got a question, please do email me. It's john@joncronshaw.com. You can also send me a question on Twitter. I'm @JLCronshaw. Remember, you can download my book Addict of the Wasteland for free on Amazon. That's your gateway drug to the Wasteland series. And so until next time, cheerio. I wrote this story especially for the Morecambe Steampunk Festival. It's called Lord Sidebottom and the Awesome Airship Mystery. The clock above my workbench struck 7. I rolled up my designs for what can only be described as the most awesome airship ever conceived. Not in that vulgar sense uttered by those young people they have nowadays to refer to anything even vaguely of interest. No, this airship was awesome in the truest sense of the word. I stowed the blueprint in my wall safe and locked the front door behind me as I stepped into the cold. It was time to meet the beautiful Lady Elizabeth. I shoveled coal into my Segway. The machine rumbled to life, steam jets hissing from its exhaust vents. My feet stood firm between its wheels as the vehicle rolled forward. The sands extended towards the sea's distant glimmer. As the Segway hopped onto the promenade, seagulls eyed me from their gas lamp perches. The beautiful Lady Elizabeth would be waiting for me. I had taken it upon myself to court her and prove that I was a man of means and keen perception. Approaching the pier, I spied a commotion around our usual place of meeting. I recognised Detective Jones, as implacable as ever, with his black uniform and airman's moustache. "Detective," I called, drawing to a stop. "Lord Sidebottom." Lamplight caught the flicker of anguish in his expression. I followed his gaze, and my mouth gaped. An emerald green dress lay draped across twisted limbs. The beautiful Lady Elizabeth stared at nothing with dead eyes. I stepped from my Segway and knelt over her body. "Do you know this woman?" the detective asked. "It is the beautiful Lady Elizabeth. We were courting, are courting." I turned to him. Who could have done this? Who could have snuffed out the life of such a wonderful woman? He removed his hat and dipped his head. "I am dreadfully sorry." "That is not an answer," I spat. "Are there no clues?" The detective licked his lips and gave me a slight nod. He handed me a brass plaque, no bigger than my palm and no thicker than the brim of a cheap top hat. I rose to my feet, tilting it towards a nearby gas lamp. The etched image of Mad Frank winking back at me caught the light. It is Mad Frank, his calling card, my arch nemesis. Curse that. The emerald dress burst open as a dozen or so clockwork crabs launched themselves towards me, ripping and tearing at my flesh and hair and clothing. I frantically pried them from me, hurling their metal shells to the ground, stamping on them with my boots. The detective lunged forward, swinging at one of the damnable things with his truncheon, screaming out when the creature snapped at his face, lopping off a chunk of his moustache. We looked around, dazed and breathless, as gears and brass shards lay across the flagstones. "Are they gone?" he asked, straightening his hat. I stared down at my ragged shirt and wiped my bloodied face with a handkerchief. What the devil were they? "I believe, sir, they were Mad Frank's clockwork attack crabs." A shuddering breath left me, and I knelt next to Lady Elizabeth. Holes in the dress revealed a construction of wood and rubber beneath, nothing more than a container for those mechanical mockeries. I ran my hand towards her face and prodded rubbery flesh. "This is not a murder, detective. This is something else." "Then, no murder has been committed. It is a closed case. I was supposed to meet the beautiful Lady Elizabeth. If she's not here, then where is she?" He met my question with a blank expression. I tipped my hat and mounted the Segway. Deflated, I returned to my workshop. I came to a stop outside and rummaged for my keys, my fingers brushing Mad Frank's calling card. Why had he sent clockwork crabs? Where was the beautiful Lady Elizabeth? None of it made a lick of sense. My workshop door flew open and 3 robot monkeys charged from inside. Steam poured from their ears. Alchemical light glowed behind their eyes. I jumped to one side as they swung from trees and lampposts
The first of them leaped towards me. I gripped the creature around the throat, slamming it against my garden wall, its skull shattering on impact. I sidestepped the second and stood back as it tumbled into a thorn bush. I ran towards it, my boots crashing down on its chest, oil and coal spilling across the cobbles. I turned swiftly as another mounted my back, its claws tearing at my already ragged shirt. Grabbing its ears, I flipped it over my shoulder and shoved it against the wall. It thrashed for a moment, then dropped face first to the ground. I examined its head. It was coated in the same rubbery material as Lady Elizabeth's false visage. I drew my fists up and shouldered my way into my workshop. Lengths of rubber hose and copper wire lay across the counter. Brass gears and cogs stood in haphazard piles. My gaze shifted towards the wall safe. Its door hung at an awkward angle. Scorch marks ran along its hinges. I marched over and thrust my head inside. My designs! A glimmer of something caught my eye. An etched sheet of brass. Mad Frank's face winking at me. I snatched it as a loud droning hum filled my workshop. I bolted outside, skidding to a halt as Mad Frank's airship loomed above. I threw a handful of coal into my Segway and fired it up. The airship turned slowly towards me as I raced ahead. A salvo of missiles burst from its cannons, charging headlong towards the first missile. I pushed my Segway beyond its limits, its frame rattling as the wind rushed past my ears. With a swift kick, the Segway rose from the ground and slid along the missile's edge. Teeth gritted, I hopped to the next missile, and the next, climbing towards the airship as more of the rockets rained down. I glanced over my shoulder to see my workshop in flames far below. Bouncing from the final missile, the Segway cracked beneath me, its wheels falling to the ground. With a burst of strength, I leaped towards the airship, crashing through a window and clattering onto its deck. Gasping, I forced myself to stand. A fiendish masked man stood before me, his black cape rippling against the wind. He twiddled his moustache. Lord Sidebottom, we meet again. Mad Frank, gah! What have you done with the beautiful Lady Elizabeth? And what have you done with my designs for the awesome airship? He let out a cold laugh. I do not have time for your games, Lord Sidebottom. You may have destroyed my clockwork crustaceans and mechanical macaques, but you will be no match for my robot crab monkeys. He clapped his hands, summoning a trio of robot crab monkeys. The vile brutes ducked and weaved around me, claws snapping, fangs glistening. I swung at them with kicks and punches, but they moved with swift, unpredictable flourishes. Overwhelmed, I yielded. Mad Frank clapped again. Lock him in the cells. The robot crab monkeys dragged me along an unlit corridor and threw me into a metal-walled room, locking the door behind me with a thunk. I slumped to the floor, hopeless as darkness pressed around me. I rifled through my trouser pockets, searching for tools or lockpicks. The evening had meant to be a walk along the promenade and hot pot supper, followed by some gin and dress-up if things went well. My fingers brushed against the edges of two brass sheets, the etchings of Mad Frank bringing a curl to my lips. My sneer turned to a smile as I rammed the calling cards between the door and its frame, shifting them until the lock finally gave way. Flinging the door open, I grabbed the heads of the two robot monkeys standing sentry, smashing their heads against one another with all the force I could muster. As the guards fell into a heap around me, a third robot crab monkey bounded forward and pounced. I swiveled, striking the monstrosity with a sharp jab of my elbow. Searing pain tore through my arm as it drove deep into its chest. Hot oil squirted from its frame as it collapsed next to me. Holding my scalded right arm close to me, I crept towards the bridge and kicked open the door. Mad Frank looked up at me with a start. Where are my robot crab monkeys? I shrugged and offered him a broad grin. He charged at me, throttling me with fists. I nudged him backwards with a shoulder, knocking him into the airship's controls. The craft lurched sharply to the right. We lost our footing and tumbled to the deck, sliding across the polish oak. I swung at him to no avail. Gah! His wild laughter stopped abruptly when the airship crashed into the sea. Cold water lapped around us, pouring through the cracks in the ship. I dragged Mad Frank through a window and swam to the shore. The detective ran over to us as the airship ignited in a tower of flames. I offered him a weak smile and gestured to Mad Frank as we lay coughing and spluttering, sand and seaweed coating our bodies. Mad Frank pulled something from inside his cape, my designs for the awesome airship. The sodden paper turned to pulp in his hands. It is ruined. The sea has destroyed your blueprints. I rushed to the detective and pointed a finger at Mad Frank. That man burgled my workshop and attacked me with an assortment of clockwork and steam-powered attack robots. He also blew up my home with missiles, took me prisoner, and, worst of all, he tried to steal the designs for my awesome airship. Mad Frank let out a cackling laugh as the detective heaved him to his feet. You are ruined, Lord Sidebottom. Your awesome airship is no more. What you stole was but a mere copy. I always make duplicates. Mad Frank's eyes widened. No! All my work was for naught. The detective cuffed Mad Frank and led him up the steps towards the promenade. I'm arresting you in the name of the law. Wait, I called, chasing after them. The detective turned to me. We will interrogate this criminal, and then I vow we will find Lady Elizabeth. I shook my head and reached up to Mad Frank's face. I tore off his mask, then pulled away a layer of rubbery flesh. Oh, Lady Elizabeth, how could you? Thank you.
Hello and welcome to John's Author Diary for the weekend in June 10th, 2018. I've not had the best of weeks this week. I had to make a really tough decision. I went back to Blind Reset after the half-term break and read what I'd done, and it just wasn't very good. And to cut a long story short, I pulled the book from pre-order. Now, that was a really hard decision for me to make because I don't like letting readers down. And I know this will hurt me as a business decision, but this was one of those times that I had to make a decision that was an artistic one. I felt that what I was producing wasn't of sufficient quality, and the story just wasn't there in the same way it was with Blind Gambit. Now, I'm really proud of Blind Gambit as a book. I think that what I tried to do with it was very honest, very raw, and maybe I should have taken a bit of a break after finishing that book. Maybe I should have done a different project for a while and then gone back to Blind Reset. I mean, I might do that in the future, but when I wrote Blind Gambit, I just saw it as a one for me, one and done standalone project. And so if anyone listening to this has pre-ordered Blind Reset, then I do apologise, but I think it was for the best. In actual writing news, I did about 5,000 words to the first draft of Cleric of the Wasteland, which is Wasteland Book 4. Now, I am pleased with how that story's going, so at least that's a good thing. And I've also been doing a lot of work planning an epic fantasy series that I've had in my head for several years. So I've written the first draft of the first story of this, so it's a prequel to the main series. Now, what I'm doing, just because I'm a glutton for punishment, is I'm going to write 22 stories, probably novella length, which I will release as a serial, hopefully every month. Now, I want to get a few of these in the bag first before I start releasing them, but this is the same character from a collection, Her Name Was Red. Now, out of all of my stories that I've written, that's the one that has got the most feedback in terms of people really engaging with the character, and something about the story seems to resonate. So when I wrote the original Red story, I had intended to do it as an epic fantasy, but I wrote it at a time where I didn't know about how to plan an outline and how to prepare myself for a big project. And because I'm doing this as a business and I need to pay my bills, instead of spending several months writing 150,000 word novels, what I want to do is break up the story so it's released a bit like a serial in the same way you'd get on Netflix or something like that. So these will be shorter novellas, probably about 20,000 words. And then when they're all done, I'll put them together as complete novels. So I should have 22 of those in the end. I think it'll probably take me 2 years to do. So this is a long-term project. What I'm hoping is that doing it in this way means I'll be able to do this big doorstop project while at the same time being able to pay my bills. So that's very important to me. I have a big story arc planned out, and what I'm doing for each story is when I'm about to sit down and write the story, I'm using a tarot card from the Major Arcana to inspire some of the elements and themes from that story. So each of the stories will actually be the name of one of the major tarot cards. So I've just written the Fool. In the tarot it is card 0, so naturally that is going to be my prequel. And this will be one of those things that I offer to people who sign up to my mailing list and that kind of thing. And it just gives a little bit more about the main character and her motivations. So I'm really looking forward to getting my teeth into this project, because I think I've been world building it now for several years. So I've written some stories in this world, but now it's time to pull the trigger and get this done. I read a really cool novella this week by Brandon Sanderson called Edge Dancer. Now, this is in his Stormlight Archive series, so this goes basically between Words of Radiance and Oathbringer, so kind of book 2.5, and it follows the story of Lift, who's one of the minor POV characters in Words of Radiance. Now, she was one of my favourite characters in the books, so I really enjoyed this novella. I thought it was great, very funny, a lot of humour, and I just love Brandon Sanderson's writing, so I would recommend that. Chris Sarantopoulos asks, what inspired you to write your Wasteland series? So I started this series, I wrote Night of the Wasteland first. I really wanted to explore the idea of addiction and religion and do it in a post-apocalyptic setting. I think when I was writing it, everything in the news was really bleak, so it seemed that when I was writing it, hope was a bit scarce. So I wanted to write something where the main theme running through it was hope, and that even in the worst circumstances you can still find things to hold on to. So a lot of it just started off as having images in my head of this guy exploring a flooded city with a rowing boat, scavenging to find things to trade. And then obviously I needed a story to go around that. So that became Night of the Wasteland. And then I did a prequel to this called Addicts of the Wasteland, which you can get for free on Amazon. And this was my main character Abel's backstory about how he overcame addiction. And then Wizard of the Wasteland, which became the first novel, was based on something that had come to me in a dream. So I had this image of this travelling showman pretending to be a wizard, kind of putting on these shows and tricking people into believing that old technology was magical. And I think it probably came from that Arthur C. Clarke phrase where he said something like, technology seems magical when we don't understand it, or something like that. And then King of the Wasteland came because I felt that the Christian settlement within the Wasteland called Trinity had it too easy. So I wanted their settlement to be raided, I wanted them to be out of their homes, and to show that surviving in this hostile place is hard when you don't have a community and when you don't have a network of trade and farming around you. So I very much enjoyed writing that one, and I'm enjoying writing Cleric of the Wasteland, which carries on straight after the end of King of the Wasteland. And so with this one I really wanted to write essentially a quest story where two of the main characters have got to go from basically one place to another and have adventures along the way. So remember, if you've got any questions, please email me. It's john@johncronshaw.com. That's JONCRONSHAW. If you want to follow me on Twitter, it's @JLCronshaw. You should check out my other podcast called Stop Booking Around. This past week we looked at understanding Russ's ideal reader. And so I've been really enjoying doing these shows and just getting to speak with my mate Russ a bit more, because he still lives in Wolverhampton, I live in Morecambe, and good friends can be hard to find. So until next time, cheerio. Hello and welcome to John's Author Diary for the weekend in June 17th, 2018. I've had a much better week. Last week I felt a bit down in the dumps because of pulling Blind Reset from pre-order and having a reassessment of what my future schedule is going to be in terms of writing. So I managed to write the first novelette in my epic fantasy series. So this is a book that I'm going to give away for free to kind of get people interested in the series. It's called The Fool. And I've been really pleased with how the story's coming together, how it's going. Even my wife, who isn't usually a fan of fantasy and science fiction, said that it was one of the best things I've written. So I don't know whether that's a good thing or a bad thing. So I've realised because of my scheduling over the next few weeks, I'm going to have a day less for writing on most weeks because of one reason or another. So travelling and teacher training days and my son's sports day and things like that. So I did want to have two of the novellas written by the start of the school summer holidays, but the way it's looking, I'll be pleased if I get one done. I was talking on Facebook to an author called Susan K. Quinn. She's doing pretty much what I want to do with my series. So she's doing a series called Dragon School, and she's releasing these novellas on a monthly basis, and I seem to be doing very well for her. And these are kind of in that young adult, epic fantasy kind of genre, which is exactly where I'm looking to be. And she was saying that her first book in the series was 25,000 words and then the rest of them 20. So I'm going to look to being around that ballpark in terms of word count. I think the first book in my series might be slightly longer, but we'll see. So it was definitely a good idea to pull back on the Blind Reset project. And I've had some really nice support over the week from fellow authors, so thanks to Paul Teague and Claire Hardiger who've given me words of encouragement about this, so thank you. I've been reading a book called Everyday Life in Elizabethan London this week. This is obviously a non-fiction book, which I'm using just to get some of the nitty-gritty details to add to my fantasy world building. So having things like a description of the bed has been really useful. So I would recommend doing something like that if you are a fantasy writer and want to get those little details in that make the world so much richer. I've also started reading Brandon Sanderson's Oathbringer, so I'm about 12 chapters into that. It's a massive audiobook, it's about 55 hours, so I think it's going to take me some time to get through this one. But so far so good. I love the series, I love the author. Claire Hardiger sent me a question this week. Now, I've mentioned her before. She does the Confessions of a First-Time Author podcast, which is, again, a similar format to what I'm doing here, so kind of author diary thing. And hers comes out every 2 weeks, so check that out. It's really interesting. You've even got a cameo by yours truly getting in there with the first question. She got in touch with me on Twitter at JL Cronshaw. She said, great episode. Really felt for you about Blind Reset. Sounds like the right decision from what you were saying. I'm curious. Feel free to say it's none of my business. You said you planned for Blind Gambit to be a one-off. Did you do a sequel because you enjoyed it more than you expected, or because fans wanted it, or you felt you should, or some other reason? Yeah, to be honest, it is none of your business. No. So there are basically two reasons for this. The first one is I had what I thought was a good idea for the second book. I still think that the video game side of the book will work well as a story. I felt that the real world story was a little bit lacking, and it's the real world stuff that is important to me with this stuff. And I think the other reason was greed. I did really well with the pre-orders on Blind Gambit and it had a very successful launch. It hit number one in quite a few categories. It did very well. And I think because I saw these pre-orders coming in, that there was a lot of interest in the book, that it would be foolish not to do a second title for a business decision. And now I've never been an author to write to market. You know, my Wasteland series is probably confusing to a lot of post-apocalyptic readers because it's not set in the real world. It relies on fantasy tropes. It's written in the present tense. And Blind Gambit, even though it is game-lit, it's also about disability. And so I think the mistake I made is setting out to write a book which was primarily a financial decision. If I'm thinking about it in purely business terms, then yeah, I've left some money on the table here. But I don't know, I think it's taught me about me as a writer, about what my priorities are, about where my line is artistically. And I don't know whether you want to call it integrity or ego or even arrogance. I don't know, but it was a good lesson. And I think what it's made me realise is, yes, I do want to be able to sustain myself financially as an author, because writing books is a lot of hard work. And it's something that I can do as someone with a disability and not get preferential treatment or discrimination or anything else. It is based on quality of my work, and it's about the quality of my marketing. It's about my ability to reach readers. So the lesson is for me is I'm not going to write any books in the future that are led business first. They are going to be led art first, because I felt very lazy trying to write that book when my heart wasn't quite in it. So I hope that answers your question. Remember, if you've got a question you want to ask me, you can ask me on Twitter. It's at JL Cronshaw, or you can email me. It's john@johncronshaw.com. Because Wizard of the Wasteland came out a year ago this week, I've currently got an offer on where you can get the entire Wasteland series box set. That's 3 books for 99p, 99 cents on Amazon. So if you've not checked out any of my stuff before, hey, you can have a binge on that, and it'll cost you next to nothing. So until next time, cheerio. Hello and welcome to John's Author Diary for the weekend in June the 24th, 2018. I've had a really productive week. I managed to write the first draft for the first novella in my epic fantasy series. So this is a story called The Magician, and I'm really enjoying writing in the novella format. It's a lot shorter than a novel, but because it's a long story, I'm opening up a lot of things to intrigue and to build up and to pay off later. So what I've tried to do is have one storyline that gets resolved by the end, but then there's still a lot of things left open, which will hopefully encourage the reader to read on, but yet still feel satisfied that they've got a complete story. So my next step is still unclear. I need to work this out. I'm either going to outline book 2 tomorrow and start work on the first draft of that, or I might start doing the second draft of The Magician. I'm not sure as yet what's going to be the best use of my time, but I'm sure I'll figure that out. I'm still reading Brandon Sanderson's Oathbringer, very much enjoying the story. I've still got something like 20 hours left to read, so it's going to take a while to get through this one, but I do recommend the series if you're into epic fantasy with very interesting magic systems and a lot of cool big swords and magical power armour and things like that. So I've had no questions this week, but if you've got a question, you can get in touch on Twitter. It's at JL Cronshaw. You can also send me an email. It's john@johncronshaw.com. That's JONCRONSHAW. Remember, you can get my story, Addict of the Wasteland, for free. Just go to Amazon, type in Addict of the Wasteland and read it on your Kindle. So until next time, cheerio. Hello and welcome to John's Author Diary for the week ending July the 1st, 2018. I've had a busy week. I think last week I mentioned that I wasn't sure what to do with The Magician, whether to do a second draft or whether to go straight into writing the first draft of book 2. I ended up doing a second draft of The Magician because what I ended up figuring was I tend to underwrite my first drafts, so with the second draft I added about 6,000 words and changed little points here and there, so I think it'll be easier going forward just to make sure that I've got at least a second draft done before going on to the next book, just to keep things like consistency, and so I'm not having months in a row of editing. So I'm really pleased with how the book has gone. I now have to work out whether it will be best as a first book in the series to bundle The Fool and The Magician together as one title, or whether to keep them as 2 and have a shorter one as an introduction and something that will get people into the series as a freebie, and then have this book as one that is paid for. So I'm still not sure yet what I'm going to do with that. I'll ask around and get some good advice, hopefully. As well as that, I also got Stop Booking Around back from the editor. So I've now been going through the changes of that, and I've sent the manuscript off to some beta readers. I'm really pleased with how that has gone, and hopefully it will bring a bit of money in order to cover the costs of running the podcast. So as well as writing, I'm still reading Brandon Sanderson's Oathbringer. I've got about 10 hours left of the audiobook of that, so I'm nearly done. It certainly feels like it's building to a big climax. I've really enjoyed it so far. Not as much lift as I would have liked, but you can't have everything. So I've had no questions this week, but if you want to send one to me, just tweet me at JL Cronshaw, or you can email me. It's john@johncronshaw.com. Remember, you could check out my book, Addict of the Wasteland, for free. Simply go to Amazon and type in Addict of the Wasteland and start reading now. So until next time, cheerio. Hello and welcome to John's Author Diary for the week ending July the 8th, 2018. This podcast is going to sound a bit rough around the edges because I am currently visiting family in Leeds, so I'm recording this on my mobile, including a live introduction, so I hope you enjoyed that. I've had a really busy week. It was a bit of a strange one because on Monday and for half of Wednesday, my writing schedule got a bit messed up. So last weekend I went to see the New Japan Wrestling show in Manchester. And that was a great time, and so I was travelling back from that on Monday. Really enjoyed the show, got to see some of my favourite wrestlers, including Kazuchika Okada and Minoru Suzuki in the ring, so that was really good. And then on Wednesday, it was my son's sports day at school, so I went to see that and sit in the sweltering sun for about 3 hours, watching him do things like sack races and a race called a bear race, which is basically where the kids crawl on their knees. In writing news, I've been working on the Stop Booking Around non-fiction book, so I've been getting that finalised, proofed, and I've also recorded an audiobook. Now, I don't recommend doing this. I'm visually impaired, so it's been actually quite a struggle to do it, and I think when I finished the recording of the thing, I had just such bad eye strain from doing it, because essentially what I had to do was read with one eye, do it on my Kindle app very enlarged, and so I think at points the gaps between the sentences are probably a bit long, so I think I'm going to have a lot of editing to do. But I've got the cover back from Ryan Schwartz, who he's on Facebook as the cover designer, and he's done a fantastic job. He's helped me in the past with little graphic things. and he's put together a really cool cover for me, so looking forward to launching that, which should be very soon. I'm just waiting to get the final graphics from Ryan, and then I just need to do a final format of the book. There's part of me thinking I should probably wait and get the audiobook, the print book and the ebook out at the same time. I've not done that before. There's a possibility that having all three products out there at once might be helpful to getting more people into the audiobooks. I also managed to finish the second draft of The Magician, which is the first full novella in my epic fantasy, which I'm calling the Ravenglass Chronicles. So I'm really excited about this series. I've released the first novelette called The Fool on Insta Freebie, and then I'm going to do a perma-free release of that at a later date once I've got The Magician and The High Priestess ready, which will be the book that I outlined on Friday. Now, what's so fun about this series, I don't know if I've mentioned it before, is I've got a big story arc that goes through 22 novellas, and each one of them is based on one of the major arcana cards in the tarot. So what I'm doing when I'm about to outline each book is I've got my broad story points, I know where I need to go by the end of the next book, but the actual content of the book is inspired by the respective tarot card. So, for example, The Fool draws on inspiration and symbolism from the tarot card The Fool, and The Magician, again, draws on inspiration and symbolism from that card. And I've just done the same outlining the High Priestess. So on Friday, I went to Wetherspoons in Morecambe. I bought one of those refillable coffees and sat there for about 3 hours, working through caffeine and outlining that next story. I've been trying to work out for ages a way I can throw in some randomness, some unexpected elements into my writing. And I read a few years ago that Philip K. Dick did this when he wrote his book, The Man in the High Castle. So apparently he used the I Ching, which is like a divination thing to decide where the story was going to go. Now, I still want to have a story that progresses. So over 22 books, you'll see a bit of a epic fantasy arc, although my ending is going to be a little bit different and hopefully unexpected. But as I'm sitting down to write each of these books individually, I've got that randomness, I've got that unexpectedness, and it's actually giving me a lot of energy in terms of writing and feeling excited about the project. I was thinking about how long it took me to write Blind Gambit, and the fact that I've been able to write a novelette, The Fool, and then a novella, The Magician, in the time it probably took me to get through the first 12,000 words of Blind Gambit is really positive. And what I'd like to do eventually is get these books coming out on a monthly basis from the autumn, because I think serialised fiction is probably the way forward. I mean, that's the way we're consuming things on Netflix. It's the way we consume comic books and things like that. So I'm hoping that having that monthly release schedule will help bring more readers to the series. So I've not had any questions this week, but if you want to send me a question, you can tweet me. It's at JL Cronshaw, or you can email it. It's john@johncronshaw.com. And if you go onto my Twitter right now, you can actually download The Fool from Insta Freebie, so you can start getting into that fantasy world. So until next time, cheerio.
Hello and welcome to John's Author Diary for the weekend in July the 15th, 2018. I've had a crazy week. I've been so busy getting everything together for the launch of the Stop Booking Around non-fiction book, as well as preparing to release a brand new podcast on Monday and a collection of short stories that go with that. So in terms of writing, I've written 3 scenes this week towards a High Priestess, and the rest of the time I've just been spent getting stuff ready. So on Monday I'm going to be launching a new podcast called Otaku on Writing. So this is where 3 authors, including myself, will dissect classic anime films and use them to inspire original fiction. So we're going to release the first 3 episodes of that on Monday, and then the 4th episode on Thursday, and then it'll go every Thursday after that. In line with the episodes, we're also producing a series of short stories. So every 3 weeks we'll have a new short story collection coming out with 3 stories inspired by the various animes in question. So because it's the 30th anniversary on the 16th of Akira, which for a lot of people was one of the first anime films that they really watched. So in order to celebrate this, we're releasing the episodes to coincide with that. Now the show is a lot of fun. Really enjoyed doing the episodes so far. And it's been good to have that ability to brainstorm in a collaborative way and then to produce original fiction alongside it. So that's all ready. I've just got the last few things to do with that, such as formatting the ebooks and that kind of thing. The other thing I've done is release the Stop Booking Around non-fiction book. So that went out in paperback and ebook. And I've submitted the audiobook,
Now, I feel a bit of a rant coming on here because I'm absolutely sick to death of this audiobook. It's been returned 3 times by ACX, which is the thing that you use to upload things to Audible, and each time they've had corrections to make. Now, the first time was about the format. So I followed the instructions, and it was meant to be MP3 at 192 kilobits a second. That was right. It was meant to be 44.1000 hertz, and mine was 48. So they sent it back to me. So I had to resubmit all of the files individually. Now, you couldn't do this as a batch. They had to be done in turn. And it seemed that if you tried to upload more than 1 or 2 at once, then it would crash and you'd have to start again with the process. So that was really infuriating. And then, after submitting it, they returned again and said, oh, you need to add the end to the final file. So even though it had the credits, it had to have the end said by me. So I had to record that and add that to the credits and re-upload that and then resubmit it for approval. And then 24 hours later, they got back to me again and said that the audio peaks at the wrong level. So whereas most audio I've ever done peaks at 0 decibels, which is the standard, they want it at -3. So again, I've had to go through the whole process of batch converting all the files. You know, that doesn't take too long. But then uploading them all individually. And there's 25 chapters in this book. So it easily adds, you know, up to an hour's work just to kind of do these changes. Now, what I would have liked from ACX is if they went, okay, these are the errors. You've got this, this and this to do in one go. That would have been perfect. This process of, here's a thing we've noticed, please correct it, resubmitting it, waiting 24 hours for approval, and then coming back and going, oh, we've noticed a mistake. You need to do this one thing and resubmit it. And then you do the one thing and then you've got to resubmit it again and go through the same process. It's ridiculous. So I think I've wasted several hours this week just kind of doing that and resubmitting it. So, yeah, a bit annoyed about that. But, whatever. So with my mini rant over, I did finish Brandon Sanderson's Oathbringer. That was great. I really enjoyed it. I had a look at the release dates of these books in this series. So I noticed that the first book was released in 2010 and then 2014 and 2018. And this is meant to be a 10-book series. So this is going to take a while to get through, I think. I've also started reading a non-fiction book. This is called Consider the Fork by B. Wilson. This is great. This is a history of kitchens and cooking implements. And I know that sounds probably like a bit of a strange history to look at, but it's one of those things, again, that I think is going to really help me with my fantasy world and just thinking about what informs cooking and how different countries cook in different ways based on their historical resources and things like that. Stuff that maybe I hadn't considered before. So I would highly recommend reading that, especially if you are creating fantasy worlds and that kind of thing. You can check out the Stop Booking Around book, How to Overcome Author Procrastination. This is aimed at people who are struggling to write their first book. Maybe they've had several full starts. It will give you all the tools to help you complete your first novel. So there's a lot of stuff in there about author mindset and motivation, about writing myths, and then it also goes through the process of learning about story structure and writing and outlining and all those kind of things that people don't necessarily consider when they sit down for the first time and think, right, I'm going to write a novel. So hopefully next week I'll be a little bit more chilled. I've had a crazy busy week, so I'm feeling a little bit frazzled. But next week I want to write the rest of my first draft of High Priestess, and hopefully won't have to do anything more with Audible uploading. So I've had no questions this week, but if you want to send me a question, tweet me at JL or you can email me. It's john@johncronshaw.com. That's JONCRONSHAW. So until next time, cheerio. Hello and welcome to John's Author Diary for the weekend in July 22nd, 2018. I've had another crazy busy week. I launched a new podcast on Monday with Lynn Sheridan and Killian Carter. This is called Otaku on Writing, and it's basically where we dissect classic anime movies in order to brainstorm our own original fiction. So we did that. We had the first cycle of those episodes come out, and we reviewed the movie Akira, which celebrated its 30th anniversary this week. And so I finished writing a short story for that and formatting it and getting it ready for publication. So I think that'll come out next Thursday. The collection's called Awake, Otaku Stories 1. And so with this podcast, I'll be writing a new short story every 3 weeks and putting them out in mini anthologies. And so hopefully what we'll have is a bit of a symbiotic relationship between the books and the podcast. So people who find the books will find the podcast and vice versa. And it's just a lot of fun to brainstorm with other people and to revisit some of these movies that I haven't watched in years. So do check that out, even if you're not into anime. I think if you're into storytelling and the creative process and looking at films as writers, I think this is a really interesting podcast for people. So alongside getting all that done, I released another episode of the Stop Booking Around podcast. And so Russ is at a point now where he started writing, and I'm kind of teaching him how to write on the fly. So we had an episode about showing, not telling, and I think we'll probably revisit that subject in the coming weeks because it is such a crucial part of the writing process. And with my own writing, I have finished the first draft of The High Priestess. Now managed to do this in 2.5 writing sessions, which is insane to me. It will obviously need a redraft, it will need a rewrite, and so I think it'll still need a couple of weeks of work, but that's a really good place to be. Really pleased that I can get a draft of what is essentially a 20,000 word novella done within 2.5 days. So now my son has broken up from school, so he's just finished reception and we'll go into year 1 in September. So this means I don't have any scheduled writing days over the next 6 weeks, which is really daunting for me. I've got into a really nice habit of writing and producing, and there's a part of me that is concerned that this writing that I've built up, being able to write a first draft in 2.5 days, that I'm going to lose that. And I'm going to have to rebuild towards it again. I think the next 6 weeks is going to be dedicated to doing editing tasks when I can fit them in. So I know that I've got to do an edit of The Magician, I need to redraft The High Priestess, and I also need to redraft the Black Death trilogy, which won't actually be coming out under my name, that'll be under a joint pen name with 2 other authors. But what we figured was it'll look better to have 1 name on a cover than 3. So look out for the young upstart Logan Shields in the not too distant future. Now, I'm a little bit frustrated with how the collaborative stuff is going. This isn't because of the other authors, this is because of Lloyds Bank. So to give you a bit of context, what we've done is we've set up a limited liability partnership, which is basically to protect ourselves as a business. And with that, we've tried to set up a joint bank account with Lloyds. Now, we applied for this, I think it was in February, and it's now July, and it's still being processed. So this has put a lot of things on hold that we've wanted to do, because I think we would have got things like the Otaku on Writing podcast out sooner, and got an Amazon account set up sooner, and all these things that are on hold because of this one blockage. So we've basically got a standing bank account until we can get the joint one sorted, which isn't ideal. So I'm hoping that gets sorted out over the next week or so. I read a really cool non-fiction book this week called How We Got to Now, and it was about 6 inventions that had drastically changed our society and lives. And so there were things like glass and refrigeration and things like that. And it was just interesting thinking about the idea of networks of invention, how things don't happen in a vacuum, and how there's a kind of inevitability sometimes when you get 2 people in different places of the world coming up with the same invention at a similar time. And it's like they've made these connections between things that they couldn't have made before this point. So I thought that was an absolutely fascinating read, and I'd highly recommend that. I've also started reading a book on craft called Into the Woods by John York. Now, the reason I'm looking at this book is this guy is a TV writer. He's written for things like EastEnders and stuff like that. So I'm interested in trying to get to the heart of storytelling in this episodic, serialised form rather than thinking about it in terms of a single novel, a single arc. And I'm hoping that I can get some sound advice from that book. I'm about a third of the way in, and I'm not sure yet whether I'm getting anything new from it. It's a lot about things like the hero's journey and story structure, but we'll see how that one goes. I'm also reading a book called A Brief History of the Samurai, and again, another fascinating book. I'm essentially wanting something a little bit similar to a samurai-type group in my epic fantasy series, so I'm looking at this and seeing if I can get some inspiration from that. So that's been a really good read so far. And in fiction, I've started reading Hard Times by Charles Dickens. I'm about 8 chapters in, and so far it's been quite funny. I'm hoping that is the intention of the book, but it's amused me, so that's good. The thing that I've found weird about reading it is it's very rare that you'll see third-person omniscient in a book now, so it's really jarring when we're suddenly drifting from one character's motivations to another, but it's interesting nonetheless. So I've had no questions this week, but if you have a question, please tweet me. It's at JL or you can email john@joncronshaw.com. That's JONCRONSHAW. You can download The Fool, which is book 0 in my epic fantasy series. So you can get this from Insta-Freebie. Simply go onto my Twitter, at JL Cronshaw, and it's the pinned post, and you can download it there. So until next time, cheerio. Hello and welcome to John's Author Diary for the weekend in July the 28th, 2018. It's the first week of the school summer holidays, so I've been a dad. So I spent most of the week just looking after my son, playing with him, throwing him around on the trampoline, that kind of thing. So I've had a lot of fun doing that. In terms of actual work, I've not got a lot done. I've got everything together for the launch of Awake, Otaku Stories 1, which is the short story collection which is connected to my podcast Otaku on Writing. And so what we did with this is we spent a few weeks going over the film Akira and then using it to brainstorm some original fiction. And then we've written the fiction and released it. So that came out on Thursday. So it's 99p, 99 cents. 3 really good stories. Check them out. I've also started rewriting The High Priestess. So because of the summer holidays, I think this is going to take me the entire summer to do just because of finding time to actually work. And to be honest, I'm definitely due for a break. I think over the last few weeks I've had a bit of a twitching going on in my right eye, which basically means that I've got eye strain at the minute. So coming to a stop has made me realise just how tired I am, actually. It's been very hard to get up in the mornings, obviously without the routine of taking my son to school and then not having these structures right in days. I think my body might be rebelling a bit. One thing I did do with my son, which was really interesting, is after I recorded last week, we went to the Haitian Viking Festival. And so there was a lot of displays of Viking life. And so I got talking to quite a few of the people who were running displays, just getting some more insight for fantasy research and just getting to do things like feel what a wild boar rug actually feels like under your fingers, or a cup made from cow horn, that kind of thing. So actually having this kind of physical interaction with objects that have been made in this Viking way are probably better than anything you could read in a book or see in a museum or anything like that. So last week I said I started reading Hard Times by Charles Dickens. I've not actually managed to get any further with that. Now I listen to a lot of my audio through the RNIB library app, and I've got about 3 days left before it expires, so I don't know if I'm going to get this one read. It's more just an issue of time and not having things like the school run where I can listen to stories and things like that. So my feeling is that by the time I finally get used to this new routine, it'll be time to go back to the old one. What I'm hoping though is that it will give me time to think, and it'll give me time to clear my mind a bit and get rid of any clutter that's in there. Hopefully it'll lead to some good ideas with my Ravenglass Chronicles series. Now I've got the book The Fool up on Insta-Freebie at the moment, so this is the book 0. Now it's not a prequel technically. The reason it's book 0 is I'm naming all of these books after cards in the tarot, and The Fool is card 0 and card 22. So my book 1 is essentially book 0, so I'm sure Amazon will love me for that. So on Friday, Insta-Freebie actually featured The Fool as part of their mail out and on their blog and things like that. So that's got my book to a lot of new readers. So really pleased with that. And I've been getting some really positive emails from people who are saying they really like the character, they really like the book. Now I've mentioned before that I did a collection called Her Name Was Red. And so this is the story of that character in that story. And it's the thing that I have written which has had the most response from people. So this is above my Wasteland series, this is above Blind Gambit. This one short story has resonated the most, so I'm now turning that into this 22 novella series, which will then be repackaged as probably a trilogy or a quadrilogy, but that's a while off yet. So I've had no questions this week, but you can send me a question. It's at JL Cronshaw on Twitter, or it's john@johncronshaw.com. Do check out Awake, Otaku Stories 1, because as I say, it's 99p, or it's free if you're on Kindle Unlimited. So until next time, cheerio. Hello and welcome to John's Author Diary for the weekend in August the 5th, 2018. This past week I've been on holiday. So I went for 7 days to Castle Douglas in Scotland. Now, I've not been to this area of Scotland before, so it was really nice to explore places like Cuckoobury and go on some forest walks and around lochs and things like that. Digit certainly had a good time on some of the beaches and swimming in the sea, that kind of thing. So in terms of actual work, I've been thinking through some of the ideas for my epic fantasy series, so that is actually coming together quite nicely. So far I've avoided talking about things like money and economics within the fantasy world, and this is because I've not had a solution to that yet. But I went to a museum in Cuckoobury and there was a exhibition about silver, and in the later Roman period something called hack silver was used in Scotland as a currency. Now what this was basically pieces of silver that could have been hacked from bowls, vessels, jewellery, that kind of thing, and then they would be weighed in exchange for goods. And so it's that nice bridge between a barter system and a monetary currency. And so I'm going to use something like that, I think, in my fantasy world. So I've re-downloaded Hard Times by Charles Dickens, so I'm now about a third of the way through that. It's a really bizarre book. I don't know if it's intended to be bizarre, maybe it's just because I'm so used to reading things like fantasy and science fiction, but it's got some very strange characters in that book. I also finished the book, A Brief History of the Samurai, and to be honest, I was a little bit disappointed with what I wanted to get from that book. And so there was very little about social history, there was very little about the actual philosophy of the samurai and the ethics. So I ended up reading a book from the 1890s called Bushido, The Soul of Japan. And now I think as a historical text, it's very flawed. And I think there's a lot of things like about presumptions, about races and things like that wouldn't fly in a modern academic setting. But what interested me was trying to get to the core of this philosophy and this way of seeing the world. And my attitude going in is, even if it's historically inaccurate, that doesn't matter because I'm thinking about it in terms of a fantasy world anyway. So that was actually really useful as a research tool for fiction, but I don't think I'd recommend it for actual historical research. So next week I need to finish my second Otaku story. So we launched the first book of that just over a week ago, and the reviews have been coming in and a nice trickle of sales. So I'm really pleased with how that's going. And so my next story is inspired by the movie A Wind Named Amnesia, which came out in 1993. And so what I'm doing is I'm actually playing off Lynn's story. So he's written about sentient, uplifted rats. Now I'm going to write about the same situation from a human perspective. And what I'm hoping is that I can change the meaning of Lynn's story by doing that. So that's going to be an interesting experiment. And as well as doing that, I need to carry on my edit of The High Priestess, because I think I'm going to start launching these in September. I think I had the realisation the other day that because of stepping away from Blind Reset, I've only actually had one proper release this year, and so I'm starting to feel the squeeze of that a little bit financially. So I definitely need to get the ball rolling with this fantasy series as soon as possible, and then I'll be able to release these novellas every month. I'll get the first 3 out in September, just to get people into the series. And then I think something like the 15th of the month is when they'll come out. So I've had no questions this week, but if you want to send me a question, it's at JL Cronshaw on Twitter or john@johncronshaw.com. That's JONCRONSHAW. You can now follow me on Instagram. So it's Jon Cronshaw Author, one word on Instagram. If you'd like to check out any of my other podcasts, remember I've got Stop Booking Around, which is a podcast where I'm helping my friend write his first novel. And then I've got Otaku on Writing. That's OTAKU on Writing, which is where me and 2 other authors review classic anime movies to inspire our own original fiction. So until next time, cheerio. Hello and welcome to John's Author Diary for the weekend in August the 12th, 2018. I'm still in holiday mode this week, but I've still managed to get quite a bit of work done. I don't have any set schedule, but what I've been doing is whenever I've got a bit of spare time, whenever I've got moments, say, where my son's in bed, or if he's watching a film, I've been doing editing. So I got The Magician back from one of my beta readers, and she had some really good points about how I can improve the draft. So I've basically gone through that this week and ended up adding about 10% to the manuscript. And what this has done is really brought out the kind of emotional impact of what's happening and kind of underlining some of the more romantic elements of the story. Now, I've never written romance, but because I'm writing this young adult fantasy series, I now want to get a forbidden love storyline in there. So I've been building up that. So I've been pushing more and more pressure onto my main character. And so because of the feedback of that, I went back to my first book, The Fool, and ended up adding another 10% to that and resubmitting that to Insta-Freebie. So again, it's just to underline this emotional impact of the story and probably to make it a little less subtle, because I think the expectations of the young adult fantasy genre are that things are maybe spelt out a little more than it would be in my other stuff. So as well as that, I've also started working on the rewrite for The High Priestess. So I'm about 1,000 words into that, and I've already added another 1,000 to the manuscript. So that's good. If I can get the time to get this done by the end of next week, I'll be really pleased with that, because I want to start releasing these books as soon as possible. I've also been working on the book description for the first book, The Fool. So when you go on to Amazon, obviously you see the cover, and then you see the description of what the book is about. And I hate writing these. They're so difficult, especially because what I'm doing is a very long story. It's a very complex story. There's a lot of moving parts. And what I've had to do is whittle down what the main central conflict of the story is, and then do it in such a way that will intrigue people enough to get them into the series, but not give so much away that it spoils the series. And so this has been a really difficult task, and I'm sure I will keep tinkering around the edges of this for the rest of the week. So I've just finished reading a book called What Everybody Is Saying. This is a book by a retired FBI agent about body language and all the little tells that people have. And it was really interesting, really good for writers, I think, because I think what it showed is just how complex body language can be and how difficult it is to say that certain gestures mean certain things. So it seems like a lot of the work about understanding people's body language comes from understanding how the limbic system in the brain works. So there's a lot of behaviours, for example, that people might see as deceptive. I think there's a bit of a well-worn myth that if someone's rubbing their nose when they're telling you something, that's a lie. Well, this might not be the case. It could be that the person is stressed. It could be that the person does that as a kind of physical tick. And so this was a really useful book for me, which I hope will make my writing better, because I do try to incorporate a lot of body language to create subtext in my work. And I think having that deeper understanding will bring that out a lot more. So next week, I'm going to be releasing the second collection of Otaku stories. So we actually hit number 1 in our category for the first set, so that's really positive. Hopefully we can replicate that success. So these stories are inspired by the anime movie A Wind Named Amnesia. And so again, I've gone for something a little bit experimental, something a little bit strange. But that's one of the great things about short stories. You can experiment with things like form, you can experiment with things with the way a story is told. And what I wanted to do was really impact the meaning of the other stories in the anthology. And I think I've done that really well. So I've had no questions this week, but if you want to send me a question, it's at JL Cronshaw on Twitter, or you can email me. It's john@johncronshaw.com. Remember, I have got some other podcasts you can listen to. There's Otaku on Writing, which is OTAKU on Writing, and Stop Booking Around, which is the podcast where I'm helping my mate Russ overcome his author procrastination. So until next time, cheerio. Hello and welcome to John's Author Diary for the weekend in August the 19th, 2018. I feel like I've squeezed in a lot of work this week, even though a lot of time has been spent looking after my son. My wife took him to the zoo on Friday, and so that freed me up for the day, because even though guide dogs are allowed in most places, zoos do have a right to turn people down if they've got a guide dog. This is because it can scare some of the animals, especially some of the monkeys and things like that. So I stayed at home and did a lot of work. So I've been working on the redraft of The High Priestess, which is the third book in my epic fantasy series, The Ravenglass Chronicles. Now, when I write, I'll do a very, very lean draft, because the important thing for me is to get the story down and to get to the end. And so the first 1,500 words of the draft are actually now 3,200 words. So I'm going to end up with a nice length novella by the time I've finished. Now, what I really like about this process is when I get back to my normal routine, I think I should be able to do one of these novellas from start to finish within 3 weeks. I'll spend a week on the first draft, a week on the second draft, and then do the line edits and things in the week after that. That will give me then a week free each month to do collaborative projects. Speaking of collaborative projects, the second collection of Otaku stories came out this week. So these are the stories that we brainstormed in relation to the anime movie A Wind Named Amnesia. And you can hear the process of how we came up with the story ideas on the Otaku on Writing podcast. So this collection is called Uplift, and the theme is about uplifted animals, so animals whose intelligence has been raised. So do check that out. I also got The Fool, which is the first book in my epic fantasy, out onto Amazon. So that is now perma-free on Amazon, and I've also done a paperback to go with it. Now my hope is that by giving away the first book for free and putting it into as many hands as possible, this will get people hooked by the character and into the series. Now, I've mentioned before that my short story, Her Name Was Red, is a piece of writing that I've done that has received the most feedback, and there's something about that character that really resonates, so hopefully that same feeling will translate to the Ravenglass Chronicles. I was really pleased this week to find out my story, Lord Sidebottom and the Awesome Airship Mystery, which you will have heard me perform on this podcast at the Morecambe Steampunk Festival. I think it was back in June. That story has been selected for the Other Stories podcast. So this is a podcast listened to all the time. They do a nice mix of science fiction and fantasy stories on there. And so I'm looking forward to hearing that. and hopefully it'll expose my work to more readers, bring in new fans, that kind of thing. On the theme of audio, I've also submitted my book Blind Gambit for audiobook auditions. I've received 2 so far. They've both been very good. There's definitely one that I'm leaning more towards, and I've had quite a few messages from narrators saying that they're interested, so I'm going to leave it for a week or so, see if I get more auditions, and then take it from there. What's interesting is that one of the people who've submitted an audition is part of an audiobook company that does a lot of work to promote the things that they produce, so I think that could be a very good thing to consider, because I suck at marketing audiobooks. Whereas I know that several thousand people have read my Wasteland series, my audiobook sales are in the hundreds. So if there's someone else pushing people to the work, all the better. Last week on the Stop Booking Around podcast, I was talking to Russ about world building, and I was reminded of a game that I used to play when I was a teenager. This is a game called Warhammer 40,000. What I used to like about this game is they built a whole world and lore around a tabletop game. So you'd paint these little figures, and then there was short stories and histories and things like that. Now, Russ informed me that there was a series of novels that were related to this. So I read the first one, called Horus Rising, and I really enjoyed it. It took me back to those days, reminded me of things like the Blood Angels and Space Marines and all that fun stuff. So I was actually surprised at how much I enjoyed it. It was trashy. This wasn't thought-provoking fiction by any means, but I was entertained and had a lot of fun listening to the audio, so I think I may have to listen to the second book. So I've got a question this week from Teresa. She asked, what does otaku mean? Otaku is basically Japanese for geek. So the idea is that we're geeks about story, and we're turning our focus to Japanese cartoons. So this is one of those words that die-hard anime fans, it'll be a bit of a trigger for them. They go, otaku, okay, I know what that is. So it was one of those names that was suggested as a joke, and it stuck. So if you've got a question, please do get in touch on Twitter. It's at JL Cronshaw. You can also email me. It's john@johncronshaw.com. If you want to read the full for free, you can download the Kindle edition. Simply go to tinyurl.com/ravenglass. So until next time, cheerio. Hello and welcome to John's Authored Diary for the week ending August the 26th, 2018. Can't believe this is the last diary I'm going to be recording in August. This year is going far too fast. I've not got much to report this week. I've been carrying on with my second draft of the High Priestess, so that's coming along really nicely. I'd say I'm about 60% through the edit, so I'm hoping to get that finished by the end of next week. I've also been writing a short story for the Otaku on Writing podcast, and I'm really excited about this story. It's a lot of fun. We watched a terrible anime called The Guyver, which is something I really liked when I was about 12, but revisiting it as a guy in his mid-30s, it really doesn't hold up. But what we do on the podcast is, after we've done our review episode, we come back a week later and brainstorm some ideas based on what we've watched. And we actually came up with a really cool concept. And I actually think it's a strong enough idea to sustain maybe a series of collaborative novels or something along those lines. I said last week that I'd been getting auditions for the audiobook of Blind Gambit. I narrowed the shortlist down to 4 people, and after going back and forth, I selected one that was a part of this audiobook company. So I'm hoping that this will lead to more sales and more people getting interested in the book, because this was a bit of a interesting one. It had a very strong release, very strong launch. And even though it's been getting a lot of reads on Kindle Unlimited, which is the Amazon subscription service for ebooks, it's not actually selling that many copies. Part of this is because it's a standalone novel, and you'll recall a few months back that I stopped writing Blind Reset because I wasn't happy with how the story was going. And the way things are looking at the moment, I don't think I'll be revisiting that series. I think it'll just be a standalone. Now, I've mentioned before that I've been involved in a short story anthology collection called the Ulteruvium Expanse, which is a collection of short stories all inspired by the same prompt, but they're also released individually by the authors. They all share similar covers and lead into each other. And so we did a group promo this week where we put all of the books for free and worked together to get them into as many hands as possible. Now, I gave away 740 copies of the story Clockwork Titan, which is better than some paid promos that I've done, so I was very happy with that. Now, in the back of the book, I've got links to my Ravenglass Chronicles series, so this is my epic fantasy serial, and so there's a link to the first book of that, which is also free, and that's been doing very well in the free charts. Last time I checked, it was number 1 in several fantasy categories. And the pre-orders for The Magician, which is a follow-up, have been coming in nicely. So I feel really excited about this series. I think it's got a lot of potential. And the first reviews are coming in and they've all been really positive. Now, there was one review which infuriated me, and that wasn't because of the opinions expressed in it. The idea of a review is you're expressing your opinion about something. So if people don't like what I've done, that's neither here or there to me. It's not really any of my business what other people like or don't like. But what infuriated me about this review was that it was based on a beta version of the text. And so the reviewer actually highlighted some errors that he'd found within the manuscript, which were no longer there. So I spent all morning trying to hunt out these errors, found out they weren't there. I got in touch with him and I said, where are these errors? I can't find them. And he informed me where he'd got the text from. So he hadn't even read the edition that was available on Amazon. He'd essentially read a later draft of the text. And then he also said that the free book was just to get people to buy a paid book that was slightly longer. Now, the full is 35 pages on Amazon, so it's a novelette length. The Magician isn't even released yet, so it's on pre-order. The manuscript that is on there is a bit of a standing manuscript, and it's 88 pages, which is more than double. So that annoyed me, because I spent a lot of time trying to work out what the errors were, because I don't want to put out a shoddy product. And so it was just a very inaccurate review. And I don't usually respond to these, I don't usually respond to reviews, but I did in that instance, just to clarify things to anyone who does read the review. So I've had no questions this week, but if you want to send me a question, it's john@johncronshaw.com, or you can find me on Twitter @JLCronshaw. I'm also on Instagram now, so that's Jon Cronshaw Author. And if you want to read the full, which is free right now, go to tinyurl.com/ravenglass, and that will take you to the page. So until next time, cheerio. Hello and welcome to John's Author Diary for the weekend in September the 2nd, 2018. I'm recording this diary a bit later than usual. This is because I was determined to get the High Priestess finished. So I've now done my second draft of that. So what I'll do now is I'll get this to the beta readers and start work outlining the next book. So it's slightly shorter, maybe about 1,000 words shorter than The Magician. But when I got the manuscript back from beta readers last time, I ended up adding about 2,000 words, so I'm sure it'll end up at about the same length. Really pleased with how the story's gone. I think it's still got a lot of potential. More than anything else, it's a series that I'm excited to write. So The Magician has returned to me, back from getting a proofread, so that is all now ready to go. Now, there was part of me thinking that I should get this out just as soon as possible, but I'm going to hold off for a few weeks. It's on pre-order for September the 15th. So I'm going to keep to that date, and this will allow me then to make more progress on the next book and start making any new edits that I need to do on the High Priestess. Next week is probably going to be a bit of a shock to the system because over the past 6 weeks it's been the school summer holidays, so I've been at home with my son. And then my wife's a teacher as well, so she's going back to work tomorrow, so they've both been around all summer. And because I work from home, it's going to be a bit of a quiet one. So hopefully I should be able to slip back into the routine. That's what I'm hoping is going to happen. Whether it will happen is another story. But I really want to try and get a good start on The Empress, get everything sorted for the next round of Otaku stories. So these are the stories that I've been writing for the Otaku on Writing podcast. So we're now up to our third book, which is stories based on MacGyver. And I have to say, I'm really pleased with my story. And I've read the first draft of Lynn's and it's great. So I think this is going to be our strongest collection yet. And I think as well, because we've been so excited by the concept, by the idea behind the story, that they're actually quite long. I think the last few books, the stories have been around the between 1,000 and 2,000 word mark. These ones are both above 5,000 words. It's got a lot of potential for a collaborative series. So I think we just need to work that out because we still need to finish getting everything together for the Black Death trilogy. So I'm hoping we'll all have everything together to start a real edit by the end of the month. I've just finished reading a really cool fantasy novel called Age of Assassins by R.J. Barker. Now this was a really cool coming-of-age story about a disabled assassin. And it's just one of those excellently paced fantasy stories that pulls you through to the end before you even realise you've hit the midpoint. So I would definitely recommend that. I think I'm going to have to read the next book in the series, which is called Blood of Assassins. So I've had no questions this week, but if you want to send me a question, it's john@johncronshaw.com. or you can find me on Twitter at JL Cronshaw. If you're interested in reading my fantasy series, you can get the first book for free on Amazon. It's called The Fool, and it's the first book in the Ravenglass Chronicles. Simply go to tinyurl.com/Ravenglass. So until next time, cheerio. Hello and welcome to John's Author Diary for the weekend in September the 9th, 2018. So I'm back into the swing of writing after the summer break, and I've had quite a busy week. I've got quite a lot done. I've outlined the next two books in my Ravenglass Chronicles series. So these are going to be called The Empress and The Emperor. Now, because of doing the outlining of these, I also realised that there was one story arc that I wanted to open, and so I ended up going back to the High Priestess to start laying the foundations for that. So I ended up adding another 2,000 words to my draft of the High Priestess, and that is now with the beta readers, so I should be getting some feedback coming in on that over the next few weeks. So as well as working on that series, I've also put together the third book in our Otaku on Writing series. So this is a series of books which are inspired by classic anime. So we did our third collection of stories, and I think this is the best set so far. I think we're just starting to hit our groove now with the podcast. We're a lot more comfortable. It's got a lot more of a loose feel than it did in the first couple of episodes. And I think this collection is more than twice the word count of the last book as well. And I think it was just because the stories were a lot of fun to write, and we had a real blast writing them. And we're now convinced that the concept that we came up with for these stories could make a really good space opera type of series. That's definitely one we're going to add to the list. We've still got the Black Death trilogy to redraft and get ready for publication, but I'm really pleased with how well those have come together. On Thursday, I went for a regional podcasters meetup, so this was really good. I got to meet some other podcasters who were doing interesting things, and a couple of author friends of mine were there as well because they run their own podcast. So Paul Teague, who runs the Self-Publishing Journeys podcast, he arranged the event, and Ewan Lawson, who is a doctor who runs a health and fitness podcast for men called Blokology. And so I met Ewan last December when he got in touch with me on Facebook. He doesn't live too far away. So we went for a drink and talked author stuff. And I spoke to him again at the 20 Books conference in February. So it's really nice to kind of catch up with authors who don't live too far away and actually have a face-to-face discussion with people, because obviously I work from home. Most of the interactions I have with people are either with my wife and son when they get home, or online or on the telephone. And before the meeting, I met up with Paul Teague to have a bit of a chat about author things. And again, this was really good. It was really good just to have a bit of a geeky conversation with someone about this stuff in person, because none of my friends who I interact with on a regular basis have anything to do with publishing. So next week, my plan is to start drafting The Empress. My hope is that I can get the first draft done by Wednesday. Then I'll spend the following week rewriting. My aim is to get into a bit of a groove where I'm doing essentially one of these books every 3 weeks, with a plan on publishing them every month. And so my hope is that by the time I get to the end of the release schedule, I'll be already way into writing another project by the time I get to the last book. So I've had no questions this week, but if you want to send me a question, email me. It's john@joncronshaw.com. That's JONCRONSHAW. You can also follow me on Twitter. It's at JLCronshaw. If you haven't done so already, please do check out the free novelette, The Fool, which is the first book in my Ravenglass Chronicles serial. Simply visit tinyurl.com/Ravenglass or find it on Amazon. So until next time, cheerio. Hello and welcome to John's Author Diary for the weekend in September the 16th, 2018. I've had a crazy busy week this week. Yesterday I launched The Magician, which is the first full book in my Ravenglass Chronicles epic fantasy novella series. This was a bit of a low-key launch for me because I want this to be an ongoing project that builds and builds. And so I know a lot of the people who've already bought the book have read the first one, which is free, and they've gone on to buy the second, so that's good. And I'm hoping as I continue to release more books over the next couple of years that I'll essentially be having a new launch every month or so. And so I've done this without spending money on advertising, so that's different, but it's a positive as well. I don't think I'll actually start advertising this series until I've got at least 3 books out. At the moment, I'm charging 99 pence for the books, and I think there will be a point in the future where I put them up to $2.99. I think I'll keep the first book for free, second book for 99 pence, and then put it up from there. This is because of the way Amazon structures its royalties. So, for example, if I sell a copy of my Wasteland series box set, then I will make $4 from that. And that's just one transaction. And so to make the same royalty with these, I need to sell 12 copies. And I've seen that there are some popular serials within my genre that do charge $2.99 per book. So it might be something I consider in the future. Maybe keep the latest book in the series at 99 cents just to reward those people who come in early. But that's something to think about. So last weekend, I think it was after I recorded last week's episode, I got the High Priestess back from a couple of my beta readers. Now, one of them has really helped me when it comes to getting the story right. So I went through her suggestions on Monday and Tuesday, and I think it's now at a state where it's ready for a proofread. So I was finishing that. I've also started writing The Empress. So this is the next book in the series. I would say I'm about a third of the way through the draft. Now, I think this one is going to be a little bit longer than the last 2 books. But that's fine, I'll give each episode what it needs. Some of them will be longer, some of them will be shorter. I've also been adding to Cleric of the Wasteland, so I've added another couple of chapters to that, and it brings me up to the 20% mark in the draft. So I've mentioned before, this is a project that I'm just going to chip away at, and I think the way I'm going to do it is I'm working on the Ravenglass Chronicles in the mornings, and then after lunch, I'll try and do a chapter or 2 on the Cleric of the Wasteland, because this is a series that needs to get wrapped up. I was thinking the other day I saw a thread of people complaining about some certain fantasy authors like George R.R. Martin and Scott Lynch and Patrick Rothfuss who've got a well-loved series and people are dying to read the sequels, but these things take time and sometimes you just don't feel like it. And when you've got something that is well-loved, I can understand why an author wouldn't want to continue the series because, like I didn't write the second book to Blind Gambit, I knew that the story wasn't quite there. And so if you have pride in your work and you want to put out a good product, I can empathise with that. And so it got me thinking, it's been a while since I released my last Wasteland book. And I thought, actually, it's only 10 months and on a traditional release cycle, that's nothing. So I'm going to chip away at that. I've got no set schedule for this one, but I'm really pleased with how it's coming together so far. Because I do really enjoy the world. I really enjoy the Wasteland world that I've come up with. And there's a lot of stories that I want to tell in that world. So watch this space. On my other podcasts, I interviewed Ewan Lawson earlier this week. Now, this is for the Stop Booking Around podcast, and we've never had a guest on before, but I really wanted to talk to someone about health for authors, and so who better to talk to than the guy who co-wrote The Healthy Writer with Joanna Penn. And so I think as a semi-regular thing now, I'm going to have guests on the show just to talk about different subjects. I've got an author in mind to talk about time management. I've got an author in mind to talk about writing disabled characters, writing about fight scenes, that kind of thing. So I think that'll be a nice addition to the show anyway. I've started reading Lord of the Rings. Now, this is one of those books that got me into fantasy when I was about 11, and I've never read it since. And I haven't read the rest of the trilogy, so I've only read the first book when I was 11, which I think is probably really bad for a fantasy author. So I'm making an effort over the next couple of months, I think, to read some classics in the genre that I may have overlooked, because most of my reading tends to be more modern titles. So I've had no questions this week, but if you have a question, please do email me. It's john@johncronshaw.com. You can also tweet me. It's @JLCronshaw. If you haven't done so already, please do check out The Fool. This is the first book in my Ravenglass Chronicles series. So if you like coming-of-age epic fantasy with talking dragons and magic swords, and there'll be all sorts of crazy stuff going on in this one, check it out. Go to tinyurl.com/Ravenglass. And so until next time, cheerio. Hello and welcome to John's Author Diary for the week ending September the 23rd, 2018. I am full of cold this week, so I'm going to try and keep this short and sweet. I think basically with my wife and son back at school, they are bringing home the germs of the children. So I've had a snotty nose all week and now it's gone to my chest and throat. So I don't think my voice is going to last that long. I've carried on work on The Empress this week. So this is the next book in my Ravenglass Chronicles. It's the one that follows the High Priestess. And so I'm about halfway through the second draft.
Now, what I'm finding with these drafts at the moment is, as I'm writing the second draft, I seem to be doubling my word count. So I'm filling in all those little details, all the little world-building things and internal dialogue and things like that. So I've got the process down really well now. It feels like the first draft is definitely about just getting the story out and making sure that the core of the story is there, and then the second draft is all about giving the fantasy readers what they want, which is all the little details about the world and the magic and the politics and all the little character details that hit people on what I hope will be a deep emotional level. So I mentioned last week that I'm trying to read some classics in the fantasy genre just to give myself a firmer footing. So I finished the Lord of the Rings, the Fellowship of the Rings, and I enjoyed it. It is a good story, it's a classic. It's obviously a very influential book, but I definitely prefer modern fantasy in the sense that I think J.R.R. Tolkien was a master of world building and a master of creating believable settings. But what I want from stories is character and story. And I felt like story was a bit of an afterthought. I think Tolkien just loved his world so much that he begrudgingly shoehorned in a story just so he could show off his world-building prowess, which is fine. I think people like Brandon Sanderson, Brian McClellan and Dylan Kushner handle the fantasy genre in much more satisfying ways. But, you know, these things are subjective. This is my opinion. So, having finished the Fellowship of the Ring, I've gone on to read another classic, and this is one that I've never read. This is called The Last Unicorn by Peter Beagle, and I thought I was going to cringe at this because I've never read a story about a unicorn before. I thought it might be like the, not the modern version, but the 1980s kind of cutesy My Little Pony kind of stuff that was around when I was a kid, and it's nothing like that at all. It's actually really moving, really well told. I'm about 4 chapters in, and so far I am really enjoying it, so that's good. I've just got back from visiting a friend in Shipley in West Yorkshire, so I travelled back from there on the train this morning. We had a few drinks around Saltaire, and I got to have a ale that was named after my son. Well, I don't know if it was actually named after him directly, but it had the same name. And so that was good, just to catch up with a mate and just have fun for a few days. So next week, I aim to do my second draft of The Empress and get a final proofread done on The High Priestess. So I've got quite a long buffer, really, in terms of pre-order, but I want to get that out as soon as possible and keep people's interest who've bought The Magician. So if I could get that out in the first week of October, that'll be perfect. So I've had no questions this week, but if you want to send me a question, it's john@johncronshaw.com, or you could tweet me at JLCronshaw. If you're interested in checking out the first episode of the Ravenglass Chronicles, which is the epic fantasy serial that I'm working on, you can do that for free on Amazon. Simply go to tinyurl.com/Ravenglass and start reading today. So until next time, cheerio.
Hello and welcome to John's Author Diary for the week ending September the 30th, 2018. This is episode 52 of the Author Diary podcast, which means I've now done this for a year. So that is quite crazy to me. I've had a busy week. I've got the second draft of The Empress ready. I sent it to an alpha reader and she got back to me super fast with feedback. So I think next week I'll be acting on those suggestions. I've got a few ideas for a few changes I can make to improve the text. As this past week was spent doing that, and then on Thursday and Friday I was working on things like learning about marketing, and then on Friday it was a teacher training day, so my son was off school, which also coincided with his 6th birthday. So I spent this weekend doing birthday stuff. I had my mum and sister and 2 of her children come to stay for the weekend, and we had a birthday party at a venue in Morecambe. So we just hired a little function room and a cafe, and then he has some of his friends from school and friends from the area that we know. So that was really nice. Had a lot of fun. I was absolutely exhausted just watching a bunch of 5 and 6-year-olds chase each other around for about 2 hours. Last week I mentioned that I'd started reading The Last Unicorn by Peter S. Beagle. This book was tremendous. Now when I'm reviewing books on Goodreads, if it's a really good book, if it's excellent, I tend to give it 4 stars. I save the 5-star reviews for books which are exceptional. And this was an exceptional book, so it got 5 stars. I think it's probably the 2nd or 3rd 5-star I've given this year. It was one of those books when I was reading it where I found myself getting jealous of the author's ability, the author's writing, and just how it was making me feel reading it. So I would highly recommend that. I've started reading The Heroes by Joe Abercrombie. Now, this is such a contrast to The Last Unicorn. It's really grim, it's really dark, a lot of swearing, a lot of violence, a lot of gore, but it's given me a good feel for military fantasy, which is something that my series that I'm currently working on will dip into at some point. So, as well, not to give too many spoilers, but what I'm looking to do with, I think it's the book The Hierophant, which will be book 6 in the novella series, that's going to be set on a ship. And so once I finish The Heroes, I think I'm going to go on to some nautical adventure books. So I think I'm going to read Master and Commander and maybe books like The Ruling Seas and things like that, just to get a feel for nautical tales. So I don't know for sure, but I imagine if I sat and wrote about being on a boat and it was completely wrong, I would get slated in the reviews. So I think this might be one of those subjects like horses and guns, where if you get something completely